Ave Maria.
You have a lovely voice.
All right, everybody, welcome to Cheap Seat Critics. Today we will be discussing and reviewing The Batman.
Yeah. Ba-da-ba-da.
Woo! I will be hosting today. I am, of course, the character Sinister Boy.
As always, I'm a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
All right, now before we deep dive into this, pretty much, let's just call it a 3-hour movie. 2 minutes. It's 2 hours. It's 2 minutes long. It's 2 hours and 58 or 59 with a few
Round
seconds,
up. That's fine. That's definitely.
We're gonna round up.
We're
gonna
credits.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about our experience with the film and maybe a little bit about our experience with Batman in general. However, because most of us have had a long history of it, we're going to be brief with the second part. But start with writer.
Yeah. Obviously, I grew up on the Nolan films, and I also saw the Michael Keaton Batmans as well growing up. But let me just order this really quickly. I think my favorite Batman was probably the early 2000s Justice League animated show. That was pretty much the staple of who I envisioned the Batman character to be. And then I think Nolan took that image and kind of molded it and made it his own. And obviously, I also saw the animated show, but I'm just going to ignore that. I think Nolan's films were good. I like the first two a lot. I didn't really like the third one all that much. I thought it was very problematic. That being said, no matter what I have to say about this movie, I will say that this movie, the cinematography is absolutely inspired. The visuals are wonderful. I think, honestly, it might be a bold statement of me to say, but I do think that this film, in terms of its visuals, makes Nolan's look unimaginative. Obviously, that's not necessarily getting into the writing of it, but I did overall. I really enjoyed this film. This is the closest I think I've seen in a live action movie where of the kind of adaptation I personally want to see from a Batman movie, which is just them fully committing to the noir detective sort of vibe that this movie has. And that's all I got to say for this. So,
All right, Crimson.
God, you got me mid-yawn, darn it. Yes,
That's in
Batman. Yes. I've also predominantly experienced Batman through the Nolan films. I know the third one's usually trashed on, rightfully so to a degree, but I still enjoy it. And I've played all the Arkham games except that Blackgate arcade game.
I forgot about the Arkham games.
Yes, I played all those. I played the first Injustice and some of the second one. I never finished the story for that. And I never saw the animated show. I think, randomly Justice League episodes when they were on. But I don't really remember them at all. And Crypto the Superdog when the Bat Dog shows up. that's pretty much all.
It's a classic moment. Yeah.
Yeah, classic. And I saw the Scooby-Doo Batman, but I don't remember that either. So,
Bat Milk.
Yeah, that's pretty much all my couple of Batmans. Oh, and I saw some of the older ones that Sprinks had shown me, but I haven't seen all of them.
Yeah. And what did you think of the Batman?
The Batman was personally overhyped, but it was an okay movie. Middle of the road for me. But who knows? This podcast might elevate it. Maybe there's things I didn't think about.
Blasphemer.
We'll see.
Huh. All right, so I guess it's my turn now. I I kind of had a weird weird relationship with the Batman where I probably saw the cartoons and everything first, and then I saw the Nolan movies. Out of order, I might add. I saw The Dark Knight first, and then I worked my way backwards to the Batman Begins, and because I didn't really have a choice of what I got to see in theaters for a couple years of my life. And I really liked the Dark Knight movie a lot. Dark Knight Rises is probably the lesser of the three for me, as far as feel like how close Nolan kept with the theme of realism in the Batman movies, which I'll say I think unfortunately is what makes the third one sort of a little bit of an issue, because he kind of ran out of ones that really worked really well in that format as far as, you know, iconic villains. But so and then I watched the Michael Keaton ones and you know, Val Kilmer. Well, Michael Keaton had two, right? And then Val Kilmer had one, and then it was George Clooney.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, it's been a while, but and I saw the George Clooney one with the iconic bat nipples as a kid also, and thought that was, and it was so weird after. It's weird watching Dark Knight and then going backwards to the Joel Schumacher one, and kind of how zany they are, but
yeah,
they all have their
definitely
place.
Fun movies, the old the ones from the 80s for sure.
And then, of course, the legendary one with Danny DeVito as the Penguin, and then George Clooney Batman, which is still probably my favorite version of the Penguin, just how disgusting it is. But
thank you, Tim Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Tim Burton. For a long time, that was the darkest of any of the Batman movies. Yeah, and then I played the Arkham games, obviously, which I think were also really cool at establishing kind of their own little mythology that still felt grounded. And yeah, and so I was really excited for the Batman, especially after the Joker, because I thought, okay, they kind of have a building block here. They know where they need to take, you know, these DC movies post, you know, Justice League, Ben Affleck Batman, which I'm not going to comment on Ben Affleck Batman.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna, you know, like I've had a hard enough time.
I do think he did a fine job as Batman. It was really the scripts that let him down.
He did it. Yeah, he did a good. I would say that he did a good job as an old, you know, grizzled Batman. But I would like to see him maybe do that again in like a Batman Beyond type thing. But anyways,
I like to see him as the Daredevil.
Yeah. It was good as the
More than
Daredevil too.
Batman.
But anyways, so I was, you know, and then when I was hearing things about like, oh, they were heavily inspired by David Fincher's Seven and, you know, Zodiac Killer, which I was like, awesome. That's, you know, I'm getting kind of, you know, Nolan Dark Knight vibes, you know, from this, but a little grittier, a little bit more, you know, even more dark than that. And I, you know, unfortunately, we've been agreeing a lot lately, which is odd and it's probably bad, but I have to go with Crimson, where I thought it was a little bit overhyped, even though I liked a lot of the aesthetic stuff in it was stuff I really liked. And I will agree with Ryder. I loved the look of it, and I loved how imaginative and how developed it was, because it really felt like, you know, an actual place. But I think it did not need to be 3 hours. I don't have a problem with 3-hour movies, but I thought this one did not require the 3 hours, and I didn't think they really used that to their fullest capabilities. But all in all, I think it was a decent film, and I was more than happy to watch it. On to you, Sprinks.
Okay, I've been informed to keep my answer here brief.
I'm sorry if I ate up some of your time there by accident.
Yeah, the manager said that he knows.
That's fine, because not brag, but I feel I may be the biggest Batman fan here.
What?
In the
Yeah.
midst of-
What you talking about, Batman?
Oh man. Oh boy. Okay.
How many posters and statues do you have for Batman?
How many years?
It could be a whole nother podcast.
How many Funko Pops do you have?
Yeah. How
Could be
many
it's-
birthdays? How many birthdays have you bought you something Batman themed just because we know that's a safe bet, huh?
That could be its whole 5-hour episode all on its own.
I'll to just interject here for a bit, Springs. Batman is also my favorite hero. Just, I will agree that I'm not as super passionate about it as you are.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Adam West, which was probably my first introduction from that Batman movie, and then some of the episodes of the show, onto then Keaton and the Tim Burton ones, both the standard Batman and Batman Returns, and then the Val Kilmer and Batman Forever, and George Clooney and Batman and Robin, which is probably the worst one. And then you got Batfleck, you got the Nolan films, you got the Arkham games, you got the animated series, you got the Warner Brothers. I watched on Warner Brother Kids, but the Batman cartoon show in the early 2000s, the Justice League, the Gotham TV show, the comics, Killing Joke, both comic and movie, Scooby-Doo and Batman, Death in the Family, New 52, Dark Knight Returns, a lot. I'll just say a lot.
Doesn't sound like a listicle.
I think something probably a little easier of something I never really got into in form of Batman was Batman Beyond. That's a form of Batman I never
that was
got
mine.
much into or saw.
That was my introduction to Batman.
But yes, I am a big Bat Boy.
That's what they call themselves, by the way. Everybody out in the audience. If you're a true fan of
you got
Batman, you call yourself a
Bronies
Bat
and you
Boy.
got Bat Boys.
Bat Boys.
Thank you for pairing those two together, Crimson.
Yes.
Real nice.
Hey, at least it's
Hey,
better.
MLP is well written, all right? That's not that much of an insult.
But this new Batman movie, I think it helped. Definitely put aside Batfleck off to the wayside to give room for this new Robert Pattinson one. I think one of the strongest things it has is that it's set in Batman Year 2. I think that really helps its world of what it's connecting to.
Mhm.
Everything else, the cinematography, whew, the music, oh boy, just
You want to do a
all
name
these other
drop here?
Yeah.
You
Who
always
did
name
the
drop?
music,
Yeah.
Springs? Who did the
Yeah.
music?
it was Michael Giacchino. You may have heard that name a
Michael
couple times if you've listened to past episodes of season 1. Anywho, yes, it's very good. Lighting and just all these things it has to it. Anyway, we'll touch on more of that later.
Mhm.
But that is my. Was that brief enough? Was that small
That
enough?
was that was
good.
deeper than mine. So yeah,
I
you
should
made it.
also say
You made
this
it.
now. In my eyes, Batman is Kevin Conroy. Right? Just say
Yeah,
that.
the voice.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I agree with that.
If
And
only
Chris
they could.
Mark So
If only they could do some like Darth Vader type shit and have somebody just stand in as Batman and then have like Kevin Conroy do the voice the whole time.
We also missed the best Batman appearance on the big screen. It was obviously
yeah.
the Suicide Squad.
I mean, that's still
Was that
Batfleck,
supposed-
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's still Batfleck.
That was his best scene.
because he
I
didn't
also
say
have-
anything.
I also have not seen.
I would
DC
disagree with that.
Superbats, which I think is the
Uh,
newest form of Batman, right? The Keanu Reeves
Yes.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves would actually made a pretty good Batman, I think, in real life.
I think he said he wants to play an old one. Gold
That
Batman.
would be good, actually. He could,
Yeah.
him or Ben Affleck could probably do a decent like old
Grizzled
Batman.
Bruce Wayne. I'd like to
Yeah.
see either of them play that out for sure.
That's still like Keaton to come back for like a Batman Beyond. for old
Yeah, that he would. You know what? Actually, I think physically he would look more of the part. But I just don't know if he would have the. Well, actually, he has the range now. He could probably do a pretty dramatic version of it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, so that's all our experiences with Batman and the Batman. Got to make sure it's the Batman, not which was an interesting choice, so that you always have to say, so it's the definitive version. I don't think that was their goal, but it makes it sound like that.
It's the Batman.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that lends to what I think this trilogy might end up being about in terms of its writing. But I guess I mean I'll save that for the end, or I can just start diving into it now. But
yeah,
I
just
think
a little.
I was just gonna say I think they went with the Batman because that's a title that hasn't been used for a film, as
True.
Batman
It's
by
always
itself
been
is
Batman,
89 one
Yeah.
that's already used.
Because most of the standout comics, it's the Batman, right? Or is that like a?
Well, it depends on the era. Because
Yeah.
you got Detective Comics, you got Batman, you have Batman and Robin or Nightwing.
But like I mean, like the early ones, or like he was called the Batman though, in like the Detective Comics starter ones, right? It wasn't Batman, it was the Batman.
It depends. Yeah,
Okay.
some iterations did have the
yeah.
Batman.
Okay, so it's just every other, yeah. All right. So I guess we gave a little bit of a synopsis, but just to get everybody into speed from the get go. Batman. It takes place in his second year as being Batman, Bruce Wayne. As far as we know, there hasn't really been any high profile stuff, right? It's just been kind of the general vigilantism, like small time crooks and whatnot.
Well, we know the Joker's imprisoned at Arkham, so we assume that the Joker has at least happened, or at least he had an effect on the world somehow. We just don't. That hasn't been revealed to us yet.
Yeah,
Well, he couldn't have. Maybe he's just not the Joker yet. He's just some crazy guy.
it's true.
Because Batman put him
You
there.
spoiled the big ending of the movie there, by the way. They didn't know he was going to be in that. There's no way the Joker could ever be in a Batman movie. No, everybody saw that. But so as far as we know, this is a fairly early version of Batman. He doesn't really have a rogues gallery yet, as far as we're aware. It's fairly standard gadgets and whatnot. No shark repellent or anything like that.
Explosive repellent.
No bat credit cards.
With the whole ending of this, he might need some shark repellent.
Crocodile repellent or something. I don't know. And they chose an interest. I like the setting that they chose for it. It's kind of playing off of the Joker's down and out 70s vibe, but it's modern. It's still like 2019 or whatever when they shot the film. That people have iPhones and stuff.
Yeah.
Which rubbed me a little bit the wrong way, because I was like, it wouldn't look like that in 2019. But it's their version of it, so I'm gonna give them that. It's their version of 2019 or 2020. But so they're starting off in a very primordial place for Batman to grow in, which I think is a very interesting choice, because that's also what Nolan did. It was very early in the career, which I think is a little bit better than starting all the way at the end or halfway through.
Yeah.
And the approach to this is definitely very dark, emphasis on darkness. There's very few. I think there's very few daytime scenes.
Yeah. And the daytime scenes are very brief.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's always foggy, and you get the sense of how dour the world seems.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say that this is probably the most. I guess Gotham is a character almost in this film.
Oh yeah.
Gotham hasn't felt this real since the '80s Batman movies. This place actually, this movie actually feels like Gotham is a real place. It makes it feel that way, and I really like that.
Yeah, and I guess we'll dive into this movie a little bit. That's what we do, obviously, right? I really like this opening scene here, where you see. Preface this a little bit. We have several opening scenes here of a whole bunch of different crimes happening at once. We have a crime occurring with, I believe it's the mayor.
Yeah.
The mayor or this. Sorry, I've been a lot of senator talk lately, so I keep forgetting that mayors are a thing.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yeah, Mayor Mitchell. We get a view of him through, I believe they're binoculars. This is a
I
very
concluded after seeing it that it was the eye holes of the Riddler's mask. And
okay.
I think that's
Yeah.
what they were going for there.
So we get a peeping tom shot, as we'll say, a point of view of the window to his office, and it's Halloween, October 31st. His kid's going out trick or treating, and he's watching on TV, and he's getting beat in the polls. And we have a very good intro here. So, how did everybody feel about this scene? This setup for the villain, the antagonist of this picture.
I'll start. Or
Okay,
Crimson.
No, go ahead, Sprinks.
Okay. It really kept me on the edge of my seat because the beginning was just the Ave Maria playing and just the family and someone watching this family. And then it goes to just silence. It's just the TV, and the TV gets turned off by the dad here. And
it's also the only light in the scene.
Yes.
The TV being
which
on
is,
pretty much. Yeah.
Which is really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
And it's just quiet and eerie, which kept me on the edge of my seat, not knowing what was going to happen. And then Riddler just being in the back, just staring in the darkness. I first time I saw this in theaters, I did get jump scared when Riddler ran at him yelling.
Yeah, just that was by the way, we're doing an act structure for this, so you act lovers out there will be very happy. The sponsor told me to say it. I really liked. By the way, the Riddler is played by Paul Dano, who I'm a big fan of, and I thought he did this character pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really impressed by. It just really he did really feel like kind of the archetypal serial killer for most of the movie. Especially in this scene where you can tell it's his first kill. It's his first because it's so kind of wild, and it's not really you can tell he calculated it, but it's not. It's executed because he wants it to be as over quickly, so he doesn't fuck it up.
Yeah.
And especially after and again, you can tell he's prepared for it, but he's still it's all adrenaline. It's not any thought really. It's just all there. And I thought that scene really embodied kind of a lot of what I liked about his performance throughout this whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think it also adds the look of a more serial killer, sick-minded version of Riddler, rather than because the only other on-screen Riddler besides the Adam West one is the
Jim
Batman
Carrey.
Forever, Jim Carrey, which was very,
Jim Carrey.
flamboyant.
yeah, just crazy. Not really much anything else. Yeah.
And this one this one's just starting tone of dark and gritty.
I do have also. I think that's my comment on the scenes. I'm gonna just they did an excellent job with world building here for the writing. They in the debate between the current and old, the new candidates, the new candidate and the mayor in the House, it draws attention to the Batman as a vigilante. It draws attention to renewal as a concept, and it draws attention to the Maroni drug bust case. Already, wonderful job, because all those are extremely relevant to this movie. And it was delivered in a very, very natural way by the mayor watching, the debate.
Yeah, and just again, they didn't have to. They could have spent an hour just every once in a while talking about that stuff, but they all like laid it all out in like the first 5 minutes, which
Yep. It was
very
very good. World
Yeah.
building was excellent. It helps build the setting very well.
Sparks, I have a question for you. Since
Yes.
you are the Batman nerd, is Mayor
Batboy.
Mitchell a comic character?
I believe he is. Yes, I can't recall which comic he's in, but I do recognize the name.
Yeah.
Is his son something important? Because we got to see his son play with a sword, and I immediately thought, is that a nod or a reference or anything?
Nothing coming to mind.
Probably it's like a little site reference more than anything. Because the Templar guy, right?
Observation I had. Templar guy? I have no idea.
Well, the from I can't remember his name, but he's in the second. He's in Arkham City. There's a little side story that you get to do with him. Where he's a vigilante, but he kills people.
Oh, shoot, what was his name? The you had to find him around the map. It starts with an A. I think that's what.
Oh,
It's
in
not-
Origins?
No, it's in Arkham City.
City.
You have to find him around the city and
Azrael.
Azrael.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a reference to that at all, but
Mhm.
Let's see, did I have any other observations? I guess personally, seeing the Riddler costume, I'm not
Yeah,
the
you were
biggest fan of it.
I'm going to
think
say
it
right now,
looks very
I confused him with another character,
yeah.
Don Mitchell.
Containment suit Doomsday, obviously.
Well, Don Mitchell Jr., sorry. No, this character is original character for the movie. My mistake.
Oh, okay. So, all right. You were saying Crimson.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much it. I think covered most. I think it was a good introduction to him. It looked like he really wanted to kill him, but later we find out Mitchell wasn't dead.
Yeah, he was like alive. Yeah, afterwards, and he got like kind of tortured a little bit, but he definitely looked dead. And I think if you got hit in the head like 3 times with a blunt metal object, you'd probably either be dead or very near.
You don't start with the
Yeah.
head. The guy you're hitting never feels the next hit.
Yeah, and that's something I
Lynch was all
noticed
fuzzy.
later as well with the DA, where he wants him alive, but he starts striking his head immediately with his weapon.
Yeah. It's
so that didn't really add up to me. If he wanted these people alive for certain things,
Well, again, though, it's showing. I think it's also showing how kind of not physically
he's unhinged,
prepared.
but
Yeah.
he's smart.
Well, I
to
mean, yeah,
orchestrate
but I
all
mean, like
this.
the way of he's not. But again, and this comes up later, he's not physical, so he has to kind of. I'm sure, but see that they kind of juxtapose it because he's hitting him pretty fucking hard. So I don't. But I guess he's trying to make sure that they're incapacitated
enough to do his job.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he could be very easily overpowered. But again, they also, like I said, they show him hitting him pretty freaking hard. So I guess that's something you got to read into there just a little bit. But moving on a little bit, we can get through. I was going to do the whole bit, but I figured we should focus on this scene because it's an introduction to our antagonist.
Yes.
One of our antagonists.
Yeah, I will say also before we leave, I will say the Riddler's costume felt homemade. I guess that lends credence to why you don't like it, Crimson. I thought it was okay. It was.
Well,
I think
we
it was
see later in his comment threads. His fans were saying you could buy that jacket and mask at X store and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it was definitely a homemade outfit.
Yeah.
You could just buy it at the store in this universe.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it also, I guess, they were kind of playing into the Zodiac killer thing with the mask and the military gear and what have you. But it wasn't my favorite Riddler outfit, but I thought it at least fit stylistically for the what they were going for.
Mm-hmm.
The next scene is multiple scenes where we are introduced to our narrator for the picture, which is Bruce Wayne playing Batman. No, Batman playing Bruce Wayne. talking about the crime happening in the town, and we're seeing all these little vignettes of crooks going through Gotham on Halloween.
Yeah.
We have a spray painting graffiti on a bank. Spray painting broke, so we were getting an idea of where economically Gotham's at right now. A robbery happening at a convenience store, and like juggalos. I don't really know. Juggalos are like insane clown posse people or something. Watching TikToks of people getting their ass beat on a train, and then going after a guy.
Yeah, other gang members.
Yeah, beating the shit out of people in public.
I don't know.
And and so how did everybody feel about this kind of setup for the Batman kind of appearing? He does appear.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll go first. Sorry, I just started talking. I was gonna say I do think this is probably my favorite introduction to Batman because it's doing multiple things. It's showing the effect he's had in the city. One, it's also showing it's introducing us to the character Gotham, and it's also I for one actually really liked the narration because it actually it catches us up pretty much where the state of mind he's in. Like 2 years on, this is par for the course for him. It's Halloween night, and I like all the mini side stories. The show don't tell is absolutely wonderful, especially with Half Paint, is how I call him, because you can kind of, just with that alone, you can tell that the whole beating people up is an initiation sequence. There's a lot of show don't tell in this movie, and I think it works to its advantage most of the time.
I think probably my favorite part of this scene is with the guy who robs the convenience store, and he's out on the street, and he's
trying to run.
Like a mask and he sees the bat signal going up, and even with the mask on, you can just see the fear, beginning.
Yeah,
and I was like, that's
fear
how you introduce
is a tool.
Yeah, that's how you introduce the Batman. You don't even have to. He doesn't even have to be on the screen, and you're immediately,
Yeah, it's made it even better. That scene's even better too when he looks down the dark alleyway and he's like, "Nope, I'm not going down there."
So I think in this scene, or in these first two scenes where we're introduced to our yin and our yang of this movie, we're getting a very good introduction work.
Yeah, we get both the vandalism people with the spray paint and the robber looking in dark areas
into the shadows. Yeah,
in the shadows, because they know
Batman's there. And this is also when we hear that he's been doing this for 2 years.
Yes.
And the bat signal, probably my least favorite bat signal I've seen and everything. It's a pretty skinny looking bat that wouldn't really be seen in those clouds. I know that bat signal itself isn't really realistic in of itself, projecting the image, but in this one, I'm not a fan of bat signal.
Yeah, the Nolan one's probably my favorite bat signal.
Yeah, if anyone could have a favorite bat signal.
Yeah. Well,
That's
yeah, I mean, because up until probably the Nolan ones, it was always yellow, right? It was always like a yellow light, with or an orange light. So it wasn't really like what a beacon would be, or
I mean, in terms of bat symbol, I thought it was fine. I like the location of it. I like that Gordon and Batman meet there regularly.
It suits the beginnings of Batman, I guess, that it wouldn't be very entirely well done just to begin with, but
yeah,
I understand. Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Crimson. And of course, though, it wouldn't be any Batman introduction if he didn't beat the shit out of a bunch of people, which he does. He beats the shit out of the Juggalos.
I am vengeance.
Yeah, you get
I am
shot.
the knight.
Yeah, you get shot.
What are you supposed to be? Which kind of threw me off because I felt like Batman was kind of established here after 2 years.
it
And
is
we get
Halloween night.
criminals afraid
so-
of the dark.
Yeah.
It is Halloween night, so I mean, they're probably making fun of him, and then they actually realize it's him after he beats down the first guy. That's when they have the
Yeah.
realization. Like they think it's a
Why-
joke.
Why would they
at
ask
first.
what he is instead of just nice costume kid or something?
He's like,
They're trying to make it mythology.
yeah. I think the exact line they say is, "What the hell are you supposed to be?" or something like that. And then, then he beats him down and introduces himself as Vengeance.
The classic, you know,
Yeah.
classic Batman to say.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it really suits for this year too that he's just going in full brawler.
Oh yeah.
Rather than no stealth, no silent takedowns.
Which
Makes
will be a
himself
problem later, but for now that's
Yeah,
acceptable.
fine. Brute force in it.
yeah.
Also,
I
I'll
was-
just throw it out there during his narration bit. He's also talking about how he has to pick and choose his targets. Since
Yes.
Yeah, because he can't be
the
everywhere.
city's so ridden with crime.
yeah.
Mhm.
So with that, I don't know if this is their intention or if I'm reading into it, but I saw the clowns reviewing footage that they made of them beating up people, and that's how Batman tracked them to beat them up on the train, since he has to pick and
Oh.
choose.
Yes, I do think that's what brought his attention to them. Like
Yeah.
that's what made him notice. I do agree with that. That's
Yeah.
a nice little
I
detail.
didn't know
like.
if that was me looking into it or not.
No, I mean,
No, I
I
think that's-
think
yeah.
it's a detail that adds to it. Because I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise we have to believe he just saw them on the street and decided to follow them specifically.
Yeah, because they were the only ones technically that he wouldn't have had a view of from anywhere really. So yeah, that fits.
That's I think that's a nice addition to Show Don't Tell for sure.
hmm
I think something that what popped in my head with connections of the whole darkness and fear that I was establishing of what Batman is was first thing that came to mind was it would be an interesting in this world to see a version of Scarecrow.
Oh yeah,
All this fear
Mhm.
I
idea.
would love to see a Scarecrow in this.
And the other thing that popped in my head, which was more comic and definitely not going to be used, but kind of funny, is connecting this to Batman being scary and fear, which is one of the reasons why he became a Sinestro Corp member.
Yeah, we're not seeing that.
No, I'm not saying that, but it's just
But if
another
we
thing to add
were,
on.
That would be funny.
Ryan Reynolds would have to be in it. So
Yeah, and he loves the Green Lantern movie.
he
Right?
does. Yeah.
That was just
mean,
another
yeah.
connection.
And I guess to kind of continue with the opening, I thought this first opening fight sequence was really well choreographed. It was very meaty. You could feel the hits. I like that Batman is
Oh, yeah.
taking punches.
It was it was very street brawl, which like everybody kind of got like equally pretty much beat up.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, like
badly so, but yeah.
already, I felt this fight sequence was head and shoulders above most of Nolan's fight sequences. Because I think I like Nolan, but sometimes his, I guess
It's not
obsession,
his-
his obsession
yeah.
with practicality kind of
Yeah.
screws him over when you need to go more symbolic and cinematic. And that's not to say not all of Nolan's fights are bad. I just felt like this was a much
It's
better
just-
fight.
Yeah, it's just not his wheelhouse. That's the one I think. Yeah, it's just not his go-to.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And I like that when Batman takes bullets to the chest, you can actually
Oh, yeah.
see him get pushed back by the
Oh, yeah.
damage. I'm going to remember this because I'm bringing this up later when it doesn't work. But it is a very good introduction to Batman. When he's bulletproof, that's fine. And when he gets hit with bullets, the shock of it, the kinetic shock of it, actually pushes his muscles back. It was
Mhm.
nice. It was very gritty,
It was nice.
very gritty.
Very gritty. Very good. And he saves the innocent Juggalo, or he lets him go because he realizes he wasn't gonna go through with it,
Yeah.
or or I don't know if he didn't know he wasn't gonna go through with it. He just didn't do it, and he
I
actually
think it
was
was
trying
just
to
he
save him.
saw him not being
Yeah.
aggressive and just let him
Yeah.
go. I think
Yeah.
that's all that was.
I like that he just lets him go without a word, and I like that civilian
Mhm.
says, "Please don't hurt me," because
Yeah.
even he's not sure.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, I don't know if this guy's gonna kill me or not.
Yeah.
I guess I'll throw my 2 cents with this fight scene
Go
because
on, then,
I
go
got
on.
a different opinion where I agree it was well choreographed, but it felt really slow to me. Um, and something I noticed with the fighting in this movie is they do like wide, longer shots. There's not a lot of cutting, which is heavily used in fight choreography nowadays. So I like that they were wider and longer shots, but because of that, it felt slower to me. So I just hoped, or wished that they would have at least fought faster. It felt
well,
sluggish.
I think because they were. I think we don't really know where they're going with. I think he's just kind of like a fighter. Like he's definitely trained, but he doesn't have like a martial arts thing going on. At least I didn't really get that vibe.
I don't
And
like. I don't know if the League of Shadows exists in this universe. In the sense that like that I don't think
also,
that they trained Batman.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I think what you're saying is with everybody was fighting very very slowly. Because I was also going to say that with the bat suit, he's probably also not really going to be. He's got to have bulletproof stuff. He's like in the second one where he's like make lighter armor.
I have to be able to turn my head.
But I will say though I did like the less cutting because again some of the best fight choreography is in martial arts movies, and they have very little cutting because they actually have to memorize and actually makes the fight seem more realistic and more beautiful. I wouldn't call this fight scene beautiful, but it's definitely better than I think a lot of other ones that have come out. But I will give you it was a bit slow. But with the other pluses, I think it was fine if it was slow.
Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming you got to take Sprinks.
I thought it worked. As I said before, this year 2 setting really helps establish their go of what this Batman is doing.
Yeah,
and how he's going across things and interacting with the city and criminals and everything. So I think it worked fine, and I also kind of like how he's kind of like peak of attention and fighting everything, which comes up later when he's essentially called Nocturnal.
Mm-hmm.
So I like how he's very more engrossed and strong in at night.
Yeah.
Which is how he's conditioned himself.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I liked the introduction for him, and I liked the introduction for Riddler and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But now we have to have these two, quote unquote, meet. So we have to go into the detective portion of our story, which is, I think, one of the cool little things about this, and I wish there was more of it in this movie. But I liked him being at a crime scene where it had already occurred instead of like breaking up a fight,
like with the police.
Yes.
Yeah.
What else think about this like little detective scene that we had
Where's
here?
detective mode?
I will be honest. This is probably this has probably one of my favorite underrated shots of the film. I like it when you can see Batman in the doorway with cops standing outside the door, so like he's behind them. So when he first walks in, that's probably one of my favorite shots in the movie. I like I said, I'm here for Detective Batman. This is the kind of thing I've been wanting. This is the closest I've gotten to getting just fully committed Detective Batman. And I think that's definitely one of the high points of this movie for me is this scene where he arrives at where the mayor was tortured and murdered by the Riddler.
Huh? And I mean it's a great and we get to see a little bit again of the antagonism between him and the police force. Yes, we get from the get-go none of them except for Gordon want him there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He even gets stopped by the
Martinez.
I'm trying not. I want to call him the Ash vs. Evil Dead Pablo guy because he looks a lot like that, but not going to do that. If he had called him El Jefe, it would have sealed the deal, but he didn't do that. And because that's another piece that they kind of leave out in most, I think, portrayals of him in movies and stuff is the cops really don't like Batman. Other than like Commissioner Gordon, the cops really don't like him because either most of them are corrupt and he's working against them, or he's technically usurping their authority.
Yeah.
And
technically breaking the law.
Yeah, and he's breaking the law too. Yeah. He's beating people. Not because cops don't beat anybody up.
They do it legally.
Legally, yeah. They have a legal right to beat people up. I think that's kind of, it's an interesting tension that it kind of gets lost a lot of the times, and it makes for like a decent story, and especially in this case because you really feel like he's going to get shut down at any junction. I mean, he's not going to because he's Batman, but there's this thing that like if they all just wanted to, they would rather not have him.
Oh yeah, you get the impression that he's only here because Jim Gordon is standing up for him. That is the only reason that he's here. I get the impression.
I don't think that's the only reason. But I was saying he's the only. Gordon is the only one that wants him to be there. He would be there regardless.
But, no, I mean like he's the only reason that he's here.
He
would show up after the cops for sure. I mean here with everyone. I think the only reason he is here with all the police is because Jim Gordon is the one standing up for him.
Definitely.
And he wants to not have that antagonism between the police and Batman. He's trying to make a bridge.
A middleman.
Yeah.
A middleman. And he's going to whisper the whole time.
You took it. That was my complaint.
I mean, I would rather him whisper than have Christian Bale do a weird voice. So I will take this.
With the exception of the overly whisperingness, I love Jeffrey Wright as Gordon. I think he does a pretty good job of it. Yeah. I wish he wouldn't whisper so much, but I like his portrayal of him because I think it's decently close to a lot of the comic storylines. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming Springstad would be more your department.
Of Jeffrey Wright's portrayal of Gordon.
Yeah, being fairly, I guess, like comic Gordon accurate, or I
think this was very good because he was the strongest connection to Batman or acceptance of Batman in the police force, because this is still a stage where I have written in my notes this is very easy to see the 50-50 split of some cops accepting Batman as being helpful and the other who are like, he's a hindrance, get him out of here, lock him up.
Mm-hmm.
And Gordon was very much that, no, give him a chance, kind of protective thing, but also like, don't step out of line.
And he's like that. He's like that with both Gordon. Batman and the police officers. That's what I like about Gordon. Yeah. He's holding them both to the same standard.
Yes. The only thing I see a little weird is that this Gordon, I don't think is actually commissioner.
He's not.
No, I was gonna say I keep calling him commissioner, but he's lieutenant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still is he? He's not even detective, is he? Is he? He's just a lieutenant.
I think he is detective. But he's not. He's like second in command. I think
he's detective. That's why he's actually in the crime scene.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the commissioner was there with Gordon saying Batman shouldn't be there because he'll contaminate the scene, and he's a vigilante.
He's supposed to be... Gotham's supposed to be a mix between New York and Chicago, and the commissioner has like a Boston accent. So, what's going on there? But
diversity, Gotham.
Okay. that was funny.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of the first riddle?
I suck at riddles, but I solved it. So
he did.
They need to crank it up.
I could. Yeah, I will say the riddles in this one were not that much as far as like difficulty. This was definitely kind of more of like a playful kind of, with the exception of the ciphers. I think this is more kind of playful. Like riddles were kind of like secondhand, and it was the ciphers and the clues or whatever.
Yeah.
Were the secondary, the major thing. But I like the riddles.
Yeah.
Speaking about riddles and a little branch into tricks, Sinister and Crimson here tricked me a little in believing something. Yes. About the commissioner, because the two of them said that was Commissioner Loeb.
No, it's Pete Savage, you crazy guy.
Is it? And Sinister went, yeah, that's Commissioner Loeb. And I went, oh. And I wrote it down in my notes. That's not Commissioner Loeb. He was never in the movie.
Pete Savage.
That's funny.
And you call yourself a bat boy.
I was asking for. I was like, did they ever say his name? And they're like, yeah, they called him Loeb. Oh, okay.
I think Commissioner Loeb might be the guy that you meet after the explosion in the funeral scene. That might the lead guy that we meet there. That might be the future Commissioner Loeb, but I don't know.
I have that name written down somewhere, but it's not Loeb.
Okay, and then
No, it was Pete Savage in
Yes.
this. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I guess I thought the first order was good. It was a nice introduction. It was complicated enough that you had to think about it. Simple enough that Batman could figure it out within 5 minutes, which he does.
Yeah. I liked how fat, like, even like the simple ones. It was just funny watching him just like do it in like instant. Everybody else was like, what the heck?
I like that because it shows that this Batman's also very smart. Like, he's quick on his feet, so like it adds a layer of, I think, just natural intelligence to the character.
Yeah. I also, one other thing, I think this was played down a little bit in the actual acting, so I might be reading into it a little bit, but I liked how I could kind of almost tell how intrigued he was by this Riddler character.
Oh yeah,
like, because you could tell that in a little bit that he knew this was different. This wasn't like some mafia thing, or it was like, this is somebody who's I feel akin to, or not akin to, but like he's noticing, which of course becomes a big part later on. But this early on, he could tell that this was different. This was not the same type of thing that he had been doing for the last year or so.
Yeah,
it was getting called out.
Yeah, it was getting called out.
I guess this is going to be time for another one of my hot takes. I think Pat Robertson in The Mask as Batman does a much better job than Christian
Pat
Bale.
Robertson?
Yes, I did.
He did.
It's Robert Pattinson. So,
because Pat Robertson is the 700 Club.
Yeah, sorry, Robert Pattinson. Hot take. I think in The Cowl he does a better job than Christian Bale does with acting at the eyes and things like that. Granted, I like his voice.
Is a hot take.
Yeah, I do think he is a better Batman. I do think Christian Bale still is a much better Bruce Wayne, but
yeah, well, he's not really Bruce. Let's see, Robert Pattinson doesn't really play Bruce Wayne in this movie, which I guess is the same as like it's the Batman, and then he masquerades as Bruce Wayne. That old chestnut. But I will say I liked his portrayal of him more than I thought I was going to. Physically, I didn't really believe it that much, but I will say acting wise, I liked him, I think, more than Christian Bale.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm heading. Like I said, Under the Cowl, like he has whatever he did, he has a way to just put the years behind the eyes, Like, you can see his thoughts in just the eyes. Yeah.
He went on the lighthouse and then.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I agree, and I like the use of the makeup, so he looked like a raccoon.
The grease paint's very realistic, and I'm just kind of happy they just fully committed to showing it.
Oh yeah. Looks very emo.
Yeah.
Crimson, did you have anything for?
For
you said it was a hot take, so gotta riposte.
Yeah.
My hot take is I disagree.
Yeah, well, that's not a hot take. That's just a riposte. It's like, do you want to explain why?
And I meant more like hot take as in general public. I think most still think Christian Bale a better Batman.
I do think overall his movies are better written. The third one being the only exception. But I think that I'm gonna say his name wrong again. Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson is, like I said, as Batman. Like, I do think he does a better job in The Cowl.
I agree with Sinister, where he did better than I thought he was going to be. For sure.
Because
I didn't really like his portrayal of Bruce at all in this.
Oh yeah,
mainly because of how he treated Alfred, and we didn't get any justification of why. So hopefully in the next movie they do justify his. attitude towards Alfred.
That's my one. Yeah, again, that's a gripe I did have. I was like, he treats Alfred like shit. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that feels a little out of character, but
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, we just don't get anything for that.
I guess before we move on from my hot
Yeah.
take here, what did you think, Springs, about my
Another one.
comment?
Which comment? The
Christian Bale not being, or Robert Pattinson being better than Christian Bale in the suit, in the cowl.
I agree with it for Batman Begins.
Okay.
I
Hey,
don't.
so,
and
I guess Robert Pattinson had a better first start than Christian Bale did.
Writer's saying more as an acting performance, right? Not just visual.
As an
Yeah,
acting,
acting
not like
performance
imposing or anything.
and visual. Yeah, I'm not saying like he's better written. I'm just saying purely from an acting standpoint, I think he does a better job in the cowl than Christian Bale did. Because I said this is irrelevant to Bruce Wayne as a character. This is focusing on just the Batman facet of the Bruce Wayne character.
Rachel.
Okay.
Got to think about that one.
Yeah.
All right, I guess
I think
I'll
it's
ask you
just,
that again
yeah.
near the end instead of leave stew on
Yeah.
it. If you don't
Let's
have an
get-
answer
yeah,
at the
let's
end, that's also okay. I'll just ask you when we do our next little summary pod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so we have this little detective introduction, and we get the antagonists of the police. Getting all this set up. We're spending a lot of time on these opening parts just because this stuff is what's prevalent throughout the rest of this. So we
Yeah.
kind of skip through more. More of this.
This will pretty much help build the feel noir, I guess. Yeah.
So we go on. He finds this is very. I like this detail just because it reminded me so much of the Zodiac Killer. It's like a card, like a birthday card, or like a party store card
Yeah.
with the riddle on it, and it's definitely like homemade or some, I don't know, maybe it's
To
not,
the
maybe it's not
Batman.
supposed to, yeah, to the Batman with the riddle on it and then a cipher and everything. And they've also the mayor's thumb is missing, and I'm not going to spoil that. I'm going to let Crimson do that later.
Yeah, that's when they reveal he was alive when it was removed.
Mm-hmm. And I guess that was the blood he wrote on the wall is no more lies. There's like all this stuff there. Was that supposed to be his own blood?
I'm assuming so because it's implied that when he removed the thumb while he was
still
alive, he just drained some of the blood out with it, and that's what he did to paint the walls essentially.
He probably used the thumb as a marker.
Release the thumb marker cut, please. I want to see him writing on the walls with a thumb, like freaking George and the Purple Crayon. And so now we have Batman leaving and going back to the Batcave, which we never get to see how he goes in to the Batcave, do we?
Well, he drives his motorcycle into this, I guess, subway tunnel section or something.
Yeah.
I couldn't really tell where
Yeah.
it was.
Before we get
Yeah.
too
It
looked
far,
like a public
I do need
area
to
that was abandoned.
yeah. Before we get
Mhm.
too far, I do need to bring up the kid that we see at the end of the scene.
Oh yeah.
I thought Jim Corden's line of kid found him, and just the years that
yeah.
you could see the story in Batman's
Yeah.
eyes, and that to me was a very, very powerful, like, just tiny little bit, because here's a kid who's now an orphan, and not an orphan necessarily, but like, who's lost a father, and here is, Batman, someone who swore that, that would never happen again, essentially.
Mm-hmm. And here it is happening again.
Yep.
Next movie, we're going to see that kid turn into Robin.
Maybe.
It could. I mean, at this point, it could work. I'd be interested to see if they could do that within
They've
the context
established
of.
he can use a sword.
Within the context of this
time,
universe, yeah.
a little story. The first time we were watching this, I watched it with Crimson, and first time watching, didn't really know what was going on. I thought the kid for Halloween, I thought it wasn't his kid. I thought it was a bodyguard, and I was like, that's really weird. They're showing him like doing ninja kicks and stuff, like, and then he's gone. So, and then I realized, oh, it was his kid. Oh, I feel silly.
Yeah.
Silly Billy.
Silly. So maybe there's something there. It wouldn't be Dick Grayson though. It would be.
It'd be an original character, I think. Actually,
It would. Yeah, it would be original character.
and that would, like I said, that would be interesting. I'd be interested where they went with that.
Especially in this world, it would be weird. Yeah, or not weird like bad, but it would be interesting. How they would portray that.
I gotta say, I do love the Nirvana song that plays when he leaves, though.
Yeah, don't worry. They'll use that a lot. They'll use it twice.
Yeah.
In the beginning and in the end.
It's a lot.
Yeah. It's almost 2.5 hours apart. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I like Nirvana. I'm fine. It fits.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
I will say that it's not the singer, but someone in the Nirvana band was a very, very huge Batman fan. So it's great to hear their music.
Oh yeah.
In the Batman movie. So it's kind of a dream come
Kurt
true.
Cobain could be around for that. That would have been pretty awesome. But so yeah, it fit. I liked it. Don't have a problem with it being used more than once.
I liked the camera tracking of the bike over the shoulder and
it was
the POV stuff, all that.
And I think
it didn't necessarily fit, I think, but I still liked it.
I was gonna say it. I liked it, but it almost felt like a car commercial to me.
Yeah,
yeah, that was like it wasn't bad. Like it still worked, I think overall. But I was just like, man, if they just went a little bit further out and they had like a John Mellencamp song playing, it would almost be like a car commercial.
A little bit of Matthew McConaughey talking about Lincolns.
Yeah, there you go.
I drove as Batman before I was paid to drive as Batman.
Yeah. I will say I think this Nirvana song is our last. This is the completion of the introduction in its entirety, because this is, I think, the driving sequence here is pretty much the rest of our introduction to Gotham as a character, because Gotham is pretty much a character in this film.
Yeah, and we're in daytime now, so it's the end of that.
Get to see the other face of it almost, or at least the beginnings of with the day face for Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
Waking up to their dead mayor.
Yeah. And
as the sun rises, we go underground.
As the sun rises, we go into a cave that's also dark. We see, him taking off his... Well, he's not wearing the bat suit. He's wearing, casual, clothes. Takes him off, and he's got, scars and shit, so we know he's, been going through it for the year. All the battle scars and everything.
And we also find out his narration is from a journal. Which
is very The Watchmen-esque.
Yeah, I mean, they actually continued something from Batwoman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of the only good concept that could have been taken from that show was put into here, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Hey, you got to reuse, man.
Yeah.
If it's good, reuse it. And I mean, it almost it's. It's supposed to be he's a good guy. He's supposed to be a good guy in the the context, but it's almost like manifesto-y or something. It's very
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it puts you in a very psychological state of mind for where he's at if he's writing out every single night. You know what I mean? It's very compulsive. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
And we get introduced to Alfred, played by Andy Serkis.
Yeah.
Who I thought, even though he gets very little screen time, did a good job as Alfred.
Yeah, I think he is criminally underused. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something that I think I talked to Springs and Sinister about, if not just Sinister, that are in our first viewing. But Alfred was very underutilized, and either he shouldn't have been here based off the screen time provided, or he should have been here a lot more. I think what we got was not enough.
Yeah, I think that's one of the, one of kind of my my gripes with it is that they really underused him, and I felt like there was at least a couple of scenes where it could have been, you could have cut out stuff and put more of him in, and it would have, I think, worked a little bit better, because you kind of could have gotten more of this sort of social form of like Gotham, or like the because pretty much it focuses on the criminal aspect of it, and I think with Alfred you can kind of get more of the other side of it, and kind of the world that they're living in. And I think, and also Andy Serkis is a freaking great actor, and he only probably had like 5 minutes of screen time, and he killed, and I was like, I maybe there's a cuts out, the scenes out there with him in it, I don't know, but I think they really could have used him a lot more, and it would have, I think, it wouldn't have been like too much, it would have worked. And also, just because every single time, pretty much, with the exception of like once or twice, he was he was a dick to Alfred. So maybe that didn't. Maybe they were like, you know what, we're gonna be shitting on him a lot. Maybe we should just have him on there for like 5 minutes, unnecessarily.
Alfred, you're not my father.
And we get to see how this Batman keeps track of everything.
Yes, I did like the little bat tech here, because it also makes the investigation sequence a lot more, like, it makes more sense, because you just see him slowly kind of walk around and take the whole sequence in. And I do like the introduction of the eye lens glass for bat tech. Yeah,
it's a very I guess like in another, like a thematic way, he couldn't turn away from any of the the violence or the crime or anything. He had to look at it because he had to use it later on.
Yep.
Which was a
which is another nice little nod to, I guess, how this Batman works, because he just throws himself into his work.
You're definitely getting, I think, what in this movie overall. I know I'm trying to stick with the story here, but just I like, because I like a lot of the aesthetic choices for this, and I kind of like this version of where they took Batman with that. Basically, in order, if Batman was a real person, he'd have to be doing this 24/7 basically, like. And he'd probably have like several nervous breakdowns, which I'm sure we're kind of getting alluded to a little bit here, because Alfred is definitely very worried, just from the couple of
as he would be,
yeah, because it's not healthy and it's not normal. I mean, normal is probably not the best word, but you know what I mean, like I guess.
Also get that he doesn't really care about his family legacy here, at least not in like
this
normal
is
sense.
My family's legacy.
Yeah, he's like doing this whole Batman stuff, his family's legacy, and that didn't really make sense to me. I guess that's just him trying to justify it to himself, but I don't know.
Again,
I feel like
we're
could have been reworked.
We're coming into the early part of his career. I know we keep bringing that up, but. So he hasn't figured out. He's just doing all Batman.
Yeah, he hasn't figured out like there needs to be a Bruce Wayne mask yet.
Yeah, because that's was like in the Christopher Nolan. It was he had to dress up as Bruce Wayne to kind of get like the finances to finance his Batman projects, and and make sure everything was on the up and up at the company. And in this one, it's just entirely focusing on the Batman project, or his Gotham project. But I'm curious, with our resident scholar of Batman, how did you feel overall for this whole introduction sequence, and getting these characters, Springs?
I think there hasn't been one bad Alfred, in my opinion. Andy Serkis is, again, a great Alfred in his portrayal. I think the technology is... Batman's, it's Bruce Wayne. He has so much funds and money. He can get any technology, but it's not really shown in this movie, any, like, Wayne Industries technological department, or no mention of Lucius Fox or anything like that. So how he got these AR contacts to use isn't explained, nor do I think it needs to be explained, but it could, strengthen a little bit because it's such a
That's a
interesting.
big plot point. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's a specific plot point and such an interesting technology that's used in this movie. I think Bruce Wayne's just tired. That's why he has little interaction to Alfred, because he was
Oh, yeah.
up all night, so he's nocturnal. Yeah, I think that's it. He really wants to just focus as much time he can before zonking out on the task at hand.
Yeah.
And another good thing with Alfred, we get him doing the cipher, using his military background.
Yes, and he also
For the-
sees the kid in the islands as well.
Yeah, and he's like, and he understands why this is really important to him now.
Yep.
I guess I'll pose this question here because
yeah.
I couldn't figure it out myself.
Mm.
How come Alfred automatically just assumed that it was a cipher or whatever he saw
Or a key.
from it?
A key,
Yeah.
He would see, because he saw Bruce write down on the card the key to the symbols and what they meant, so he would know by contrast that it's a cipher he's meant to solve.
Were there symbols on the first card?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how he figures out the key.
Never mind.
It was
Yeah.
it was right under the riddle thing, or the card. Yeah,
the riddle was on the open side of it, and on the other end of it, it was like the cards,
The message,
standard
yeah.
message, and then beneath that was the cipher that they need to. I'm sorry, the key to the cipher.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that completely, so that answers that question.
All right.
There we go. Went up 1 point there. No. I get Crim. Do you want to talk about this scene because it was one of your favorite?
Sure. So, Alfred figured out that the answer was drive, right?
Well, technically,
something-
he was putting down the key, and then Batman was like,
They
"No, what if it's all just the
It came back like 8 hours later, and he had the idea. Is like, what if it's just the whole key that he gave us? So we just apply it to the whole cipher. So we're not thinking of we're not trying to
let words,
Yeah.
So
which
it's
then comes out as
drive,
drive, yeah."
which they then look for Mayor Mitchell's car in relation to that,
Mhm.
and find the murder weapon crammed in the car, right? Or something? No, pliers. Pliers were
Pliers.
stabbed into the car. Like that one.
Bloody pliers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
bloody pliers.
presumably,
in the
it's
car.
what he used to cut off the thumb.
Yes. And they find a thumb drive in the car, a literal thumb drive, and I found that funny.
And I found that funny.
I like it.
That
I
was
love
amusing.
the absolute dead delivery from Batman
Yeah.
as well. It's like thumb
Thumb
drive.
Oh, jeez, this guy is rich.
I guess I'll throw it out there where why didn't the police already find this car?
Yeah.
That I didn't
Yeah.
understand.
I
That's kind of like one of the first things you do.
Yeah,
is-
I think there would need to be a shot for this. The only way I would be able to explain this way is that the mayor just has his car collection not on his estate, because like Doctor Strange doesn't have the cars in his building in Doctor Strange 1. I mean, they're not in his house or whatever, because he's in a penthouse.
Mhm.
So I know the mayor's got a mansion.
Condo kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so my only justification for this would be the cars are just off on a different site entirely. But they don't do anything to show that, so I just assumed this was the basement kind of garage to the estate,
Exactly.
which
yeah.
means it's still a problem.
Yeah, even if it was elsewhere, it probably was something the cops could find. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
like if it
Mitchell
was
hiding his cars in a secret bunker.
yeah, no, if it
thing.
was no, like if it was elsewhere, like in a different garage, I don't think the police would be more likely to check it. It would, because that's not related to the crime scene. So I don't think they would go there necessarily. But I'm assuming that this is at the estate, which is why it's a problem.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Crimson on this. It is kind of like a little bit of a blank, a little plot hole spot.
There's
But
a
it's at
bit
least
of convenience in this plot.
yeah, it's a little bit of convenience. But I can see that I could see them both like should have searched it, and then also I can see them not having searched it because it's just it wouldn't seem like pertaining to the case. Like, oh, we got to go check his car.
Well, I mean, when you're investigating a murder, you go through the person's belongings and pretty much their life to find motive and all that other stuff. Car would be part of a murder investigation, even if there's no direct correlation to the murder. So I mean, that's just a murder investigation. Regardless, cops didn't find the car.
Yeah.
And what did I have next? Yes. And we get Gordon putting the thumb drive in his laptop, which didn't work out very well for him.
No,
No, it
it
doesn't.
did not. Because what was on that thumb drive?
Blackmail stuff, right?
High school
it was,
photos.
yeah, it's evidence for the most part of like pictures,
Yeah.
like to kind of explain, I guess, more lies about the mayor. So he's just kind of destroying the mayor's legacy, showing that he was cheating on his wife.
Well, stepping out on her. They didn't show her. They didn't show him like boinking that lady. He was just hanging out with her, but yeah, and compromising photos. Let's say compromising photos, which then get sent out to every news outlet because for whatever reason Gordon decided to use his personal laptop.
Yeah, that was
That made no sense.
a little
He
convenient.
also touched the finger with his bare hands as well. If there was going to be a place that might have prints, it might be a thumb.
I
Or a
thought he
thumb
put.
drive.
I thought he put on a glove.
Mm-mm.
I might be
Not that
thinking.
I saw.
I might be thinking of another scene. I
There's
actually
a little bit of a
yeah.
Wait, are they still in the garage when they put in the thumb drive?
Yeah, they're still by
Oh,
the car.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
never
thought I
mind.
saw
was,
I
like,
thought I
saying
saw him put on a
yeah.
glove, which is why I don't remember though. So
I was gonna say if they had put him, if there had been a difference of time, I could have seen them like gone through the evidence and like wiped it or whatever, and then da-da-da. But if not, it is a little.
Yeah, it was still at the car when he put it in.
Well, he definitely wore gloves, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Not him, the murderer. So, if they hadn't found prints by that point, there was going to be no print.
Commissioner was worried about Batman contaminating the scene. He should have worried about Gordon.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all I had written for that scene.
Who
This
did
is
they?
where I
Who else did they?
highlighted specifically Gordon whispering all the time.
Yeah, but who else did they see in those compromising photos?
They saw the Iceberg Lounge and Penguin.
The cake boss.
Amaz.
Bobby. That's the end of Act 1 there. Now we go. Where'd we go, Springs? Where'd we go from here?
From here, after the thumb drive bit, it's the Iceberg Lounge with the first knock.
The first knock.
The first knock. And he shows up as Batman. And
He
the guy
does. Just walks
and
right
the-
in, pretty much, more or less.
no, he's got then he had like two guys. The twins.
Yeah,
the twins.
the twins are there. I mean, like Batman just walks in
Yeah.
after he pushes them aside, essentially.
Yeah, he pushes them aside. Yeah, and then proceeds to beat the crap out of everybody in there.
Yep.
Batman's like, "Do you know who I am?" and all that stuff, because they reference that later when Bruce Wayne
Mhm.
enters the club as well. And There's also a line that the twins say, "Your suit's going to get bloody," and Batman says, "Mine or yours?" And then that's when he enters the place.
Yep.
And we just get normal club music.
Pretty much generic club music. Fight sequence was okay. I think there would have been a little. They went to the guns a little too quickly, being in a very very crowded location. But
Yeah.
other than that, I thought the fight itself was okay. Batman was swinging a bat around, and I was amused by that.
Yeah,
He
he
shoots
hit
a
one
grappling
really hard
hook
with
through a
that.
guy's leg.
Yep.
Yeah, that could have killed him.
Yeah, you could have split the. Yeah, there's an artery in the thigh, a major artery.
Yeah, and a giant grapple going through it definitely nicked it. That guy's dead. Batman killed somebody.
And then we get introduced to freaking tacky suit Oswald Cobblepot.
Yep.
Actually, he's not called Cobblepot, is he? They just call him Oz.
Yeah,
or Oswald.
he just introduces him as Oz. Yeah.
Yeah. He does not. I will say this: in classic Penguin faction, he does not call himself the Penguin. Everybody else calls him the Penguin.
I mean, I would never call myself the Penguin. It's a dumb name.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a very intimidating name.
No,
it's
it's not. Yeah.
Look at that crime boss, the kitten over there. Ugh. No, not very.
I mean, yeah. It's
don't
like
you dare drag Don Fluffles into this, okay? Don Fluffles is an amazing mobster. Actually, that is, and I'm being serious. That is actually a character, not for Batman, but
didn't Al Capone want to be called Snorky and not Scarface?
That would be pretty dumb.
Yeah.
If that's true.
Anyways, Sprinks, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Colin Farrell's The Penguin.
I think it was a good difference.
He was unrecognizable, I'll say that.
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
the aesthetics were very good, which made me think, being that he was unrecognizable, would there been a better casting choice?
You mean that side of the chameleon?
Chameleon.
Fuck, I forgot his name. God damn it. Plays Jim Gordon in Nolan films.
Oh,
Gary Oldman?
Yeah,
Gary
Gary Oldman could play anyone, so I.
Yeah, Gary Oldman probably could have done. He could have done Oswald. That's a good
A
question.
little older, but yeah.
We were talking about this. Yeah, it's like
It's just the fact that he's unrecognizable, so
Yeah.
anyone could have kind of been in that look. But
it's
I mean,
true.
I
Colin-
think he did
Colin
a good
Farrell
job with.
yeah,
Yeah.
with
No,
this,
we're
though.
just saying like if technically if like you could do anything with prosthetics, who would you rather have? Who do you think would have been like a better fit, or
yeah.
if
Well,
you
coming
could just do anything?
coming from
Well,
Burgess
obviously, Kate
Meredith-
Blanchett. I mean,
I was
yeah,
going to say Zac Efron, but sure.
yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, Seth Rogen. Call me Oz.
Have I ever seen Seth Rogen do a serious role? Because I can't think of one.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because if you
Would
don't,
anyone want to see that?
I would want.
Is the pickle serious?
Is the what?
The pickle?
Kind of.
No.
It's
No,
kind
it's
of
a
black.
comedy.
Well, yeah, but it's like a black comedy, sort of. I mean, in loosest terms, there's some drama bits in there, but not much.
The interview. That's a serious
No,
film.
I
absolutely.
love that. I love the
Uh,
interview.
Since to answer your question a little more, besides the on-screen portrayal of Burgess Meredith in Adam West and Danny DeVito in Batman Returns for Burton, I think this Penguin was very more crime
Yeah.
focused, very more gangster, not gangster, but just crime lord,
Yeah.
club owner, very more
Yeah.
club owner. Because the other two didn't, to my knowledge, didn't have the Iceberg Lounge as a running place. I mean, Danny DeVito's was just the sewers with all these penguins, and Burgess Meredith was just zany umbrellas, which was, I guess, one slight downside. This penguin didn't have an umbrella.
He did not have an umbrella. You're
Yet.
right. Yeah.
Doesn't have an umbrella yet.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's not dead. But I think that's my only downside to this version of him. I think he played him great. I think it was a good portrayal of Penguin, especially in this world of the characters they're making.
I like the accent. Like his portrayal. I was on the fence because I was like, Colin Farrell. I mean, I've seen really good Colin Farrell, acting jobs, and I've seen some pretty bad Colin Farrell acting jobs. So I was like, the Penguin, I just don't see it. And then, you know what? I think he nailed it for what they were going for in this world. I think he did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
I did every time I saw him. I mentioned this when Crimson and Springs were watching it. I kept seeing Cake Boss.
Buddy,
yeah. But jokes aside, I thought it was good. And I mean, he's not like, again, it's early, so he's not like really, he's not in charge really. I mean, he's in charge of like the Iceberg Lounge, but that's not like.
Maroney, I think, still runs the joint. No, not Maroney.
Yeah, he's like his right hand man. Yeah.
Falcone runs the joint.
Falcone. Yeah, Maroney was the guy before.
Yes.
Guy we never saw.
We never saw.
He's in a news video for like a second. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No,
that's true.
I like how the Penguin is so, I guess, confident.
Yeah,
he's never really that afraid of Batman in this, other than like the car going through the flames.
Yeah, that's the only time.
Everything else, he's pretty darn confident in himself.
Yeah, I mean, it does very well. He's not intimidated. They don't intimidate each other.
No.
And this whole interrogation scene, I guess, he doesn't say anything. It's a pretty nothing scene in that regard, so he gives Batman nothing.
Yeah, we're here to see. We're here to meet Selena Kyle. That's why we're here.
Yes.
Yeah, we're here to get introduced to classics.
Unfortunately, at this time, I will go. I'll be back. I got something to do.
All right.
All good.
We'll definitely be here when you get back.
we lost our Bat Boy. No.
Yeah, I will do my best to substitute where I can.
Right when Catwoman got here.
Yeah. So you get introduced to Selena Kyle, which I guess this is a little bit different, I guess, appearance for her. I don't think they ever had her to be like working for anybody, at least in like a general sense. I don't know. I'm not.
I remember a couple iterations of her from the animated movies where she has like a day job or in this case, a night job.
Yeah.
I don't. She needs to make money outside of just cat burglaring, so I'm okay with this as a concept, especially since we know she's here working a job later on.
Yeah. And so
I will say it is very convenient though. That she's wearing the same shoes as in the picture, which is how Batman recognizes her. It's very convenient.
I thought he just noticed her looking at the picture with interest.
I mean, he noticed that, but then he realized after she walked away, he saw her shoes in the photo, and that's what led him to follow her. Like he realized she was she had a bigger part in this.
Interesting.
I don't think I don't think they needed that though. It was either something that could be cut or it was just very convenient.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's I guess I think they're trying to stress the detective.
Like I said, I love that they're stressing the detective part of it. The problem is it's a problem that's gonna plague this particular Batman as we get further and further into the movie. The convenience for the detective to help figure it out things is going to be problematic going forward.
Yeah.
In the same way that I found, I guess the detective in Knives Out, I found that to be very convenient. He had a very convenient case sometimes when it comes to that.
It's like a donut hole and a donut hole.
Yeah, please
and
don't.
a donut hole.
I don't want to remember that. like the blood on her shoes is a bit of a problem because that blood shot across the fucking room to end up on that lady's shoes. But that's so
Yeah.
I love detective stories, but it becomes problematic when convenience is too overbearing. And we're not there yet, but this will eventually start leaning into the convenience of their detective story a little too much for my liking.
See, that's always the hard part of doing a detective movie is that it has to be solvable, and then you can unfortunately, if you give everything away, it becomes very easy.
Yeah, like I
So
said,
you
it's
have
not
to-
a hard. It's a very difficult job, and like I said, they do a decent job. It's just very convenient sometimes, and that's okay. I mean, like.
Yeah.
I would never
It's
press to be
gonna
good at
happen,
it because
yeah.
I like doing mysteries, but they're fucking hard to write. They really are.
Yeah, because you have to check all your bases.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure that you're not like just
Mm-hmm.
filling in something that's not actually there.
Yeah, I think. Let's kind of go to. I like the first 2 seasons of the Sherlock BBC show as a detective. I like the Robert Downey
Agreed,
Jr.
yeah.
Sherlock Holmes movies. Like I said, there is definitely. Elementary is mostly good. Yeah, I think a lot of the mysteries in Elementary are.
It's mostly good.
Yeah, I mean it's like in any mystery-driven show where you're solving something week to week. Not all of them is going to be perfect,
It's true. Yeah.
But
Like X-Files, yeah.
yeah. So like I like Elementary a lot too. It's definitely a very hard balance you have to find, and I think this movie does lean a little too much into the convenience side of things. But that being said, I still love the movie. I just have to note that it's convenient when it's convenient because
Yeah. And I mean, it's again, like you said, it's just kind of comes with the detective territory. Is that if you don't really have a strong plot for like where you want the mystery to go beforehand, you're going to go into convenience. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
And just kind of accept it a little bit.
Yeah.
But point it out nonetheless.
Yeah.
So we've met Selena Kyle. We've met the Penguin. We know of the Riddler. We've seen the cops.
Matt Gordon. I think that's all the introductions.
Yeah,
right?
I believe that's all the introductions. I think we did it, except for
With the
Falcone.
Yeah, with the exception of Falcone, who comes in about halfway through here, which played by a phenomenal actor, a little underused, but
yeah, it was finally great to see him in a serious role because
big-
I only know him from Transformers. So.
That's. I will
Sad.
say he's been in serious roles before this movie.
Yeah,
so-
I'm sure he has. It's just I've never
Yeah,
seen him in a
yeah.
serious role because I only recognize him from Transformers. So I'm just like,
There's a when we get to a scene, I'll because I don't want to spoil it. So we have the Batman. He follows Selena Kyle, because he knows that there's something going on with her, and he gets led to the other woman.
yes, Selena's
I forget her name.
Annika. Her name is Annika.
Anybody remember?
Yeah.
Annika.
And I do like the parallels in the cinematography here. Like at the very opening shot of the film, we have the Riddler looking through binoculars, spying on the family.
The voyeurism.
Yeah, and then we have this as well with Batman looking through the binoculars. We get that POV, and it's a very interesting parallel. I think the director chose to do, and honestly, I really like it because context is super fucking important in distinguishing these two scenes. And like I said, this movie is visually fucking amazing.
Yeah, I noticed that parallel as well. Also, pervy Batman.
Yeah, he watched her undress.
I mean,
And then dress. Yeah,
I mean, first off, free show. Second off, I mean, I'm gonna keep an eye out for any weapons that she puts on her, because especially if I'm gonna follow her.
How would you feel? Okay, this is just like a little, side. How would you feel? I know none of us would ever do this, right? Obviously.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay, nice.
But,
Preface this.
Yeah.
All right, prefacing done. Let's go.
You're doing like surveillance or something, and you see like somebody undressing, and then they put on like a whole shit ton of like leather gear and like suit up like Batman style or something, and you don't even know you're not even like following the person necessarily, and it's just like out of the blue. How would you like just be like freaked out to like, what the fuck did I just see? Like, what's going on here?
I wouldn't be freaked out. I'd just be like, that's strange.
That's weird.
It's I'm kind of in Crimson's boat. I think it's just because of the I'm used to superheroes, like because people dress up as heroes and report things to the police all the time. So I'm just like that.
Yeah.
And then there's also the whole cosplay underground.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that.
I'm gonna bring that up.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it the cosplay underground. For YouTube reasons. I don't.
Let's say what it is.
Yeah, I like I said, because of those things, I don't think I'd find it all that weird. I'd just be like, oh, that's not something I see every day.
That's different.
That's not something I see every day while spying on people.
That's new.
What was I doing again? All right, I was peeping on the woman in 2B.
Baker Street, baby. Woo.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was definitely a good juxtaposition of the same cinematography but in a different light.
And I think it also helps very heavily play into the theme of this film, or the main theme of the movie when we get there, because this movie definitely, I think, plays to a very particular theme, which is the similarities between the Riddler and the Batman.
It's very a lot of good setup early in the movie. A lot of good groundwork.
Yes.
And I don't know. This one's a kind of weird because then they have him following her into. I don't even. Is it like a mansion?
It's
I don't
the mayor's.
really know.
It's the mayor's room. Like this is where he was murdered.
Oh, it is. Okay, I was like, I guess I must have missed that part.
It is that. It is that. I think it's. I don't think it's. It might be the same room where he was killed and tortured and found on the couch, but I'm not 100% sure. I just know it's the same building.
I don't think it is. I think it's like the living room area or something, or like downstairs from there. But
something I had written down for, I guess, her apartment, that scene, is a question of why he decided to follow her after that instead of going to question Annika.
Because she's dressing up in all leather and then going out and putting a mask and doing like gymnastics.
Annika is relevant to his investigation.
Yeah,
Selena Kyle isn't at this point.
I think the only way that would justify this is he saw her dress up in the catsuit and kind of stealthily get out. So he's more worried pragmatically about what she's about to try and do over someone
because he knows,
in theory,
he knows that she saw the picture. Yeah, she saw the picture and she had a reaction to it. So if she's going out and doing that, she could. Again, leap of logic there, but she could be going out and maybe doing something to evidence, or what I mean.
I agree. The justification here is not great because I think Batman would be after the larger picture, like because at this point all he knows about Catwoman is she just dressed up and is obviously going out to probably steal something or take something, when the witness is right here.
Yeah.
So
and we established in the beginning of this he prioritizes.
Yes.
And also we could have a little bit. I mean, another little. Maybe this is a little justification. I don't know. Is that maybe this is like kind of like he's getting emotionally invested, and so his logical. I'm just saying. I don't know. They didn't really set that up very well, but I'm just saying like so. His logical part of his brain isn't necessarily.
He's thinking with his other head after seeing that scene.
Yeah, exactly. You dirty bird.
No, I don't think that's the angle for that.
I disagree with you, and I think you're poppycock. But anyways, so
I think it's a problem. That's all I really have to say about it.
That's the one little issue. Yeah, first little issue, I guess. First, I guess, glaring issue that's come up. They go to the mansion. Have a little cat fight.
I like how Batman won this fight.
Yes.
I was afraid it was going to be a draw or she'd beat him or put him in a weakened position,
Mhm.
but he won it, showing his experience and showing her lack of physical experience, I guess.
But yeah, well, and also, I guess it was also good in showing different fighting styles. Hers was definitely more using using the opponents against themselves, sort of, like
Yeah.
not being on the offense, but being on the
Yeah,
defense.
which is
Redirect the power.
which is
Yeah.
why I like that Batman's not really on the offense for the scene, so it pretty much ruins half of her fighting style because she can't really counter attack if he's not really
Yeah.
attacking.
Mhm.
So I like that from the get-go he's not trying to hurt her even when she starts
Yeah.
landing a few hits, and then he realizes when he does throw out a hit, he realizes what she does, and he doesn't do it again. It's a very,
Mhm.
very well thought out fight sequence, I personally think.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it's better than the first two fights we'd seen.
The first two fights.
Yeah, the clown and the club fight.
Yeah. Well, the club fight is just too many guns. I don't really remember exactly what. Does anybody remember what played out in this scene? Conversation wise, I'm a little.
Ultimately,
I kind of,
ultimately boils down to her friend's passport was taken, so she was here to kind of steal it back so they can leave the country because she needs to get Annika out.
that's right. Yeah.
But that
A
doesn't.
pathetic cop shows up.
Yeah.
I guess I thought it was two cats fucking in here. I guess nothing's going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could have swore I heard something up here.
I'm definitely leaning towards more convenience for that one for sure. That he didn't notice.
Why can't we just have the
That-
Gotham PD
that
be
passes
incompetent?
incompetence. No, that's too much. It was a full-fledged fight. Things were getting knocked over. There was some noise going on.
He's just getting paid to lounge around. Come on, he's not gonna fucking follow through with that.
Like I said, it's
Yeah,
convenient.
I'm
I don't
not
think
You
it's
know
I don't
what
think it's
also,
a
though?
world-breaking problem. I just do think
Yeah.
it's convenient though.
You know what else though? A mayor got his thumb cut off and his head bludgeoned in upstairs. I don't think he's really gonna be snooping around for any
Well, he doesn't have to snoop. He could have just heard it. He's
Yeah.
supposed to be keeping an eye on the crime scene.
Well, he didn't see anything, did he?
He should have heard it. That's my point.
He did hear it. That's why did he come down there then?
He didn't try very hard.
So yeah, we got an incompetent cop, a nitpicking Crimson. No, all good fun. So yeah, and then they go back to the apartment, and the lady's gone. She
Yeah.
went out to get some Haagen-Dazs or something. I don't know. No.
I think
Get
th-
some
I think
cat food.
I think this scene illustrates the problem more profoundly of why Batman would have gone to Annika first. Because if Batman went to Annika, the Falcone wouldn't have her. I'm sure there. Yeah. So this is a problem because now the entire plot relies on the fact that he made this choice.
He's getting kicked into action.
Well, yeah, if she didn't die, Catwoman wouldn't have had this rage, extreme against Falcone. She didn't like him, but once she found her friend dead, she went full murder mode.
Yeah.
She's dead already?
Yeah, well.
No, that was a given.
So yeah, it's pretty pivotal that he didn't choose Annika. In
Yeah.
that situation.
I don't know. I think you could have I don't know. I think you could have not had the whole vendetta against Falcone thing, and it still would have been good. So I don't know, but that's just me.
Well,
I
if
think
they
it
had
helps.
Annika still alive, they could have still found another way to have Catwoman go after Falcone.
Yeah.
But this causes an issue inherently now, since they can't just rewrite it right now.
Yeah.
Don't you talk down to me? No.
Are you the writer? Did you write this? I'm talking down to the writer.
No. 20 people
But
wrote
not
this
the writer.
movie.
I mean, talk down to me all you want. It'll make me better at my work.
Yeah, you're just making me smarter. Yeah. So it's definitely a jump. I'm not gonna fight it too hard because they definitely could have done the same, or not the same thing, but they could have done something that would have had the same effect that would have made a little bit more sense. But
yes, and I believe it's at the end of the scene. We find out the police commissioner was taken and pretty much murdered because there's a video that was out about it now.
Yeah, I wrote, "Do you want to play a game?" But yeah, Riddler's on TV, and I don't know if the news would have shown that clip.
Oh, they would have.
I don't think so. I don't think they would have. I felt the same way with the second Nolan film when they showed the Batman fan getting freaking terrorized by the Joker.
Yeah, I'm in concept. If Armenia did their job, they wouldn't be against it. Showing it, but obviously this is a fictional media, so I believe it more than I would in the real world.
I don't think they would have shown the dead body, but they would have had him sending in his freaking. They would have had his call and everything.
Yeah, they would have censored it. So like the dead body part is probably what they would have either cut the video off or they would have censored it themselves. But they would have, I think, shown the guy speaking. This is the Riddler speaking.
Yeah.
This is the first time he also introduces himself as the Riddler.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, even freaking like the Zodiac Code, they put his stuff in the paper and everything. Granted, they didn't have like news outlets, so he wasn't gonna call in or anything like that. But wasn't that stupid? But it seemed believable enough for what they were going for. Where I was like, yeah, I could see them playing that because it's news and they need news. So the shocking, the better. If it bleeds, it leads. Crimson.
Yes. I just need to be a evil reporter.
It's true.
No.
A bunch of leeches.
I agree. They would have just censored it. They didn't.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure that it's mainly for dramatic, effect. It's not probably how it would actually work. Either that, or they're setting up that this is a very morally bankrupt society where they would show that on live TV.
I mean, we do know that it is kind of a bit of a morally bankrupt society, at least a little bit, but we haven't gotten that far, No.
So yeah,
that's we get the funny line that Batman says.
Yeah,
you have a lot of cats. Freaking hilarious.
Yep.
Kind of, not really.
I smirked at it. It was in character as far as I'm concerned.
I like how the only thing I liked about it was that it showed how kind of out of socialization he really is. That it's just like
yeah.
It's got to he's got to go off of like, okay, well, what's around? A lot of cats. I guess that's something I can talk about. There's more than one cat here, so it's a lot of cats.
They're taking strays.
I have a thing for strays. Yeah, and then he runs away after she drinks some milk and puts. What did she put in it? She brings out a bottle and she has a glass of milk, but I don't think she actually ever puts anything into it. She's got to put like liquor into it, right?
I don't remember. What was the milk for the cats?
I think it was supposed to be for the cats, and then she just poured herself a big freaking glass, and then had like some whiskey or something, which would be like if it was a brandy, it would be a brandy Alexander, which would be brandy and milk. But
no idea.
I can't remember if she actually put
enough for that.
Well, maybe I'm just an alcoholic, so
that's right.
Well, you can't say that in front of you can't say that in front of the actual alcoholic, which is me.
That's why I said.
So did you write
that's writer?
Yeah, I did. Why wouldn't I? I've had it before. It's okay, actually. I'm okay. This is definitely off topic. And hot take. I like it better with almond milk.
I agree. I've had it with almond milk.
I don't know. I can't really talk about it
because you don't drink. Anything other than water.
Yeah. And then from this scene, we jump to the morgue.
Yes.
Yeah, the morgue.
The dead commissioner.
Which this one felt like a little quick. I don't know. I kind of would have liked a little bit more in this, but I guess I'll take the quick scenes where I can.
Yeah, this movie does
it's a
good.
3-hour movie. It's going to be 4 hours if they explain him getting to the
yeah. But he also, he was on screen for like 5 minutes, and the next time they showed up, he was dead? That seemed really fast.
I think he was already dead at that point. So it was like it was a post video, like before he was dying.
He was 2 weeks away from retirement.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so rats ate his face, which
haven't seen that shit since Game of Thrones. Good on you.
Yeah,
movie.
haven't seen that shit since Nom. It's been out for 10 years. Come on. Yeah, it's and the classic. That was like, wasn't that a Vietnam torture? They'd put they put
a bowl on your stomach and a rat in it, and then they heat the bowl so the rat burrows through your chest.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, wonderful.
Too bad Sprinks isn't here. He loves talking about torture scenes, so he's missing out. But
yeah, is this the scene where does Batman gets photos of the commissioner at the club, right? Either in the morgue scene or on the news outlet.
Photos?
Yeah. There's photos of the commissioner who was at the club.
That was from the thumb drive, I believe.
No, that was the mayor, but there's also some for the commissioner. Like the Riddler does it for every one of his victims.
That was in the news. Yeah, that was in the news. The Riddler, I think, posted those.
Okay, now I have to point out why this plot's getting very increasingly convenient. Those photos are taken at the same angle as the as the mayor's photos. So if Batman just searched the fucking building,
made that dumb.
Yes, if Batman just searched the fucking building, Riddler's plan falls apart.
Oh God! Why'd you point that out?
Because it's a fucking problem.
That is a problem.
That literally destroys the Riddler's plan. That literally destroys Riddler's plans. Because any worthwhile detective would notice that. All right, these pictures are the same as the last one. Let's actually go to this location now. Because he's taking it from his fucking little house where he's gonna snipe Falcone.
Hey, that's important to a riddle later on. Come on now,
an impossible riddle.
It's an impossible riddle, and it's such a
But that's classic Riddler though.
Yeah,
I mean, it was impossible to solve. It was impossible that it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
bring them under the light.
Yeah, I gotta relay that one to Sprinks when it gets back, because that to me is what really dents the intelligence of this Batman that I'm just getting to meet and starting to like, and also really dents the Riddler's plans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
So him not going to Annika, the freaking photos, not realizing where they're taken.
Now we are going to start running into some problems with the movie. At all times, it is very, very visually stunning, mind you, but the writing problems start ticking up here.
It's at all times it's visually stunning. I think the cast does a pretty good job. I think the only one that really phones it in is probably Selena Kyle.
I think she does a decent job. She did
her job, but she didn't stand out or anything.
Well, okay, I'll chalk that up to the writers on that one then.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still act with a bad script.
You can, but I mean, it's much easier to act with a good script than it is to act with a bad script.
That is true. But I mean, I'll say Rob Downey Jr. acts his fucking heart out in Iron Man 3, and I don't think it's a particularly well written movie.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it. I'm just saying, it asks more of the actor than if it's a bad script than if it's a good script.
Yeah.
And So I'll take away my knock on her because I don't think they gave her much to work though.
I had on my notes as well for this
Oh,
more
you
bit.
did you?
Did. Well, why he used a black light. Was this another thing I missed, like the card in the previous one?
No, I
That
think the
was
black light.
convenient to me that he decided just to use the black light because we never see him use it on anything else
Well,
ever again.
I think,
so it's
like,
not a standard thing for him to
a
do.
little bit of convenience on this one, but I think just because he assumed there wasn't like a cipher with it.
Well, he
that
did it
it
to see
would-
the writing in the
Yeah.
in the rat tube,
Oh.
right? Because
Yes.
there was
So
there
that's
was
what
there
we
was
actually were
other
talking about. Yeah.
there was other writing that he used. Like he used it to see the writing in the rat tube, so that's the only reason he brought it out. I'm okay with him having it as part of his toolkit. It should have been more relevant. Either again, that way we know it's either a regular part of his toolkit, or Gordon just handed him one because the detectives already did their work. So
Yeah.
Well, I don't problem that he has one on his
No,
utility belt. It's that we only see him use it on the one relevant
yeah,
riddle.
yeah. No, I agree. It's like if it was a regular, I want to know that it's a regular part of his toolkit.
Like when he had the first card, they could have done it where he just scans the card and there's nothing there. Problem solved. It's a normal tool that he utilizes.
Yeah,
But he only used it on the relevant riddle, which
you
is
know,
pretty convenient.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that's all I had written for Mark.
Oh, that's all you had written? Not the guy got his face chewed off by a rat?
Nope, I didn't even have that written. I just
You
said the
didn't even write
commissioner
that
was dead.
down?
I wrote commissioner dead.
I wrote Commissioner dead,
point.
Commissioner at club. That's pretty much what I wrote originally.
Yeah.
I do
Okay,
like.
alright.
Let's see. There is an explanation of how the commissioner was captured and shot. I'm okay with that. It was serviceable enough. I like. This is kind of where I actually thought the Batman and Gordon dynamic. This is where it wasn't necessarily the strongest, but I think this is where I realized why I like it a lot. They play off each other very well.
Yeah, well, especially
Yeah.
because, like, the Batman is definitely, like, keen on crime fighting and all, and all that stuff, but he doesn't really, I feel like he doesn't have a deep history of, like, Gotham's crime, in general. I think he has some, but not all, but, because I feel like Gordon, he kind of defers to Gordon for, like, the gangs and everything, because he hasn't really ingrained himself yet into that world.
Yeah.
That's like what we brought up in the beginning, where Batman doesn't appear to have a rogues gallery yet,
Mhm.
and Batman didn't even know what the Iceberg Lounge was, and that's pretty a bit big, like crime thing.
Well, especially because we see like that's where every criminal is at the Iceberg Lounge. Yeah.
Or
So,
the club within the club.
This
The club within the
Batman definitely, based on what we got, is not well knowledged on the crime scene in the city.
He's got a very base intelligence for the most part of the movie, but I do think that also is a bit of a nick towards him. But the only reason that he gets caveats is depending on how the following films will justify that. Like if he starts
again,
like because at least my whole theory is this is gonna do for Batman what the Home trilogy did for Spider-Man. The entire trilogy is his origin story.
Yeah.
If that's the direction that they're going in, which I hope it is, then this could be justified in later films that Batman is going to learn that he needs to do that.
I see. That's a thing. I think there's a bunch of like convenience issues and stuff with this one, but I don't think any of it like destroys him. I mean, the closest thing is probably that that he had photographs taken from the exact same angle and he didn't put two and two together. That one's a little bit, but I think they can, for the second and
there's definitely
third,
a foundation here to work with.
Yeah, but unfortunately they got lauded pretty highly already, so who knows? But
I'm happy we're getting a second one. That's pretty much that's
Well,
that's
hasn't been greenlit yet, right?
Yeah. Well, they're writing it. It hasn't been confirmed if they're going to go through yet. But so as of right now, there are no immediate plans for a sequel, but it's probably gonna happen.
Yeah,
They definitely set it up.
Yeah.
Like I said, a lot of my it's kind of how I feel about Dune, the first movie. It's like a lot of my love for this movie is going to be based off of we're getting a second one, because
Yeah.
a lot of this is set up for things.
Yeah, and I mean, granted, for that first like quarter there, they set it up pretty well. So
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of good solid groundwork in there. Unfortunately, they just kind of used a little bit too much convenience.
Yep.
But anyway, so now that we're introduced that there's a rat problem in Gotham,
Mm-hmm.
funnily enough, we go to Selena Kyle going into the club within a club, or sorry, this kind of early part is a little
She
it kind of blends together. Yeah.
the opening sequence
goes
is
to her.
the opening scene is between her and Batman. Batman gives her the eye lens, or a eye lens, so that he can kind of follow her in, and gives her a comm, so they can talk. I know she typically only works the bar upstairs. It's kind of convenient that they let someone who just works the bar upstairs go into the basement below.
They do set up though that she used to be.
They do set up that she used to be there. I don't know if that's enough to justify her being there, but I did. It's like, okay, that's not as big of a problem as it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was fine with her having access to that place.
We also meet Mackenzie, the cop that moonlights for the Penguin, or moonlights as a cop.
Yeah, he got his nose broken.
Yep, that one.
Broke his nose. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I wrote how unreliable the facial recognition is on.
You gotta get really close, yeah.
Well, because sometimes even if they're the same clarity and distance, the differing in time is pretty staggering in one instance, which is important. Because they all popped up pretty immediately, every person she looked at.
Yeah.
But the DA,
it's definitely inconsistent.
She had to go back, which caused the whole conversation to be sparked.
Yeah. I definitely like the concept of the scene. The problem is that it's inconsistent with, like, as you say, like, the timing is not consistent. So I do like the idea of her having to look at people longer, because that's decidedly uncomfortable, and I think it makes for a better scene.
Yeah, and it opens up the whole thing of having to talk to these people, and you wouldn't really want to.
Yeah. But it is set up on because of the inconsistency, or it's not hurt. Try to figure out best phrases. It's damaged by the inconsistency, but the intent is there.
Yeah, they could have easily solved this by either him being on a dark spot or someone in the path of eyesight where too much of his face is covered for facial recognition. But he was very clear, and the same as every other person that got ID'd.
Yeah, it's a little. That
would have been a simple fix.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just inconsistent. I was gonna say, like, well, it is like probably not. If I would like to see if they keep using it in the future movies, if it gets better, or if it stays the same, then it's just an issue with the writing and not the actual technology in the thing. But I'm probably going to agree with Crimson that it's a little bit too inconsistent for it to, I think, be in this, at least, or for it to be necessary to be in here, because it does seem to work and then immediately not work at the most important person. So
yeah,
and I guess this isn't really a problem. It's just an observation I had, but the boxes and ID go away once identified. I feel like it would be a thing that would still be present even after ID on the display. But that just I guess a personal thing, where at least if I designed these contacts, I would have kept the IDs on screen.
Well, maybe you should just become Batman then.
Yeah,
Make
I'll
your
be
own.
whoever designed his contacts.
It was
we
me.
did miss out on one thing when Catwoman got the contact and the earpiece, which was the kiss bait.
Oh yeah, the tension. I did write down that there was tension there. I just, I mean, it was obvious, so I'm not really. I'm fine with there being tension. It's just, you know, it wasn't.
They really know each other, so.
Yeah, but their whole point of their relationship is they're just. It's more of passion rather than love, so there could be an intense attraction. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them being attracted to one another, and then not really doing anything about it.
Yeah, I don't buy their relationship at all in this whole film. Throw that out here, since this is kind of a starting point for it.
Okay. Yeah.
They're
like I said, well, I mean, they don't really have a relationship. I'll just say there's an intense attraction. That's pretty much it.
I mean, they kiss later, and I guess they're not formally in a relationship, but there's definitely one on the horizon. I'd say.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's my gripe with that.
Okay. I mean, like, if your gripe is it's not believable, I'm like, yeah, they're not in a relationship. So, I kind of agree, I guess, on that particular point.
Okay, I guess we want to play semantics. Even if it's not a relationship, it's fast moving, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I buy the intense attraction. I don't really need anything more to justify that at the moment, because they're not really trying to, I guess, provide depth to their relationship. That's not really the goal right now. And the characters are also not really... That's not their goal either. They have personal stakes in different things.
I have no dog in this fight, so I'm just going to sit back.
Agree to disagree. Right.
Agree to disagree.
All right.
Back to the club.
We get introduced to drop heads.
The drop heads. So we know like the whole the drug. I guess we're rather reintroduced to it. I suppose.
Yeah. They never really go into what it is, other than it's just like eye drop, and it's a drug. But they never really get far into explaining it, which I guess it doesn't need to be, but I would have liked to had it been, I guess, more of a...
Get some more elaboration on it.
Yeah.
It's probably groundwork for a later film, would be my guess.
Hopefully.
Maybe. I mean, as far as I can
understand... It'd be cool
if
it's used in a later film and you could look back and be like, wow, that was in the first movie, they planned ahead.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it's more like... Right now, it's just being used as a tool, and in the sense... like a writer's tool, like a MacGuffin might be. So I'm content with them not having to elaborate much on it, but if they do choose to, I'm okay with that. I'd be interested. But yes, we meet the DA.
And he's a really sad sack.
He is a sad human being.
He is going through a rough fucking time of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We find out he's corrupt. Shocker.
Well, half the DA's office is down there, so...
Yeah, lots of corrupt individuals.
Lots of corruption.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much all I really wrote during this.
Yeah, I don't really have, outside of the inconsistency with the eye thing, I don't really have any particular issues with this scene.
Yeah,
other than
we find out. Oh, God.
No, okay. Other than that, I don't really find any particular issues. Other than that, we know that the rat is involved with the Baroni case.
Yeah.
And we also meet Falcone proper for the first time through Selena's eyes.
Yes, and hello, welcome back.
Welcome back.
All returned. Where are we at?
We're at the DA.
In the Iceberg Lounge.
Yes.
D in the iceberg. Okay, got it.
The iceberg lounge.
We had a question for you, right? I don't remember what it was.
I don't have a question, but I do have a flaw that I pointed out in this movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the commissioner's photos were released on the news in Selena's apartment, and it's a problem that Batman didn't go check the location now that he has two photo sets taken from the same angle, essentially.
The
And
location of where the photos were taken, or a location of
where the photos were taken.
Okay.
Because they're tunneled from the same angle, which is pretty much the apartment where the Riddler lives. So Riddler's plan falls apart if Batman was smart enough to put two and two together. Batman's intelligence takes a hit because he didn't fucking put two and two together. That's a pretty obvious thing to do. Especially since now that there's two sets of photos from the same angle. So the pattern should be there.
I agree.
All right.
Definitely should be a place that we should checked, especially for even if it was because we know it's an apartment building, but if it was like just a rooftop, there could be left evidence on the roof of anything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely worth a place to look at least.
At least.
And there was a question, or
No,
it was more of a your thoughts thing.
Yes, I do agree.
Okay. Do you have any quick summary things to give before we get to past the DA? Because we were just about to wrap it up, but anything to give between when you left and that?
DA in
Commissioner's
Pittsburgh
dead.
Lounge.
Yes.
Not when he's out.
No.
Okay. So, let's see. Let me look up notes. So Bruce Wayne spying on Selena. Went through that.
Yeah.
I wrote a note of how minimum does a mask need to be to hide someone's identity,
Oh yeah, she has a very small baklava mask.
because she has a very small
It's-
mask, and
Stupid
like
man.
Bruce Wayne, you can see his whole jaw and mouth, and it's like, how small does a mask really need to be?
I mean,
So-
Robin just has ones that cover his eyes.
It's true.
It's true. I wrote down the bat, the cat, and the rat, but no rat catcher.
That's kind of funny.
When? Oh no. Okay. Okay. That's it. In my notes,
That's
Where?
it.
I was looking at my
All
notes.
that's
Yeah.
worth mentioning.
So Selena's talking to the DA.
We were kind of in the Falcone where she was talking to Falcone exactly. But it's like I said, if you got anything to do that,
Not necessarily. More mentions of Maroni, but nothing much shown.
Writer, was it convenient that the DA's, I guess, girl pal brought up Selena's friend?
absolutely. Of all the gin joints in all the world, you have to come into mind.
This just sounds.
Mhm.
This will. This sounds like what happened to the Russian girl or something along those lines, right?
Yeah, she says she says I don't want to talk about it, especially after what happened to that Russian girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Especially after what happened to that Russian girl. Classic New York accent.
yeah,
Classic Gotham accent.
Gotham is Chicago, New York. There you go.
And Boston, apparently.
No, that guy
Sure.
was just a terrible actor.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much all I got at the DA table. Yeah, we see Falcone when she storms off, and we see that there was some form of a relationship between them, as Batman noted.
yeah. I don't really have anything to say about this. They have very very distinct goals, so that was going to come to a head at some point. It's convenient that it was triggered by some rando woman who happened to know who Annika was. But
Yeah.
I'm fine with the disagreement in goals being the end to their temporary partnership in this moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I wrote down, why did he let her keep the contact and the earpiece?
I mean, his
They're
only
valuable.
other
Yeah,
option
it's-
was to stake out and wait for her to come out and I think he's got better things to do, which is the only thing that I can think of that would justify that. But I agree, he probably would have tried to get this back.
We also skipped over that we met Falcone.
Yeah, I mean, we see who Falcone is. I think the actor did good, but I don't see him as Falcone visually, with his mannerisms. But that might just be from my limited.
Well, yeah, because you
media
only seen him as a
of-
big mob boss, tough guy.
Crips,
I mean,
what Marone are you comparing him to?
No, Falcone.
Uh,
Oh, I see Marone. My
Telltale
mistake.
Telltale one is
Oh,
pretty
that.
good.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, probably be my primary source. I mean, he was barely in the Christopher Nolan one, but even then, I see that Falcone more Falcone than this one. That's just me.
Yeah.
It's John Turturro, though. I'd like to point out.
That a win?
Yeah,
It's an automatic win. Doesn't matter what role he is.
he's good, and he has the earliest dramatic role I know of his that I've seen is Barton Fink. Yeah, nobody's gonna get that. But all right, let's keep moving forward.
I did like the Gotham version of Falcone. The very older.
Yeah,
boss.
that one was a good one as well.
I mean,
I got that far in Gotham at least.
I mean, I think he works because technically he's not really supposed to be like a really big, like tough guy. He's supposed to just have like power, and he does have, he's intimidating. Like when he's,
Like
he needs
Kingpin
to
without
be.
the strength.
Yeah. So I'm fine with him being, a little bit like kind of old, skinny looking guy or whatever, because it's okay.
I guess we should move on to the next scene, or did you want to start hopping around here?
Well, we got to hit the. Is the funeral up next?
Yes, I believe the funeral's up next.
This is the DA getting nabbed.
Oh yeah, he gets fucking nabbed in the car and beaten to death. No, he doesn't get beaten to death.
Should have been death
Yeah.
from what we saw there. Pretty brutal hit against the head there.
Again, I brought this up when we were watching it. Whenever he finishes, like he says sounds like he's like turned on.
It probably is, based off of what I saw of him without the mask on.
Yeah, like I said, blunt instrument is pretty much the only reason why he's not dead outright at first, but it's the repeat hits that you start getting worried that he's actually going to cause some more trauma here.
I like that the headrest was removed for the ease of the attack.
Yes.
He planned ahead.
Good detail.
I like the DA noticed and looked back.
Yeah.
Huh?
I liked the subtle background noise of Ave Maria playing, which kind of hints that it's already Riddler connected in some way.
Yeah.
This also brings up a shot that I thought was very well done, which was that it was very blurry.
I had that written down. I like that.
You couldn't tell what Riddler was doing to him or attaching him to or whatever.
You can sort of guess what he was doing. I kind of like the lights are enough, though.
Yeah. The flashing red and blue.
Yeah.
But I thought that really worked for the scene.
Yep. Visually stunning, as always.
Yeah. I mean, they did a lot with a very small space there.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah.
And then we go back to the Batcave with Alfred and the cufflinks.
Yeah, they really should add that into every scene.
We do have one scene with them, him meeting with Jim Gordon before that, where they just kind of talk about the case, because at this point he knows that they're connected to it's connected to the Maroni drug bust. So they have
Yeah,
they
dirty
Is that
cops
fair?
look for the rat.
yeah. So they just have a conversation like regarding like they lay out all the facts to each other and what they know and like how they're gonna what their next steps are essentially.
Gordon, he's going after everyone connected to the case. Gordon's like,
Yeah.
I was connected.
Yeah, but you're not
I was
corrupt.
in that
You aren't corrupt.
Yeah.
But you weren't corrupt.
And that's pretty much the only thing that it's a very small scene that I actually really like because I thought it was very especially when you're doing a detective movie, you need to have your characters that are well, I guess trying to put all the facts together. So whenever they're relaying information to each other, it's a very it's a very small scene that I like. So there you go, done.
I agree. I would agree.
And
Yeah,
then
it does-
then that goes, yeah.
Then it goes
Yeah.
to Alfred and the cufflinks.
Then we see Bruce Wayne being rude to Alfred again.
Yeah, being who? In my notes,
Even
are
you,
Bruce
yeah,
being scummy to Alfred.
yeah, even you were like, yeah, you're right. He's being a dick.
Yeah, very, very rude.
Very rude young man.
Yeah, Alfred's excited that he's gonna go with a public image, but it's really just undercover Batman work.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that there's no Robin, so it's Batman by himself. So Alfred is really like the helpful kind of quote unquote sidekick to Batman right now, and just the way he's still treating him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he gives him. Alfred gives him his own cufflinks that Thomas Wayne gave him. And that's pretty much that scene, I guess. It establishes their weird relationships for the.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. But they got the cufflinks.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
And then
He
it
rides in
goes
a big old
to
limo.
outside the funeral, where
Vicky
This-
Vale. And
this is a part of the scene where I went. This is being laid on it too much, a little too fast, too
Oh.
thick of Bruce and Selena, because then Bruce gets kind of obsessed and thinks that she's there, and falls somewhat into a trance trying to track her, when really it's just another lady. But
I concur.
Yeah,
got the hots
very
for
over
her.
the top. But he saw what he thought was her, and he had like a disgusted face. You're really with Falcone after all that? And it's
Yeah.
like, come on.
Come on.
Come on, Bruce. I know you're antisocial
She's
and you
been
just fall in love
tainted.
with the first girl you talk to, but come on.
also, it's Bruce Wayne. I mean, lots
Yeah.
of ladies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lots of ladies.
Not this Bruce.
Yeah.
not this Bruce.
The mask of Bruce does not exist here.
No.
It's Nocturnal Bean.
We do get our connection between Falcone and Wayne family before he walks in. Before he walks into the funeral.
That the Hippocratic oath.
The Hippocratic oath.
I did smirk amused at that.
Yeah.
As did Falcone.
This little kid, he was up on the top steps looking down at me. I remember.
Yeah. So
Good
Thomas
stuff.
Wayne saved Falcone. And
In more
establishing
ways
a
than
relationship.
one. Yeah.
That's awesome. I don't know really what else to add to that.
Awesome.
No,
Awesome.
I'm just
There's
pointing
a
out for the writing.
relationship.
I'm just pointing out for the writing connection why it's going to be relevant later, because he doesn't know the depth of it yet, but this is set up for when he learns the depth of it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like, my father was a good man. He just had principles. There you go.
And then, they go inside, and then it's publicly shown that Bruce is around, even though some people don't recognize who the heck Bruce Wayne is.
Yeah.
Um,
You look familiar. Do I
Yeah.
know you?
which
Rick
only tells
Fox.
me that he's been out of the limelight for, I guess, 2 years or for however long. He just hasn't been around things of
Mhm.
charities or public goings. But still, people not knowing Bruce Wayne in Gotham is a bit odd. And I think it was this point in the movie where I realized what Riddler does and what he has been doing is, he leaves riddles and clues to test Batman's intelligence to get to where he wants him to go to learn. He's not like, oh, you'll never track me down. It's like, if you're smart enough, you'll find me.
Well, they're working together.
That's true. They're a duo.
Yeah.
They're a team. And this is the part of the movie where it kind of showed me that for the audience, where if you hear Ave Maria playing, Riddler is somewhere attached in this scene.
Could you see Paul Dano in this scene?
See some silhouette.
You
at
can
the
see a
balcony.
silhouette for sure, but
But the choir at the funeral is singing Ave Maria.
Yep.
He is the
Being-
choir.
And being...
He
Oh,
was a
man.
choir boy.
Yeah, this isn't written in my notes, but this is a connection to something really bad. But the fact that it's not a background music being played and actual in the movie itself being heard connects to me in Solo when they're playing the music over the speakers. Anyway, is
so the one's
Must-
a good way to do it and the other one's a bad way to do it, or you just didn't like both?
well, the Solo one I don't want to touch on. That was just a connection that came to mind. But in this one, I'm thinking because Riddler actually sings the song and has been listening to the song. When it's editorially put in for the audience to just listen to the background, it's connected to Riddler, which we know. But with the choir actually singing it, makes me think Riddler actually got somehow
paid him to play it.
Yeah, got the choir to sing the song.
That seems a stretch, but if it's true, I'll be fine with it.
Yeah, we've seen that. The Riddler's obsessed with it. But the choir would have needed time to practice it.
I think it's
Oh.
just a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't think the writers thought ahead for that.
Yeah,
I
I think
they're
that's
just like,
purely
this is a Riddler scene. It should be there.
it's purely a
type deal.
visual thing. Yeah.
Okay.
But it would be interesting if it's true, I guess.
See, you're gonna
The
say that to
Riddler
him, and now they're gonna be like, "Yeah, that's exactly
yeah,
what we
we-
meant."
That's what we
Riddler
did.
with his intelligence, being a very intelligent rogues gallery member for Batman, I feel like he had time to prep to get this choir to sing that song. Because if there was no choir and it was just background music,
Okay.
it would nothing be touched
So
other
I
than
guess
the
my
knowledge.
question for you is then, as a writer, how would you justify that the Riddler is responsible then, with what we are shown?
He's present, at least a silhouette, but he's actually present there. To my best knowledge, it could be like my best. That's an interesting connection again, but I don't know if any of you have seen the movie Eagle Eye, where there's
It was Shia LaBeouf. No.
yeah, with Shia LaBeouf. There's a part where some kids are playing instruments for the president, and at a certain point in the song, something's going to happen. But that's still all set up of how that's going to go. I feel like it's somewhat also in this regard. I don't know if Riddler sent the sheet music or changed up the mail order to give the sheet music for Ave Maria to the choir teacher rather than the original song they were going to play. Or
too much. No,
it's the fact. It's just the fact that it was actually through the piece of the scene of the film. Like Bruce Wayne could hear the actual song. It wasn't us, the audience, just hearing it.
Brinks, I got homework for you.
Oh man, I love
In
homework.
the apartment room, look at every single piece of paper and see if he orchestrated
if he has
the choir.
If he has music sheets.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
I
just
don't
thinking,
think
like-
I don't think this is enough to justify that he's responsible for the song being there. I'm fine with it being just a purely surface aesthetical choice, but I don't think that he orchestrated that.
I think there's in general, when like a funeral, they don't just have like the church just play whatever. Usually they pick a song or something. So I think it was just like, just
chance.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. I think it was just like, hey, we have a funeral scene and we have to have the Joker be present for it, so we have to play Ave Maria, and so it just was like, okay, well, the choir is going to be singing Ave Maria.
It's either Ave Maria or something by Nirvana. So
He's not in the scene.
Yeah, I don't think Nirvana
that
would
was-
just be
Wings of
workable.
an Angel. We need that.
Because
for
otherwise,
his
if
funeral.
it was like if he did all that,
an angel.
it would give him way too much credit or power, and it would
Yeah.
because it wouldn't be believable. I think, anyways. That's just my 2 cents. But
I think there's enough to where it could be, but not enough to show that it is.
mm.
Okay.
Alright.
Anywho, on to
Yeah, we
the
get the
following.
perfect candidate talking to Bruce Wayne. Perfect candidate being the woman running
you're
for
right.
mayor.
You
finally
can't even say
introduced.
her name.
Finally
Can't even
introduced
say
in
her
the
name.
in the movie
Sorry,
where
Bella
she's
Real.
There we go. Battle
perfect candidate.
Royale.
because all she's done so far has just been a face on a billboard.
Yes.
And-
Just on
Newscast.
billboard, face on the TV.
Yeah, we get, like I said, most of her character we get in the opening sequence during the debate. That's pretty much we get the main gist of what she's fighting for, why she's running for mayor. That's pretty much
She's the blacker, younger version, essentially, for mayor. Is kind of like what they're going for, I'm assuming.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Could be.
she's the idealistic candidate, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Like she wants to
She's
go.
the-
She's trying to go and fix the city. So she's, yeah, that's pretty much all. We got a gist of her character. We're finally actually meeting her in person.
Yeah, she wants Bruce Wayne's money. He's not using it enough, hiding in his mansion. So she's
got a
asking
point.
for
I mean,
contributions.
she's got a point.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that she's asking
Yeah,
for it. That's what
Yeah, because
a candidate would do for funding.
Yeah,
Oh, lines up.
because really, with his money, he
and it's
fix a lot
also
of problems.
as he points out, his family has a history of philanthropy, which is why she feels comfortable enough to approach him about it.
Your family has a history of philanthropy, and I want to keep that going. During my campaign?
Can you give me $1 billion?
Can you give me $1 trillion? Can you give me
Um,
$1 million?
Yeah, we hear a kerfuffle going on outside.
Yes.
I
You
wonder
didn't like
what
this
could
part. You
happen
didn't
out
like this
there.
part,
Another
Crimson.
flaw.
You thought this was ridiculous. Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Freaking
When you realize
DA.
what it is,
Yeah.
that's when the flaw. Beforehand, it's like a mystery on a first time viewing. It's like, oh, don't know what's happening. But then when you see what it is, as
The DA driving a car through the building and got through all the police barricades outside.
All the people,
Amazing.
presumably.
Yeah,
especially since
running
we
over all the
well, we already know what it looks like outside. It's already
Yeah.
been shown.
Yeah.
And the car looks pretty well intact, all things considered, when it entered the building.
Yeah.
So
Well, all he had to
I
say
don't
is,
think it
"I'm-"
rammed a bunch of cars on the way into the building.
Well, all he had to say was, "I'm DA. And I have a bomb strapped to my neck."
Here's my ID. I got invited. Just let me in here, please.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I do like that
I
Batman
don't believe
immediately
what this
saves the kid that's there. Or, I mean, Bruce Wayne saves the kid.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
same
Bruce
boy.
Wayne.
It's the boy.
Yep. It's the same boy.
It's his second time being in this, and it's not the last.
why is there always a stupid kid that just stands and doesn't run away?
His father died.
I mean,
It happened in Spider-Man as well with the freaking floats during the parade. The kid just stands there.
Oh,
Because they're not supposed to die. They don't expect that it's going to happen.
the innocence of youth.
The stupidity of youth. Apparently, I could be wrong, but if a car was coming at
Crimson,
me, I think I would have ran away.
Crimson, you don't know until a car is actually coming at you.
He also
That's true.
he also couldn't see over all the people, which is why Bruce Wayne runs to tackle him out of the way because he could see it coming.
He was also really depressed, so
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost his dad. He
He lost
doesn't love his mom.
and his dad was a whoremonger. Yeah.
Well,
And then so there's a freaking car breaks in. There's a guy with a bomb strapped to his neck. Everybody fucking runs.
it's the
and
dude.
then-
Well, that's something else. They don't quite run, do they? He comes
kinda-
out of the car
Yeah.
with a bomb around his neck, and the phone rings, and everyone just gets startled and
And,
just stares at him.
the Los Santos Police Department comes. I mean, the Gotham City Police Department just files in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they file in, they're like, everyone get out, and then everyone starts running.
Yeah.
So that was another
Like,
thing
oh,
that was pretty
just
unbelievable.
another common Gotham City thing. This is part of the funeral.
Wait, you're
Yeah.
telling me that an unbelievable thing happened in a fictional movie? What?
I know. That an entire building full of civilians and presumably rich people as well just stood there instead of ran away. Yeah.
Ran away?
But I guess that could file under nitpick.
You are
Yeah.
a nitpicker.
That's what
But
it is.
it's okay. I still trust you.
Good.
But anyways, so then we got freaking Batman's got to come in, right? But not before a bomb robot comes in.
Yeah.
Which was a nice detail, I guess.
Yeah, I do
Also,
like the
this
detail.
whole time. So Riddler was
Mm.
how much time was it between the silhouette of Riddler at the top?
It was
the car
dark
coming
out.
in?
I'm
Well, it was
assuming.
at that part later, but when Riddler comes in, or not comes in, when Riddler leaves, and then the phone starts ringing. Like, do you think Riddler was just out on the sidewalk, just calling the phone?
No,
He's
he had
probably
his
walking
costume on during the video, and it was indoors.
During the well, okay, that's when the phone actually did get picked up. I'm
Yeah.
saying like, I stepped out of the car and the phone started ringing in his hand.
Well, yeah, but if it rang, he would have been prepped with his outfit, right?
True, but do you
He
think
wouldn't just answer it without his outfit on.
I'm just thinking like how far did he go back to his apartment? I mean, is that really close to the funeral place? Because he
That
was
was
at the
fast.
top. He was at the top of the funeral, and then turns around like when the car comes in, and then the phone starts ringing. Like he could put his mask on.
Yeah, the only
Well, he
only
doesn't-
justification for this is that he knows it'll take. He knows he has until nightfall until Batman
Yeah.
arrives, because Batman operates is purely at night. So you could
What if
assume.
a cop answered the phone?
Yeah, that's the again.
He's not-
That's
oh,
that's
okay,
the
man,
that's the
man.
chink in the Riddler's plan right there, is because the robot could have answered the fucking phone.
Yeah.
Robots
Also,
can answer phones.
Amazing how long that phone rings. I don't know what the Riddler did to that phone.
Oh no, he just kept calling.
I assume he just kept calling. It'd be weird if there's anything else.
That interesting observation, Frank. I didn't think about that.
But maybe he was calling. His home was calling, and so he didn't pick up until he got to home.
Could have just been in a room upstairs, I suppose, but I guess the cops probably would have cleared the building.
Well, then that brings up a problem also, Crimson, because why wouldn't Batman then just go up and search every room in that place?
Well, he wouldn't have known that he was in that building. Just from
He
looking
could
at
have.
that.
He could assume if
If
it's
he saw him
time
there.
violation. Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a problem that can't be solved.
Well, Batman didn't appear till later, and I fear, well, not fear, but I presume that the main
Fear.
concern is the bomb on
Yeah,
the DA's neck, rather than let me search every single room first.
yeah.
Fair. Yeah.
Then again, if Batman had technology shown, because it was never shown, maybe he would been able to trace the signal of where the phone call is coming from.
Yeah, we
No.
didn't see that.
No, because that could
Can't
explain
use
him
that.
going to a room, but that was never shown.
Doesn't really have. It doesn't seem like he has like military grade
No.
technology.
As of right now, he's a pretty low-tech Batman.
Yeah. With the exception of the
The
contact
contacts
lens
and the
thing,
grapple
he
gun.
doesn't.
It's pretty much
Yeah,
it.
he doesn't really have much. Yeah.
Yep.
And his shock gloves or whatever he used to electrocute that guy in the
Oh,
subway.
yeah, the taser karate chop.
But that's just like that. You could just like retrofit like a taser onto and a gauntlet
Yeah.
of some sort. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm not against him not being able to trace a call or something, because obviously that's, and maybe going forward into the next movie, maybe that's something that he outfits because he doesn't have that yet, and he realizes how important it is for these situations. I don't know.
Yeah.
'Cause
Next movie, he gets Lucius.
Next movie, he's not Batman. He is Nightwing. Yeah.
Yeah, that what a. Oof.
He's actually Superman. No. So yeah, then they have some pretty subpar riddles that are just supposed to make the DA be,
Stressed and dumb.
So
No,
I guess my follow up
no.
question to that is: did any of you figure out the riddles as they were
Yeah.
filling out?
Yeah, I mean, it was.
I figured out the first one. It was either between justice or love. Just
The
because.
second one was the one I got. It was bribe, not like the money amount, obviously.
Yeah.
But I got the bribe one. I didn't get the justice one.
Yeah.
I got the justice. I got both of them.
Yeah, I got both of them as well. It was the last one that I didn't get.
Shoot. That's something. It's gone. It's vanished.
That's what notes are for, Crimson.
Well, the notes are supposed to nudge. On my
You're supposed
notes
to
anyways.
nudge. You're supposed to
Nudge.
nudge, they all. Yeah, the last one was. Who was the rat?
I got it.
You got it?
I got it. What I was gonna say.
What were you going to say?
This further helps why the Riddler thought Batman was helping, because Batman answered every question for the DA, helping
That's
him spill
Yeah.
the truth.
Yes, I do like that as well.
So there's some groundwork for why he thought Batman was helping, because he did.
Yeah. Do I have anything?
How much was it to bribe you? How much? $10,000.
$10,000?
10 grand to not
That's-
prosecute
that's-
certain
I mean,
cases.
yeah. His life. That was something else I wrote down in my notes. His life is on the line, and Batman asks like, "What cases? What cases is he talking about?" And he goes,
That's
"You didn't
not
ask me
relevant.
that.
He
Yeah.
didn't ask.
Yeah.
That's
You
not the
didn't
question you
ask
asked me."
And he's right. It wasn't part of it.
Yeah,
That
true.
question.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, go DA. He chose to kill himself instead of
Definitely
his
committed.
family and himself.
Well, I mean, yeah, his whole family was probably going to die otherwise.
And this is I think this scene, something that follows after, is where plot armor gets really thick for fucking Batman,
Oh my
really
God.
fucking fast.
Oh my gourd.
Oh yes, the flaw.
Oh, yeah. The
Bro, the
fly.
flaw of Batman eating a bomb to the face.
Some days you just have to get rid of a bomb.
I
Yeah.
One, Batman should have disarmed it. Two, if he couldn't disarm it, and you could have shot this in a way that we didn't see it, he could have had a grapple line hooked to his belt that pulled him back if you still wanted the scene of him being pulled away from the explosion in progress. But none of that's true. He just gets blasted, like takes it brunt force. And he's dead.
Yes.
He's dead, Jim.
On the whole
Dead.
disarming the bomb, I'm fine with him not.
I'm fine with
doing
him.
it,
Not, I'm
'cause
fine with
we've
him not
established
doing
this
it. That
Batman's low tech.
yeah, I'm fine with him not being
Um,
able to do it. I'm just like that would have been something that typically a Batman character could do. I don't necessarily
Yeah.
need this Batman to do it. It's just listed in possibilities they could have taken his character.
There definitely should have been a planned escape, or how. That's for sure.
Oh yeah,
Not just dying with the DA. That's not a very good plan,
No.
because he did die with the DA. The movie ended here with Batman splattered all over the church.
Yeah, that's the other thing to me that was weird is I understand. I mean, it's a comic book fiction, okay, but didn't have a single scratch or burn or anything
yeah.
on
Well,
his mouth.
Well,
It's
his
okay
innards
to,
would be pudding from that blast, so it
like
doesn't really matter.
you have to be consistently consistent or inconsistently consistent. Or consistently inconsistent or
You gotta either
inconsistently
become Fury or you have to be something.
Yeah, you
Oh.
can't have like other people get
Christ.
shot and killed, or you can't have just one guy survive a bomb and then nobody else survives a bomb. Like,
So yeah,
Yeah, we should have cut to the DA at the hospital where he's
Well,
fine.
I don't know if you know this, but he had an open face funeral, so open casket funeral. So
Oh,
there you go.
he definitely had an open face. You got that correct.
I think, yeah, it's plot armor's thick. I think also the fact that the police officer didn't unmask him is an issue.
Yeah.
Gordon is not enough. Especially what just happened.
It was
the DA
brought up like we should just take off the mask.
Yeah, that's not enough.
We should just
Gordon is
take
not
off the
enough.
mask.
Gordon is not enough to stop the police officers from doing this. After all, as far as they are concerned, Batman just interfered with an active bomb case.
What are you talking about? He's obviously strong enough. Do it.
Also, where's the ambulance? Batman would have
There's no ambulance.
whisked away.
Oh, we just
Right.
cut to the next scene.
We just cut the next scene.
He
Shut
was
up.
knocked out from a point blank explosion. I would think that would get medical attention.
Yeah.
No, because he's fine.
Not if looking at him at that moment. Certainly not.
Certainly not.
But how it should have ended is horrifying, but it's still more accurate.
It's true.
The
man has a point.
But yeah, Bats
Any
wakes
more
up with the police.
Anything else to freaking hate them on right now?
Hate's a strong word, Crimson.
Well, we're not at the part where
I hate how
Gordon's-
dumb that was. That was really stupid.
Do you
Yeah, it was.
Go talk to freaking whoever wrote that. I don't know. Some
So at
guy.
the point where Gordon, Batman wakes up in the GCPD, do you think Gordon was actually mad at Batman, or do you think that was an act for just around the other cops?
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it was definitely.
It was both, I
It was
think.
both. He was very angry at first, and I do like they keep up the act when all the cops are out of the room, because there is definitely like they get into each other's faces, and from the perspective of everyone that's looking in on them, and yeah, that's all I got for that one. It's just
We also get Chief Mackenzie's amazing voice, as we've hinted at earlier. I'm now in the movie. You freaking punks!
You're sticking up for this rat freak, Gordon.
Which is not his real voice. We watched an interview.
He's
It's
British.
close, but not it.
It's pretty Haggard, his normal voice, but he definitely
it's definitely overdone for the movie.
Yeah, because he's British and has to be American in this one, but still it was. Well, nobody believed. I was like, that's not his regular voice, and everybody was like,
That is
has
true.
to
It's
be.
not. It's not his.
Well, I know now. Yeah, I didn't think he was actually British though. I didn't know.
Yeah.
How could I have
and
done this?
Batman holds back his punch, technically, an hour later,
Yeah.
on Gordon's face.
Because Gordon wants him to punch him so that he can get out of there.
Yeah.
Steal the keys or something, and then
Like he
he's
gives
like, I thought you were holding your. I
yeah.
thought you would hold your punch. And he's like, I did.
We really put that bat suit to the test. It just went through an
I
explosion.
fucking love this scene. That's my
And now-
favorite scene.
Now he's getting freaking mowed down, going up the stairs or whatever with his
Oh.
grapple.
No,
I-
not that. Never mind. Not that scene.
Yeah, we're not that yet.
Hold on.
I
Stop
thought
it.
Batman going down these halls was humorous, just because of the cops. It didn't sound like they were
Humorous?
doing. They weren't doing commands. They were just mumbling the whole time, as they're chasing him.
Well, that's really rude to those fine actors who were just doing regular, Boston accents.
Well, I can't tell if they actually had lines, or I don't know what was in the script for them to say or do. It just sounded like a bunch
for
of
stuff
mumbling.
like that, they just ad lib. They don't actually have like anything written. So
Yeah, so
blame the
Uh,
actors on that one.
I guess we've established that Batman knows where Wakanda is to get the freaking vibranium suit, because that suit doesn't break at all during this movie.
Yeah, like I said, I
Yeah.
was fine with the whole being chase sequence because we know it's bulletproof. So him taking hits like while he's going up I don't know if the movie showed us him getting shot at. He was getting shot at, but I don't know if he showed him getting hit.
Oh, he got shot a lot.
Oh, he got
yeah.
shot.
Yeah, he got hit during that.
Oh,
There were sparks flying off his
he,
suit.
He got boned.
then
yeah.
yeah, I don't. I'm not going to defend that. Then that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, went through a lot. And now we're at that point, Sinister.
All
Mhm.
right, he escapes the roof of the frickin' GCPD building using like a flying. For whatever reason, he gets like
you cut off. You gotta.
He goes up to the top of the GCPD building, and he gets off using a flying squirrel suit. There you go.
I'm using a wingsuit.
Yep.
And he gets about probably a block or two away, and gets to it's supposed to be like a just like a car overpass. I don't know.
Yeah.
He gets there and he pulls, and he just slams into the roof of that thing and then falls like probably, what would you say, like 10, 15 feet?
Yeah, another instance of him dying in this film.
Yeah,
film.
and
very
he
closely to the other. It's
and he gets up and he's just
the
wiped himself off.
only
and he's fine.
thing that they can potentially use in defense of the film has nothing to do with the writing. It's that they actually used a stuntman for that. So that is a real person getting ragdolled. And even then, it's not enough. I don't think.
That was very CG looking. I don't think so. He slammed his face into that. His neck made an L. It was. Yeah.
It was
There were 4 stuntmen involved with that scene alone. That is all I know about it.
Crimson, if you know how to fall well, you're fine.
He didn't land well, though.
He did.
I think the head cam was very weird camera angle to use.
Yeah, the close up to the face.
Bit.
Yeah,
They definitely had like, it was like, hey, let's get a bunch of different shots into this film. I have this GoPro. Let's use this, for this shot. And it was just,
That's probably the only visual, the close-in camera that I thought was odd. That's the only one that when I'm looking back on this movie, that's probably the only camera angle that I thought just stood out to me for being odd. Yeah.
was odd. Was
I also do believe this because of the hesitation he had on top of the building. This was his first attempt at using this suit or this flight maneuver, which is also weird. I don't know why he hasn't tested it.
I don't think that was his first attempt, but I like that he had to gather himself because he was about to dive off. And I do like that. So I don't know if it's necessarily his first time, but either way, I still like the.
It might have been his first time in the field actually having to use it.
Yeah,
I could believe that. I would doubt that he would ever put anything in a suit that he wouldn't test. Till he.
Yeah.
So. But we're giving a little bit of credit there, so it's not stroke the script too much, okay? Let's keep pretty. But
and he just meets up with Gordon immediately after. Just walked it off.
Just walks off down the street. Nobody really comes after him. He tells him about the rat with wings.
El Rata Elata.
Which they decide has to be penguin because a penguin is a rat with wings.
Could be penguin, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, penguins have wings. So then, obviously,
heard anyone refer to a penguin as a rat?
No. Like I said, my first thought was, wouldn't your first concern be a bat? He's pointing at a bat.
Yeah, that's way more obvious.
Yeah,
which is what Penguin points out.
Which is the smartest person in this whole movie is probably the penguin. Shocker on that
That's
one.
probably true.
Ah, come on!
Come on! Don't show me those pictures. Come on! I want to see that.
Yeah.
I made you cake. Come on. No. No. So yeah, then they gotta go. They're like, we gotta interrogate the penguin, which is probably. This coming up is the most Michael Bay thing I've seen in a very long time.
Not in a Michael Bay movie.
That hasn't been in a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah. So because they no longer have the help of the police, Gordon and Batman are working together. And again, I like their duo. I like their dynamic duo thing they have going on.
The dynamic duo.
The dynamic duo they got going on. So
Speedo and a little mask and he can be Robin next season.
They try to they follow Penguin to the new drops business that they find.
The drop factory, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and we see someone there.
Sorry,
Weirdly.
I'm working on screenshots right now because my whole thing
It's fine,
crashed.
yeah,
So
no.
I'm multitasking.
It's all good. But yeah. So Selena Kyle just happens to be there. By the way,
Convenience.
she's not called Catwoman in this ever, so she's just Selena Kyle. She's just so nobody thinks we're not calling her Catwoman on purpose. And she's like trying to. Is she just trying to steal money? I can't remember what the whole point is.
Yes, she is there to
yeah.
steal money. She wants to get
because
their
they're
score.
doing they're doing the clean out of the bank or whatever, so they can do the drops. Yeah, that's right.
She
And
stumbles
obviously,
across a bag that isn't full of money.
yeah, it's full of dead hooker. No,
Jeez.
It could be. I don't know.
it's all right.
We don't know much about her.
High class call girl. Happy with that?
You could just say her friend.
No.
Fine, take the
Yeah.
sugar off of that.
Something
Yeah.
I think was interesting was, Batman he's going in like full force brawl. Selena is actually doing stealth takedowns in this part.
Yes.
Yep. And
Yeah.
honestly, the whipped takedown reminded me of the Arkham games. It's a little bit.
Hmm.
Sounds like somebody played their game.
I did, yeah.
No, I was talking about the people that made the movie.
Oh well.
They must have,
Honestly, they could have, because I thought the suit is reminds me a lot of Arkham. A little bit.
I wanted the ears to be big like they were in the original thing. That would have been funny.
Like the lawn Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
very good.
no, it wouldn't have looked good, but that's why it would have looked great. It's because it wouldn't have. It would have looked awful, so it would have been great. Follow me here, Crimson. Come on. Yeah, and so they find a dead, and so then she just freaks out and proceeds to ruin.
Well, she
the
doesn't.
cover.
She doesn't really freak out. They just get shot at, and that's what freaks out. And
Yeah.
then she freaks out because they were spotted. And then Oswald yells at the top of his lungs, "Hey, vengeance!" Which I thought was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so far the only person in this movie with any kind of, I guess, stand up to Batman is the Penguin. Weirdly, doesn't really seem.
I mean, Falcone isn't really afraid of him either.
Yeah, but that's just
No
'cause
one
he-
really
he-
seems to take Batman seriously. Even
Why?
the subway guys, like I said in the beginning, they're like, "Who are you?"
He's only been doing this for 1 whole year.
2 years.
Well, no, this
We
is
know
the
we're
start
in.
of
We
year
know
two.
we know we're in second year. We don't know when we're in second year though.
Yeah. And and also he's just been doing like nickel and dime hoods, so he hasn't really gone after the big cheeses yet. So I'm fine. So I'm fine with them like not really being like afraid of him, because really nothing has happened in their lives that have been impacted by him. Really, you know what I mean?
hmm
Hmm.
So yeah. So shootout, car chase, explosions.
I do want to
what
talk about the
have
Wow,
Batman's.
way to boil that down.
I
Yeah.
do want to talk about the car startup sequence.
you.
Because the car startup sequence in the theater especially was just you felt those subwoofers, you know.
It's
It
like
was-
a monster in a horror movie.
Yeah, it was very, very awesome. It was probably one of my favorite audio based sequences in the movie. To go along with the very simple visuals of the blue fire. I do think the end of it's a bit awkward, especially when he just moves forward like an inch and then everyone moves.
Yeah.
Also, Gordon hiding behind a door, getting shot at. That's not bulletproof, buddy. Just saying. Movie.
Yep.
But he's bulletproof.
Yeah, he's got his own little
Right.
bat suit
Yeah.
under his clothes. It's fine.
He's actually Robin. That
Yeah.
would not. I would not want to see Jeffrey Wright in a speedo, and yeah, no. But
The car chase scene for me was another example of how they could have trimmed the fat a little bit.
Yeah, I do
it was-
agree.
It went on for quite a while.
I I think the ending shot, obviously, with the upside down fire, fucking awesome sequence. But man, is this scene broken?
Yeah.
Uh,
The
I like.
Penguin's little car stopped a huge truck.
yeah.
I wrote that specifically. That was pretty big.
Okay. I'm just gonna. I have 8 problems with the scene. I'm just gonna go down my list. All right. Batman leaves Gordon. Problem number 1. Because Gordon is his only connection to the police department. He's essentially left in there by himself. Just one guy against a number of mobsters. That's a problem. Because he would
relies and loves and trusts Catwoman to protect him.
Yeah, that's funny. Let's see. Penguin's responsible for alright, these are out of order, but I'm still going to read them. Penguin's responsible for a lot of deaths. Corrupt city or not, that's gonna get too much attention. The police would take him in.
I wrote that down as Gordon should have arrested him after their interrogation.
Yep. Batman doesn't help all the people who are dying in the cars. That's a problem, I guess. That's maybe not his priority, but still a problem because heroes tend to do that. Especially what we see at the end of the movie. This is a bit of an inconsistency. Penguin's car weight is not enough to derail the semi. I put that down. Let's see. Visuals cool. Ramp magically forms. That was insane. For Batmobile to go over that. Batman's motivation is to capture, not kill, right? Because he fucking slams into Penguin's car with, and he goes fucking flying. You have no guarantee that he'd survive that. Cool visual, but so many fucking problems.
Yeah, but we got a classic line out of the Penguin.
It's the rule of cool. That's all you need.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, it is definitely a rule of cool for this scene because everything else about it is broken. The shot is cool. The visuals are neat. It's just, man, everything broke apart in like an instant.
I mean, that's what the Michael Bay movie's like, right? So,
exactly. I mean, it's the most Michael Bay inspired scene in this movie. All right, that's all I got for that scene. Anyone else want to?
I mean, I think you just dissected that scene down. There's really not much else there.
Sprinks, what did you think of it all?
I mean, it was very cinematically cool, and the cinematography for it was very nice. I do think it's very convenient that pileup gave a ramp to Batman. Wow. I think Penguin laughing like a madman was pretty good.
Pretty cute.
That's about it. It was very the lighting was interesting. It was at night, so it was a lot of light posts. But even still, it looked red. Nothing was really shown of why it was giving off colors of red.
I would only assume that was just his like
stylistic, I guess.
I would have been either stylistic or Batman's lighting was red, like Chief of the Watch, rig for red, because we do that on our battleships and things like that. So when in combat mode, in quote unquotes, that would be where some of the lights come from. We also got the brake lights reflecting off the rain. It's still not a lot to justify it, but it was definitely odd.
Yeah. Overall, still liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. That's it. You have to have a really big action scene in a Batman movie. I mean, so this was serviceable. Issues aside.
Issues aside. And then we got our interrogation of the Penguin coming up next.
Yeah, another classic. Yeah.
Good cop, bad shit cop.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you showing me these pictures for? Come on.
Come on. Yeah. bit of a stretch for the wordplay here.
Yeah, I wrote it as very stupid.
Yeah.
I wrote it down as fucking stupid.
I was putting it gently, but yeah, you're right. It's fucking stupid. And I'm also World's Greatest Detectives line is cool, coming from Penguin, pointing out they didn't do any fucking Spanish research check when this is easily readily available to both of them. Bit of also a bit of a fucking problem. So another hit to the I guess investigation side of this story because it's just convenient. Convenient
keeps popping up a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I wrote for this scene was the LMA thing. It didn't really impact me much. Really found out that the penguin isn't the rat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's afraid of Falcone because of the word rat being thrown around.
What did we think of
He's
the?
like, don't you call Fatco no rat?
Yeah. What did we think of the orphan riddle?
I mean, it was quick, pretty nothing to me, but oh man, it did its job, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of writing, I think I already covered the problems. I do like one thing aesthetically. I like that they zip tied his feet so he waddles. Like a penguin.
Yeah.
Like a penguin.
Like a penguin.
Yeah, I did like that aesthetically. I'm like, all right, that's a clever way to get it in a world where that wouldn't be, I guess on the highest on your priority list for trying to go deep into realism for the most part. So I like their inclusion of that. I think, that's all I got for the investigation scene. So.
Yeah, I mean there was an interrogation scene.
Yeah.
And then of course they have to head from one investigation to another investigation. So now they go to the orphanage.
Yes.
I liked how this place looked, I'll say.
Yeah, I looked run down aesthetically. I kind of jokingly, when I first saw it, I thought it looked like the Bly Manor from The Haunting of Bly Manor, a little bit on the outside. On the inside, though, run down as fuck. And we get a no guns line and we get a no guns line from Batman, and Gordon's like, "Hey man, that's your thing." So the Batman does have a no kill rule here.
Yeah, he's not done a great job trying to uphold it though.
No, but it's more of a no guns rule, I guess. I guess it's the spirit that counts in this instance or something.
Yeah, this place looks like it belongs on Ghost Hunters. Or Taps, or whatever they're calling themselves now.
Or a Chief Hunter.
Lame.
Lame.
Yeah, I just called you lame.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Ghost Hunter was great. It had... Shoot, who were the people in there? It had Tango.
Wow, you really selling me on this so far.
Tango and Grant, and two other people.
Do you got anything on this particular sequence, Sprinks?
Another version of Ave Maria is playing in the background.
Who's there?
That is
It's very slow. It's a much slower version.
We got a newsreel of Thomas Wayne during a mayoral election campaign, and then we got "Sins of the Father" written, spray painted into the wall, and I'm pretty sure even Batman could fucking figure that out with seeing Thomas Wayne and "Sins of the Father." He could put two and two together, and he does.
He finally does it. Finally, at the very last part of the movie, pretty much. Well, the last part of the investigation portion of this movie.
Yeah.
We find out about the renewal project, which was hinted at in the beginning on the TV.
Yes.
As Ryder pointed out.
This is where we definitely dive into the new renewal project more as a concept, because it's mentioned in this, not only the mayoral campaign, it's kind of just hammered down as a, I guess, where we're going to go into next, I suppose.
And I guess I'll bring up the Telltale game again, because there's kind of some parallels on this one.
Whoa, easy there, cowboy.
Yeah, I know. Because, at least with most of my experience with Batman, most of the stories are his parents were good people for Gotham. In the Telltale game, they were not, and they sent people to Arkham Asylum that were like their enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And this, the dad is portrayed as a bad guy, which I know Sinister has an opinion on when we get later down the line.
Oh, you're giving up my opinions now.
Is
Okay.
he portrayed as a bad guy?
I
got it was
get through this right now. I'm just gonna
Okay,
do
get
this
through it
now.
now.
Yeah, because the whole thing. But what I was saying was that I wasn't against him being portrayed as, having not being like perfect, because obviously nobody's,
Mm-hmm.
in the real world nobody's perfect, and we all have made mistakes and everything. What I didn't like is that he kind of made like a really bad decision, and then it was kind of like, but it was okay because he had good intentions. It was kind of like, okay, listen, I would rather him make the bad, decision or whatever, and then have Bruce Wayne grow up from it, and kind of understand. Okay, my father wasn't perfect, but I should do as he says and not as he does, kind of thing, something like that. But instead, they just like, it was totally okay because he was like doing it for a good reason. It was like, okay, but no, that shouldn't be the message here. That's not really. That's still making him sound like he's perfect when he's not. I don't know. That was my complaint.
All right. Yeah, I got a very nuanced like take from this. Like I got the fact that he wasn't perfect. I thought that was the point.
Yeah. Well, my thing was just like I didn't like how there was kind of like they had that nuance, and then it was like your father was a great man, even though he killed somebody. Basically, he was still a great man, and it's like, okay, but yeah, sure.
We'll get to that, but
yeah,
because I guess we'll dive into that later because that's a plot point for later, I guess.
Was Thomas Wayne depicted as a bad guy in the Joker movie?
Kind of.
That one
came off as a jerk.
That
is
is
bad guy.
It was more of like it was just like freaking the Joker's delusion that he was related to him, and it was a mix of like you couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't real, so you never really knew what was actually going on. So on one hand, you could say that Thomas Wayne was a jerk and being a dick, and the other hand, you could have that he was just trying to protect his family, and that the Joker was being a creep.
Yeah. That one's
so it
more.
All depends on.
I think that one's more down to perspective because that movie is very, very much
fractured.
Fractured, and it's also about a shattered perspective, pretty much from the Joker. I wouldn't call him a villain. I would definitely, if I'm using the Joker's POV, I would call him antagonistic at the very most.
He was just kind of like, it was supposed to show that like, oh yeah, he was a great inspiration for his son or whatever, but in general he was just kind of like your average high class kind of where he just didn't want to deal with like. He was fine with like in the philanthropic sense, helping out homeless or the lower class. But he didn't actually want to deal with them, like person to person, I guess, which is, what most of them would be like. I don't think he was necessarily a bad guy. He was just kind of like, oh yeah, that's what a rich person would be like to somebody that's, stalking them or something,
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's.
So next up, we got Alfred opening Bruce's mail.
This was another thing. Yeah.
There's a detail about the scene that I really like.
Okay, you go first then before we tear it apart.
This is the only part that is shown where the package to Batman says for the Batman rather than to the Batman. Which indicates to me that every single time so far it's to the Batman, where even someone else finds it, they give it to Batman. It's like, this is for you, this is addressed to you, whatever. This one for the Batman, it's going to someone specifically, where it's a slight feeling to me because this one's mailed, like connected to a piece of mail given in. Mm-hmm. That when you mail something, it's for. So I to me, like, this was the first instance of a hint that Riddler like thought that Batman was Bruce Wayne?
Well, we obviously find out later that he didn't.
Yeah.
This is
So I was trying to think
is
the
this,
connection of why it was written 4 instead of 2.
I think it might be because this is supposed to help him, like help the Batman solve more about renewal. Now that he's, displayed his target, this is his key to understanding what the whole thing is about. So this is the last. When he's writing 4, to me it was just because Batman needed more help. That's what this is done for.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't say it earlier, but during the interrogation, they realized they were wrong about the Penguin, and they didn't actually know what was going on, and
Yeah.
the Riddler was very disappointed. There we go. We got it in there.
Yeah. But at least that's all I got from this. Otherwise, I just took it in stride. I was like, it's just another letter from him because
I didn't notice the writing difference.
Alfred is dead. By the way, he
Yes.
died in the scene.
Yes, he is very dead.
Rip Andy Serkis. He was great while we had him. In the 2 scenes prior. But
How
I
come he didn't recognize the handwriting?
I don't know because he has access to the previous letters, as we know. 'Cause he's
Yeah.
helping out with the ciphers, so he would recognize the handwriting. So I think Andy Serkis does a great job acting slow realization, but he definitely would have been quicker on the uptake, especially when he read For the Batman and then Fireproof.
Which brings up a question I had, which maybe someone's got an answer for. How did the bomb detonate?
We went over this, and you didn't believe anything we said, so I'm not going to go
because
into
there
it
was
again.
no president. But
There
maybe writers
was.
got something.
There was. You just chose
I
not to
mean-
believe it, so it doesn't matter.
See, anything that I could think of that would justify it I'm already thinking about my counter arguments that I would make, and I'm like, see, you could put a timer, but you're not certain if it's a timer.
You can't time that.
Exactly,
Either.
you can't time it. That's
I
not.
said it was a weight trigger.
Which
Right,
I
pressure
said
trigger.
the mail would mess with that because
Yeah,
they
the
destroyed
mail itself,
mail.
the mail itself would trigger that. I think.
If it was remote, then he would have seen that it was Alfred and not
Or
Bruce.
a third option. We don't know enough about the bomb, so it doesn't matter what it actually happened.
Since we don't actually see the bomb inside the package,
Mhm.
my guess is it could have been jury rigged to a phone call. Phone call triggers it, and it blows up. So he can GPS track the phone, know where it is, and then once it's in place for a long period of time, he would detonate it. But again, that's not certainty, but that's the best you're going to get, I think, as a writer trying to justify this, because it's very convenient otherwise, and it's still very
And he's
convenient
been
as it stands.
so meticulous up to this point. I don't think he'd leave it up to chance that that wouldn't kill Bruce
Well,
Wayne.
Yeah, but also in real
I
life, that would have never gotten to his house. Because they have
it would have been screened in the mail for sure.
Yeah, exactly. In real life,
So my assumption is he didn't mail it. He just dumped it. Like he showed up and put it on their doorstep kind of thing and left. Something to that equivalent. Wherever the Waynes get their mail, that's where he put it.
Even
Was I
lower
right?
odds of Bruce getting it, I think.
was I right or was I right, Crimson?
About what?
You were just not nothing. There's no actual answer for this because it's just a plot hole.
Well, yeah, that's why I threw it out there to see if anyone could fix
I
it.
knew what you were doing.
It's definitely
Hey,
a problem.
maybe you guys can come on. Maybe you guys can solve it for me. Oh, you
Yeah.
can't? Don't worry. I'm the Riddler. It's unsolvable. You fell into my trap yet again.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to justify it that I would be comfortable with. I can think of some loosely based things, but none of them would be exact.
The cell phone one is the closest, and
Yeah.
honestly, that's
because
any of it, the bomb itself is not believable because nobody rich would ever not have their mail get screened before it came to them. So
yeah.
I mean, yeah. So
Uh,
that's why I'm happy with just going with it. Oh yeah, of course, he's gonna get a bomb mailed to him at some point.
I think, and this leads to Alfred being in the hospital because he's not dead. Again,
He's not dead.
Plot armor be thick.
I guess I like how when Bruce called, he was late for the call. They kind of played it off where it was like a race against the clock, but the clock.
He was already. I've been trying to call you all day.
Yeah, I do like the sequence of him like driving up to the Wayne's Tower and seeing the smoke. And then again, great job acting in the cowl because you can see you can see the intense emotion in Batman in this sequence.
I will say though, they had a bomb explode in his house, and they still let him live there.
Yeah, he should have gone to his chateau.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I have chateaued myself.
That's a bit of a problem. Yeah. Then we have the hospital scene. Their first hospital scene.
No, we don't.
We have the first hospital scene where they ask him if he has any next of kin, and Bruce Wayne says, "I'm pretty much his next of kin."
And he accepts.
Is that what's next? Isn't it Catwoman with her?
No. Up next is probably my favorite scene in isolation that has no bearing whatsoever on the film because these writers didn't do anything with it. But there's the great detective think scene where that any good detective story would have, which was Batman moves across tables, spray paints his lines and picture, throws all his pictures on the floor and organizes all his evidence.
Go Crimson, let him have it.
And I love this scene in isolation, but
yeah, it's at an active crime scene.
Yeah, exactly. As I said,
there's cops investigating.
Yep.
So they would see that on the floor.
Not only that.
Hey, Bruce Wayne, why do you have Batman investigation stuff here?
Yeah. Not only that. He is spray painting it on the floor, which is just going to make it more difficult to remove. It's just, like I said, I love it in isolation, but
they're gonna
it's a parallel to the Riddler, because that's what the Riddler did with the plans for the bombs later.
That's true.
Spoiler.
That is a nice parallel. Still, I like only this scene in isolation because I think the visuals are really cool. And when you have a great detective think scene, though, it needs to actually amount to something. Because this detective think scene amounts to literally nothing. If I were,
I guess that's right.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
it amounts to nothing, and that to me, I think hurts the scene the most in terms of its potential, because cops, crime scene, whatever, they're in Bruce Wayne's house. Bruce Wayne can get them out. He's a rich kid, and he would get them out of his house. That to me is not the biggest problem with the scene. At least the emotional weight the writing could carry. The emotional weight the writing could carry would be where he starts trying to get ahead of the Riddler in his game. Because a line earlier in the film that actually bothered me was, they just accept that it's Riddler's game, so they're going to let him run it. And now that this has happened to Alfred, this is the moment that Batman should try and figure something out. This is where he needed to try and get ahead in the game. Because he realizes he can't just contain himself to the Riddler's game when he's a target.
I mean, also, though, the weird... I mean, probably shouldn't start, nitpicking right in the middle, but probably save some of this for... Well, no, I'm just saying we should probably save a little bit of this for after when we get... Because some of this doesn't come to a head yet, but, the fact that, they know exactly the trajectory of it, technically going after people involved in the case, essentially, which they figure out after, the second person...
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't the goal then be to keep an eye on those people, and then because that would technically be getting in front of the game, or getting ahead of the game, because you know exactly what the pieces are,
Yes, but he still doesn't have the big picture. Like, the big picture is renewal.
He doesn't have the big picture, but he I feel like he could do both. I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm.
Like
I'm arguing with you on this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he could. Like I said, this is actually one of the problems some of my family members have with this movie is Batman is being led by the nose, and I'm okay with this. The only reason this movie gets a little bit of leeway in that regard is if this doesn't happen to him in the future, like he learns from this. But for me, that I thought this scene was going to be the turning point where he is no longer going to be playing the Riddler's game. He realizes he has to now try and get ahead and start, not playing the game so reactively, but rather being an active player and making his own moves. But like I said, I do like the visual in this scene. It's probably one of my favorites when he's standing up above the, with having spray painted out all the evidence and stuff like that. I like it a lot. Just I wish the writing supported this scene. I really did, because I loved it.
Yeah. But then we get the newsreel, right? Of Tom. No. Yes.
He goes. What this scene amounts to is he goes to get the renewal file. He puts it all on his desk, and then Selina enters the story again.
Which is weirdly for like 20 years old. Looks like it's been there since the 1970s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he learns about it, but he still doesn't get the pieces together, and then he gets the bat signal right from Selina.
Selina
he gets a call
turned
from
on her contact.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's right.
And then they meet up.
Yeah, and then they meet up and bang. No, they don't. But
yeah, which is why I brought up earlier that I think Batman would have kept his equipment. That they let her keep it just so this scene could happen.
I agree.
Yeah, and this is a nitpick, but I don't know why she wrote a message on the contact. So if he looked at his monitor, he could read that she's looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
But there was also audio as well. She was talking to him. So did he just have his earpiece on the whole time, waiting for her to get on? Or
I'm assuming it's.
I'm
assuming it probably just is a universal.
I assume she turned it on and was just waiting for him to connect, because he knows that she stole his tech, and when he saw the camera on, that's when I'm gonna quote unquote connected their earpieces, and so they can listen to each other. That's what I took from that, but
also nice that it was on his monitor, the contact video.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, if someone Skype calls you, you have to open it. So I don't know why that would pop up on his screen without any input. Well, like I said, it's a nitpick.
It's definitely a small thing. I could see your issue with that, so I'm just gonna agree. Not my biggest issue with the film. So,
Sprinks.
Yeah, we kind of talked over the whole investigation sequence, Sprinks. So, got any thoughts?
No, not really.
All right. On to the next one then.
Okay. Well, we are at a construction site now with.
We are at a construction site.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the construction site.
Yes, the construction site with Selina. And is this when she had that cop tied up?
No. This is their first kiss sequence, and they are agreeing to work with each other, and we got the whole, everyone's. Everyone always cares about these rich white scumbags sort of line. That's that scene.
She tells him he always sees the worst in people, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, pretty funny line count, because you're a thief and all, and he should see the bad side in you in particular as well.
And it was a rather smooth way to deliver the "we're not so different, you and I" line. I'm like, okay, that's not the worst way I've heard it delivered, so I'll give that one a little credit.
Yeah, and then like you brought up the kiss was there, and I was like, there's nothing here. There's no build up other than he's the male lead and she's the female lead in this film. That's pretty much all that kiss amounted to.
I mean, I think they played the attraction to each other, and that's all they really needed to do to get the kiss, because they don't have a relationship. It's just they are attracted to each other. So that's all. I guess we're still agreeing to disagree. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Crimson doesn't like romance in general.
Yeah, I'm not
It
surprised.
has to be done right.
I know.
No. For you, no.
like
I would disagree with
Okay.
that. For you, it needs to be done a very specific way.
No.
Yeah, he just doesn't like it. But if he does like it, it has to be done by his terms.
Yeah,
No sex.
It has to be
no-
believable.
No sex, no kissing, only notes.
I mean, again, not really arguing they're in a relationship. Just arguing there's an attraction. So.
Yeah.
And then we also get the hint that Batman missed the Riddler's new video because he came out to meet her.
Mm-hmm. Which is all about Thomas Wayne
and the
Martha
Arkhams.
Wayne.
And
Yeah.
renewal's the big clue. So she figured out that it's renewal. Let me. I'm gonna actually scan through my notes real quick. So keep talking, I guess.
Yeah, this
Springs,
yeah.
what are your thoughts on this whole construction scene?
I loved it.
'Cause we haven't covered it all yet.
No, this is where, in my opinion, the twist of the movie, of this version of Batman, takes place, which is the relationship connection between Falcone and Selina, which I thought was fine. It could have been better.
Oh,
It
yeah,
could have been
this
worse.
is where we find out that it's her dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's okay. It's a new difference to add, which kind of gives more strength to Selina, because so far it's just been about her trying to find her friend.
Yeah.
So I think that's a nice little twist and connection. I don't think it really matters that much to Bruce Wayne. But yeah, I just thought it was eh. But what I do really like about the scene is, I think it's during the kiss, when they kiss, the silhouette of the lighting of the city, and then just the construction in them is just all silhouetted.
Mhm.
I really like that.
I do like that Batman turns Selina down initially, because he's not in this for vengeance, as she puts it. It's like, come on, vengeance, you gonna help me? And then she's like, no. I like that he turns her down at first, because he's got bigger fish to fry. And then he pushes her to confess the whole heritage with the Falcones, because I like that. It's just I thought the character work was fine. Flirting was fine, in quotes, for Crimson's sake. Do I have?
Yeah, I don't have much to really cover here. I know it's just pretty run of the mill.
Yeah,
like,
this was.
we're finding out information to progress. It's nothing. Like Sprink said, the whole twist was pretty much this conversation.
Yeah.
And it's not one I particularly cared for either.
Yeah.
That's a more personal gripe.
And then we got the going through the Riddler video, which is now back in the Batcave, which is the Arkhams and Waynes for Gotham's founding families, yada yada, and then Martha was in and out of the asylums. And the point of the video is that Thomas Wayne has asked Carmine Falcone to take care of the reporter.
Murder, the reporter, yeah.
I don't think he asked him to murder him. That was a choice that Falcone changes.
I'm saying, no, that in this scene,
it's implied.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Um, and
Was that implied?
Yeah, he put it in. He was like,
oh yeah,
a reporter who then ended up dead.
because he turned
You
to
know.
Carmine Falcone, and then we have
Yeah.
the last image of it is Thomas Wayne for murderer.
Yeah.
He makes a little edit to the campaign poster.
How funny.
And
Yeah.
then I think
I
this
jumped
leads.
ahead and was thinking we were at their conversation.
No,
Oh
you're
no, not yet,
wrong. Go back.
not yet.
It's okay.
But I think this is. I do think Pat Robinson isn't all that strong as Bruce Wayne yet, but this is probably my favorite scene of him as Bruce Wayne, because you can see the difference in stature, the way he holds himself outside the club. He feels very exposed. I this is like the way he. His,
God. Oh, Bruce Wayne.
yeah, pretty much the gist of it. Yes, and I think the way he holds himself was very timid almost. In the way I like Christopher Reeves as Superman.
Bale. Yeah.
Christopher Reeves as Superman
Christopher.
and Clark Kent, because you can see the difference in posture when Christopher Reeves is playing Clark Kent to Superman, and I got a very, very similar sense of that for when he's playing Bruce Wayne like this to when he's playing Batman.
Yeah.
And this is the parallel to earlier when he entered as Batman.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
He's like, you know who I am? Yeah, Batman, we don't care. Blah, blah, all that nonsense.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know who I am? Bruce Wayne. And then they let him in.
Yeah, he's like, I need to speak to Carmine Falcone.
They're like, okay. Can you sign my breast first, please? No, they don't do that. But, yeah, and so then he meets freaking Carmine Falcone. And they have a little... They have
Do
a
they call
little...
him Falcone in this?
No, they don't. They call him Falcone.
Yeah.
Just so the riddle makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and so they have a little discussion.
Yeah.
Says, I loved your father, but Miranda never wanted me to have him in my pocket. And he stuttered like that too, and he messed up the line.
Yeah, and he messed it up, and they kept the first take.
Yeah, they're like, you massacred my beautiful ass. No, it was a good scene. Talked about how his father came to him, asked him to put the fear of God into the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, well, fear only goes so far. Yeah. Fear only goes so far. I had to kill him.
Yeah. And he pretty much passes the blame off to the Maroney family.
Yeah, he's like, I had a feeling that the Maronis hired that reporter to do it himself. He was
sure looked that way to him.
Yeah. Sure looked that way to me.
Yeah,
but I didn't want Bruce Wayne in my pocket.
You know what that made me think after though? Is that what if Falcone was behind it the whole time?
The mob boss would lie to Bruce Wayne.
He wasn't a mob boss. He wasn't a mob boss at the time. He was Maroney's underling, so he was probably Maroney's right hand man, and then took over.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sprinks, got anything for this scene?
Well, slightly beforehand during the news, there was a Hush reference, which I really liked. It was very minor, and more than likely has nothing to do with Hush, but still the word on the screen really giddied me. Anyway,
what was it?
It just said Hush.
It just said Hush.
Oh.
That's what I said. It was a Hush reference, though. It's true.
It's a Batman movie, and the word Hush was shown, so
You'll take your victory where you can get it.
Hush is going to be in part 2, so keep
this
posted.
was the second knock, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so second knock. I liked the discussion. To me, wasn't truthful. It felt very much like a dance of half truths and white lies.
Yep.
Of what was being said.
Oh, that was the title of my biography.
Half Truth and White Lies, the dance.
Yeah.
Very sinister.
Yeah. A dance of half truths and white lies.
But I thought that was very interesting.
At your local Borders now.
It was a very nice scene of these characters and how they interact with one another,
Mhm.
especially from earlier of the funeral part.
Yeah, nice. It's a bit of a juxtaposition since it's less antagonistic from Bruce Wayne's end anyway.
Yeah, he's a broken man.
He looks like a
His
broken
dad-
man.
Yeah,
See
and
that?
His daddy
haircut?
lied to him.
this is
Yeah.
like I said, this sequence probably my favorite of the Bruce Wayne as like the mask. This is the only time where I felt that it showed up in the movie in a minor capacity.
I suppose.
I suppose.
The one without Alfred, yeah. The one scene.
Yes. Yes, Alfred.
I guess
yes.
You know.
The bitch boy. Yes.
Yes, the man who survived the explosion, indeed.
The man who exploded. Yes.
I guess with that we'll just move to the Alfred scene.
Yeah. Your father was a great man.
Bruce
I
Wayne
already
starts
talked about this one.
yeah, Bruce Wayne starts out very harsh with Alfred here. Like Alfred's had a
Every
bad day.
time.
Really
Alfred.
harsh.
Yeah,
He's
this
been harsh to Alfred the whole time.
yeah, like I know. I'm like this is where it stood out to me though.
He's
The way
already-
it started out.
He's about ready to pull out that life support.
I don't know that far, but I thought
Oh,
it was. I thought it was like because there is no mask. There's only Batman. I thought it added a little bit to the fact of him just being a dick to Alfred because the way he just drives him for like the truth, I guess, is the way he drived Selina like only a couple scenes ago. On the rooftop, trying to push her to talk about her relationship with Falcone. He did it very, very much more subtly here, but very similar in that he just wanted answers, I still love this scene. Once we get
The scene
past,
with
The
go on.
the
Spence.
scene of
The
Bruce
Alfred.
Wayne and Alfred.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm on the other end, and I think this is the weakest scene in the movie.
Oh, well, you first, I guess.
It's just how Bruce has been treating Alfred this whole time, and how little screen time Alfred's been having. That this scene just feels fake. It's not. It doesn't feel like an apology. There's no apology even really needed. It's Alfred still giving wisdom to Bruce because that's who Alfred is to Bruce. But Bruce just like acting like a preppy little spoiled brat teen.
pumped up little boy.
All right.
He
So
takes the info he wants. He doesn't care about the other half. It's just if there was
so
more
Springs.
beforehand, this scene would have been far better.
in that, like, you mean their relationship being built up?
Yes.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't. If that's the basis of your criticism, I don't have any issue with that. I do think the scene would be a lot stronger if their relationship is built up. That being said, I still think this is Bruce's realization that he still cares about Alfred. Especially with the whole, like, I've never felt fear in a long time again. I thought I mastered all that. Especially when he guys starts going into that. I think that this was more of a realization that he still has Alfred to care about, and Alfred still cares about him. Because as far as I understood, from the interpretation of the rest of the film is that he has just been Batman. There has been no room for a relationship to have with Alfred, or even Selina, really. And then this is kind of where that's been kind of tipped over because he realized he almost lost Alfred. So I still think this scene is very strong in its own right when viewing for the lens of that he realizes that
the scene or just that one line. So that's just a part of the whole scene.
well, I think the rest of the scene focuses more on the murder. I'm talking more about the importance of this line, which indicates that that's what he has realized. Because the rest of the scene is more about the ambiguity of who killed his parents, which I like that it's still ambiguous.
Yeah.
Because I like that there's no definitive answer. Whether it's Joe Chill is just some petty crook that happened to find them, or he worked for a mob family, being left in the open is I prefer that because it's I guess it adds more layers to the concept of why he became Batman.
Yeah, I
Why does
still
anybody
feel like it was
become-
Falcone.
No. I mean, obviously, you're meant to feel like it's still Falcone, but ultimately, you're not sure. At the end of the day, there's not enough evidence supporting either way. That's what the point of the ambiguity at the end of the scene is supposed to leave you with. So
Yeah, because the whole thing is like, now even if he knows that probably Falcone played a bigger part in what happened than his father did, he's still troubled by the fact that his father, who he thought was perfect, had a moment of weakness where he fell to the dark side and or the criminal side instead of sticking with the righteous path, and also feels like he didn't know him at all because that was all of what he was to him was just righteousness or whatever.
Yeah.
So I can understand why he would have this crisis of, regardless of whether he could get over it with or without Alfred is debatable, but I think this scene serves its purpose. I think it's necessary. It's probably more necessary than any of the scenes talking Alfred time. So I'm fine with.
I think most of Alfred's scenes are very, very purposeful.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, as far as him having like a defined purpose in anything, this is probably the scene for it, where he's supposed to be the meeting ground, or like kind of this. Because pretty much, if it was just Bruce Wayne without without Alfred, he would just be Batman, and he would never be Bruce Wayne. So that's why he needs Alfred for him to be able to be Bruce Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what the scene is sort of showing, is that he can be Batman, but he also has to understand, that he has to be open to being a Wayne and not just being Batman.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, anyways. That's how I read.
Yeah. Anything else? I guess.
No.
Not for me.
No.
All right.
No more.
No
more.
Now we transition to the scene ends with them looking at the bat signal, because now Catwoman's got the police officer.
Yeah, the bat signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Broken Nose.
He knows something. Mr. Burns. No.
It's very convenient. It's very convenient that no one found the phone, but
yeah.
Otherwise, the intensity from the audio is conveying enough.
Yeah, Falcone strangled her, which apparently is his signature for whatever reason.
Yeah, not the normal one where he leaves a rose.
Yeah, and she knew, because she knew about the rat, even though she didn't know who the rat was.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had to murder her. And then, of course, Selena wants to murder the cop who basically helped him murder her friend. And Batman says, "No."
Yeah,
Didn't say
no,
like
don't
that.
do that. And then she slowly puts her leg on him to kick him off.
When he would have absolutely tried to stop her.
She says a great line. You missed it. He says, "You're gonna ruin your life by doing that." And she's like, "That's okay. I've got 9 more." And
yeah. There's a problem with the scene.
Yeah.
Batman would have absolutely tried to stop her the moment she even moved towards Mackenzie.
That would have definitely fit for Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yes. I would agree with that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I wrote. Was I didn't believe that he just let her kick him off.
Yeah, that's
because it wasn't like a quick kick. She
walked up
for
slowly.
Like 30 seconds.
Yeah, she walked up to him slowly, pressed her leg against him, looked at him, said her iconic line, then pushed him off.
Yeah. He's just so mesmerized because he loves her, but they're not in a relationship.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not going to platonically, Crimson. Come on.
I'm not going to even use their relationship to justify this. It's not. No. It's out of character for Batman to let that happen. at least from what I understand, even this Batman to be. I think the only other thing where it's important about this is I maybe I missed it, Sinister, but did you say that he was that we find out pretty much Falcone runs the city? He's the mayor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, from this interrogation, that Falcone's been the mayor for years.
All right.
And that everyone took a piece of the renewal pie.
Yeah, they just use it as a slush fund. Anybody could take out money.
Yep.
Falcone wanted more, so he took out Maroni.
They took out Maroni and setting up all those people under Falcone's thumb to be in charge, so that they could always have the power.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty smart gig, if you ask me. Pretty.
It all falls apart because of one. What'd you call them? I guess hooker. Whatever you said.
High-class call girl.
Yeah, high-class call girl. Because one high-class call girl. The empire crumbles.
Empire crumbles. Mumbles. Tumbles.
20-year empire. Gone.
The only
how everything goes.
So, after Catwoman kicks him off, makes her escape, Batman helps Mackenzie, saves Mackenzie by shooting a grapple through his foot, which wouldn't have been necessary if he, stopped her from kicking him off. But once they do that, they agree to go along with the Riddler's plan, which already Batman should be not for that at all, considering that he almost lost Alfred. So, but the point is to bring the rat into the light. So Gordon's going to give the call that was recorded. He's going to give that to the journalists for them to kind of make public.
We got Catwoman entering the club now to take out Falcone for killing her friend and her mom.
Mom, possibly. Friend for sure.
Yeah. And someone else take it. I'm not going to do this.
Somebody else take it over, please.
All right, Sprinks, go.
What am I taking over?
Let the Falcone Catwoman talk.
Okay.
I'm looking for my friend. She's been missing, and I feel awful sorry.
She's acting.
That's worse than what Crimson was saying.
I mean, well, beforehand is the third knock. So
yeah,
I think that got skipped, but yeah.
Oh yeah,
it got skipped over. I'm sorry. Sorry, we didn't mention the third knock.
Oh, they keep doing this gag of the knocks.
It's not a gag. It just happens.
I find it incredibly crazy how she didn't get hit by Bruce. The lights went out after. She was at a point blank shot with a gun and missed.
Well, yeah, she's a
stormtrooper. It was after. Yeah, it was after the shot was fired too.
Also very convenient that Batman cut the power. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also very Batman had to cut the power at that moment. It was yeah.
I'm surprised Falcone doesn't pat anyone entering his office.
I mean, wouldn't it just be obvious that they're all carrying something, so it doesn't even matter?
No.
Also, I guess the assumption would be that whoever killed him would end up dead anyway. Wouldn't really matter.
Well, I think he'd prefer to live than having his killer get killed. I think that would be higher in his priority.
I guess I have a
really
question.
Don't care about
I guess I have a question
all.
of what you might think about this, Crimson. Would Falcone knows that Catwoman's his daughter? No, he doesn't.
We don't know that actually.
No.
We just know that he knew her mother, but he doesn't. I don't think he knew that they were actually.
Yeah. Okay. No, in that case, never mind. I was gonna make a potential counter argument, but I got nothing then. So.
Okay.
All right.
Well, there's that.
Yep.
Catwoman sucks at shooting, and plus she shouldn't have been allowed to have a gun in his presence.
And she shouldn't have even been alive.
Didn't go that far.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go
but
that
after
far.
she fired that shot and missed, she definitely shouldn't have been.
Yeah. And we got the Batman hallway sequence. Gotta say,
Flashing lights.
yeah. I mean, those punches and reflexes when getting shot in the armor. That's not really happening right now, is it?
But who knows? It's too dark. Can't really tell.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the hallway shootout scene in Kick-Ass with Hit Girl, except in pitch
With
black.
Big Daddy instead.
Well,
Not Harley Quinn in the Suicide Squad.
no.
No.
That wasn't in a hallway.
No.
Was it?
Yeah,
You're
it
talking
was.
about the office scene?
No, not obvious.
No, in the Suicide Squad where
No,
she
when
gets
she's escaping.
when she's escaping.
Oh,
The
Okay.
Suicide Squad, not Suicide.
sorry.
Yeah.
The Suicide Squad.
I said
The Batman. The Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna go through my
Not
notes.
cheap seat critics. So yeah, a bunch of bad guys get beat up, a bunch of shots get missed, and somehow they get Falcone and take him prisoner.
Well,
Yeah.
Catwoman and Falcone have a fight where she's doing pretty well, and then he just smacks her with is it a pool stick or something?
Q stick.
She wasn't fighting him. She was fighting a henchman,
Cool Q.
and he
Yeah.
got the jump on her.
Yeah, he knocked her. Yeah, knocked her ass out with pool Q
And starts to choke her.
in his classic style. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess his signature on this. He's like, "You made me do this."
My own flesh and blood, turn against me. And then Batman
Bats arrived to
follows.
save the day.
Yeah, Batman. He signed a Hippocratic oath.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. That's funny. And
Yeah, he arrests Falcone.
yeah,
Well, he doesn't.
and
arrest
he
Falcone.
talks.
He gets
Pretty
him.
much.
And he
He
talks.
gets him in cuffs.
Yeah, and he talks Selena down from shooting him. I actually really like that.
Yeah, I do too.
And then Batman walks him out of the club.
All he'd have to say to Catwoman is, "Don't even bother. You're gonna miss." That's all he'd have to say. And
What?
She'd give up.
What? No. Anyways, they had, and then he's got a little conversation with him. He's like, "You think you're gonna arrest me? I'll be out by lunchtime or whatever."
Don't you know all these boys in blue work for me? And I like that. I like the idea that Corden got all the good cops that he knew were
Yeah.
corrupt.
Not all.
Not
of
all
them.
of them, I guess. Yeah. And he's like, "Thing is, everything I know, going with me."
And it does.
I'm gonna say anything.
And it does.
Yeah.
So but then Cobblepot or fucking Oswald calls him a rat.
Yep.
And then he calls what does he say to him? He calls him
Something.
it's like an empty tacky something.
Spring to the quote guy. What was said?
You're the penguin.
I don't.
You're a big
didn't
man
write
now,
it down.
Oz.
I did
Didn't
write
write
it.
it-
It
he
was
didn't
very
write it.
cool that Penguin was actually in a purple suit now.
But where's his umbrella?
Yeah, still no umbrella, but he's in a purple
doesn't
suit,
wear
so
a
it's a
purple-
step.
He doesn't wear a purple suit. The Joker wears a purple suit.
No, but he has. It's purple and black is kind of his color scheme.
Yeah, and I wrote it down. It was very convenient that they even allowed the conversation between him and Oz. Falco.
Well, you never know. Something could come out of that.
Yeah, they could incriminate each other.
No, that's true. That's
Yeah.
that's better. All right, that's just my nitpick is done.
Yeah.
There
And so then they
Yeah,
get in
and
an
anything
argument.
you say can and will be used against
Yeah,
we go.
and they get in a little slap fight, and Falcone gets shot.
Yeah.
Oh darn! Right under the street light.
I
too.
gotta say,
Yeah.
Jesus Oz, you were about to fucking try and Glock him in front of a bunch of police officers.
Hey, they don't work for him.
Damn.
Yeah,
True.
but I didn't shoot it. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Gun didn't even go off.
And
And
light thing is very stupid. I think I'll let Crimson take this one though.
go,
What else is
Crimson
there to really
Maroon.
say? I mean, the Riddler must see the future, or something, because that's not predictable. Even if you are like, okay, Batman's going to arrest Falcone within his own club and take him up front.
They did hint at that though.
Even if that's the only entrance and exit.
No, I'm saying like that supposedly Falcone never leaves the club.
Yeah. So even if he had to leave and it'd be through the front door, there's no guarantee he'd be under that light, because the light, it's not like a porch light. It's to the side. So the odds that he got pushed to that light are astronomical, to a point where you can't predict that. And
I think he would walk down there though. Like you wouldn't have to get pushed.
What? To that light specifically? What are you talking about?
He didn't have to be in the light. He didn't have to be in the light. He just had to be near it.
The riddle said under the light, right?
Yes.
Yes, Riddle says under the light.
Okay.
Bring him into the light.
I'm assuming though that
Riddler says bring him into the light specifically.
Yes. It doesn't have to be underneath the light. It just has to be within the light. It just happened to be like right underneath the light post.
Yeah, just happened to be.
I know it's not. But I'm saying if the Oswald thing hadn't have happened, he still would have gotten walked down there and would have been in the line of fire.
No.
Yes. What are you fucking talking about? We watched the same movie twice. How are we having two entirely different remembrances of the scene?
Okay, well, we got two other people to balance this out here.
Yeah.
All right.
But who's wrong? Obviously Crimson, but maybe me.
Okay, I'm on Crimson's side for this one. I think that if Oz wasn't there, they would have just walked him directly to the car and put him in. It makes it much harder to shoot a moving target, and as we know, he's not really great at physicality. I don't think he's that great of a shot because we never see him use a gun. So it was very lucky that Falcone was standing in place for him to actually be able to get this shot off and work. Because otherwise, he nicks him and, well, he fails to kill him. But I guess the ultimate... I guess killing him at this point would only be a bonus, because he's already ruined, in quotes, because it's already public knowledge about what he did.
Yeah, but I mean, in criminal,
like he said, he'd only be out by lunch, right? So even if his name's ruined, he himself.
He's a criminal. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
because everybody already knew he was a criminal, anyways.
But
he would just go somewhere and be underground, because he is now officially called a rat. So he'd be wanted by his crew probably, but he'd be alive.
Yeah,
and
like I said,
problematic.
Like I said, Oz would have said, "Enjoy your night at Blackgate," because I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have survived the night. Someone would have shivved his ass, unfortunately. Or maybe one of the corrupt cops would do it. Because we definitely don't let police officers. We don't let people kill themselves like Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Okay.
All right, I don't. Yeah.
Your thoughts on this scene?
I'm confused between Crimson, you, and Sinister what the initial question was of difference.
I'm just
saying
odds of it being planned that he needs to be set up under the light is dumb and extremely unlikely to work. He says it's definitely within the realms of possibility.
I'm in the camp of it's too many odds.
I think both are valid. I think what they did
What a freaking lame answer. Oh my god.
No, let me...
Okay. In the comments, everybody.
I'll leave it at that then, Crimson. No explanation out of me, just that. There you go. How do you feel about that, huh? No.
Whoa.
I'll give an explanation of why.
Continue on.
It's... boy. Okay, so on Crimson's side of things, yeah, it's real random that it's the light right outside the Iceberg Lounge, right by the apartment. It's kind of the only street light in sight, unless you go like far down either direction. There's no other real light source. I mean, it could have been played off that was the moon or something, but with that aspect, yeah, it's real coincidental. However, on Sinister's side of things, he did get the rat, which was Falcone, into a light source, which was the street light, so it did play out the riddle. Do I think that was his initial take of what he meant by getting the rat into the light? No, I don't. I think the rat was Falcone, yes, but I don't think the street light necessarily had to be that exact light. I think it could have been any other form of light. But I think the street light was just the form that was given that made sense and went with. But I'll lean onto Crimson's side that if it had to be the shot from the apartment of him being shot and killed, then yes, that would be the only light and source that was
The
used.
thing, either way, regardless of how he was going to kill him, either way, the riddle would still make sense. That's what I was also arguing.
Yes.
Because technically, if he gets brought into the light, he's at the surface, so it just happened to work. I'm sure he was planning to kill him underneath that streetlight, as we saw, but I'm sure if that didn't work, he would have had a definite backup plan. It just happened that it worked in that way.
Yeah, I do think
everything else was so planned out that I doubt that everything just hinged on that one thing going right.
I guess what I would take, I take broader issue just with the specificity of the light, because we wouldn't really have this issue necessarily with if Batman looked up and saw the streetlight and the director took the time to show that. I don't think we'd have this issue because it'd be more ambiguous. You brought him into the light, meaning you brought him out into the open. That would have been more than enough. But the light specificity, I think, is what brings the riddle gives the riddle its problem. I think the riddle would have stood fine on its own, but the fact that they decided to show Batman explicitly looking up at the light and muttering to himself, bring him into the light, indicating the street light, that is what gives the riddle its issue. The core of its issue is that.
Can agree with that. Bringing him into the light because he's pretty much a hobbit, right?
Yeah.
Not a hobbit, a hermit. So bringing him out of his hole into the light, that I agree with that. The point that they made it specifically that light is my problem.
I think that's where they overstepped the riddle's concept. Otherwise, I think other than that, the riddle's fine. It's just because of that, it now has a flaw.
Eh.
All right. All right, there we go.
We disagree.
We've done that several times already in this pod.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and I'm going to beat the crap out of you when I see you next time. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally joking.
Just wait until we get to our gaming after this, and then we can take it out of the
No.
Or we can do some 2 building exercises, whichever one.
Yeah, whatever.
Just falls.
Yeah.
I just already know somebody's going to get a talking to after this, let me tell you. I'm calling that one out. This is all going to get cut
what'd
out.
you say,
Whatever.
Springs?
Whatever.
I said
Anyways,
trust falls.
Trust falls. Yes.
But so yeah, then we find the Riddler's hideout, which is very, very Seven-esque.
Conveniently close.
Yeah, and this ties into the imaging problem that where the images were taken. Like this would have been prime exploration time.
I wouldn't say it's conveniently placed because it was planned
Yeah.
to be there. So that I think is fine. The photo thing, that's annoying that he didn't change positions or take the photo elsewhere.
Yeah.
Well, he had to give him something. That was more Batman just being stupid.
Yeah.
Him being.
It either
stupid not
damages
to
Riddler's
change it.
plan or it damages Batman's character.
Actually,
Either way, it
I might
damages
have
something.
a solution.
Yeah.
He
You have a solution to something we talked about like 2 hours ago.
He expected Batman to be on his side and help him, and he thought he'd figure out the whole plan by now. So did he expect him to solve the photos to find his place to help?
So
Does he think Batman already knew?
no, so that I mean
he thinks
again,
he understood the whole ending.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he was shocked he didn't figure it out.
well, then that doesn't damage Riddler's plans. That just damages Batman's intelligence. Like I said,
Well,
there's
yeah,
no.
that's what we're saying.
There's not a. Unfortunately, something doesn't escape
what
unscathed from
Crimson-
that.
What Crimson was saying was that either it makes the Riddler look stupid and incompetent, or it makes Batman look incompetent. But in this situation, it technically makes just Batman look stupid and incompetent.
Yep. I'm
If-
Which is probably the worst of the two, but whatever.
If any of the three of you could remind me, did they ever touch on investigating or finding anything to do with a gunshot or like bullet casing or anything in this apartment?
In regards to what just happened with Falcone?
Yeah.
Well, the gun's still there. When Batman's
yeah, the
exploring the
gun's still
apartment,
there.
we see the sniper
Yeah.
still there. So I'm assuming
The
they
gun's still
would
there.
just easily do that. So
Yeah, the gun was still there, and they said they saw somebody running out immediately after the shot was fired.
On the fire escape.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it
And
was-
Batman looked at him in the window as well.
yeah.
yeah.
Batman was indecent at the time, so yeah, could run up there fast.
Okay. I was just
Yeah,
curious on that part.
I guess good job on the set designers. I think the room looks pretty good.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah, it looks like a classic shitty apartment.
Very, very greenish. A yellowy green.
Green.
I didn't think about that, but that's true. There is like a,
Yeah, Sprigs
There
would
was a
notice that
green
though.
carpet. Yeah. There was a lot of books filled with.
I don't know, there's
really
got to be a
small
bunch
writing.
of Easter eggs.
Yeah,
or,
Oh, yeah.
Before we get to that, we
references
do
to
have the
this
arrest
episode.
scene, but we can just kind of speed
Which
through
was spoiled in the frickin' trailers for this movie, I would like to add.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
The
they
trailer
had.
always started with that cup of coffee with the question mark in it.
that.
Yeah.
Did it show the Riddler's face during that? Or-
Yeah, they did. I mean,
I think in a later trailer, yeah.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I was like, oh, so the movie's going to start with, like, him getting captured, and Batman's going to have to retroactively, like, find all this stuff that he's planned, and then, nope, it's just him trying to catch the guy the whole time, which seemed less interesting in my point of view.
Yeah, I only saw one trailer and I don't recall seeing that. That's pretty bad. Oh well. Spoilers. Because his face reveal was pretty funny for me when we get to that point.
Because he looked like a nerd.
Yeah. He just ordered some pie.
He
I
did.
just ordered a
What
slice
was
of
it? Pumpkin pie?
pumpkin
I think it was
pie,
a
yeah.
second.
Yeah. Ordered a slice of pie, something like that.
No, he said pumpkin pie. I just ordered a
Really?
slice of pumpkin pie, and then
It
they
also,
bam on the table.
it also makes me believe that he goes to this cafe regularly.
Hmm.
Oh yeah,
I can agree with
Like,
that.
he's
Yeah,
very-
I mean,
yeah.
it's near his apartment. It would make sense. That's his go-to
well, you wouldn't want to
place.
get your last like free meal at a place you didn't like, right?
That is true.
Make
Well,
sure
he
it's
also
good,
wanted
yeah.
to get caught, like you said. So
Well, yeah, but you
Yeah,
want to
so-
get caught in a nice place.
precise.
It was a
Yeah.
nice looking place. Nice little diner.
Right, or you wanted to talk about the arrest? for a
No,
second?
no. I just wanted to say that the scene.
No.
that
Oh,
we-
acknowledge that it
yeah, we
happened.
just acknowledge that it happened. We can move on. Yeah. I liked it.
Okay,
There we go.
now,
I have an Easter egg I found
oh
that I
yeah,
had to
go.
look up.
Go.
When, what was it, Ramirez? That's the mustache cop?
yeah,
kinda,
must
I guess,
Pablo. Yeah,
Oh, that
Um,
one with the funny voice.
no.
No, he's
no,
the.
some pencil neck.
He's the one that stopped Batman in the beginning and then helps him at the end.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Uh,
And he also
Yes.
likes Bruce Wayne.
He
I
asks
think Bruce
Riddler
Wayne's
which ID is his from the two names,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
one is Patrick Parker and the other one's Edward Nashton. Now, Edward Nashton is actually Riddler's name before he changed his surname to Nigma
Mhm.
to better fit his puzzling and everything. But Patrick Parker, I didn't recognize, and I had to do some research to figure out where this was from. What I found, which is funny, because of Wikipedia and anyone can put information into Wikipedia, and one of the aliases listed for Riddler, someone wrote Patrick Parker, which people were, where is this coming from? What comic is this from? Or whatever. And Matt Reeves and the team for the movie just picked it. So it was just made up from someone, and they put it in the movie. And because of the movie now, it's actual real use of an alias.
That's actually kind of cool. I like that.
Mm.
That's funny.
Patrick Parker. But yeah, and they found out he's a, what was it? He's a investigate, not like a financial.
Oh,
Yeah.
freaking darn it! Springs asked me
Yeah,
this question.
fuck.
last
Yeah,
time.
I know.
I forgot that one too.
We're all
say,
a bunch of fools.
yeah.
He was a forensic accountant. There we go.
Forensic accountant.
Got it.
Yeah, he's a forensic accountant.
I wrote that in my notes. Thank God.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna do something a little bit different here, just because a lot of shit happens in this last half here,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna condense it because we can get through it pretty quickly, and we can just talk about how we felt about the overall scope of this last scene here. Is that okay with everybody?
I think that works.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I have one little thing to pop in.
Yeah.
If it still involves this. Earlier, I said when the phone rang at the funeral and how Riddler was literally like just left when the phone's ringing. The same kind of thing happened here, where someone comes up to Batman and is like, "Riddler's calling for you from Arkham." Like Arkham's right around the corner.
Yeah.
You can teleport.
Not just teleport. There would be processing and all this other long
Just
paperwork related stuff with the police.
Just how fast Riddler gets places is a flaw to me.
Well, he just says Riddler's asking for you. Did he say specifically at Arkham?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, I got nothing. But yeah, that's a problem.
Gotham. Terrible at catching criminals, but when they do, they're efficient.
Well, I did say, like, I could see them processing him much faster because he wasn't fighting the charges whatsoever, but still, that was unbelievably fast. But we also don't know the layout of Gotham, so we don't know how close that could have been. And it'd be weird if it was really close, though. Anyways.
The fingerprints, the mugshots, the
So yeah, he has
life.
before we jump through, we get a bunch through. We're gonna go quickly to the interrogation scene where the whole plan is, well, most of the plan is laid out.
And I guess one more thing in the room is.
Oh, well, just fuck me then. Okay, yeah.
One last thing. Batman thinks he's the next target to the Riddler, which causes
because he sees all the pictures of him as Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, you get the impression that he does. Yeah, you get the impression that Riddler knows who he is.
Yeah.
Which is another weird thing in intelligence. Why did Riddler, like, thinking of all this stuff, and it's shown, like, he doesn't know that Batman is Bruce Wayne? Yeah. Why did he never just think, like, oh, what if he is?
Well, based on what we saw of him, we didn't see anything that would connect Bruce Wayne and Batman, right?
Yeah. I think, well, and also mentally, because he, at least in the beginning, he likes Batman so much, and he hates Bruce Wayne, that probably in his brain he couldn't ever put the two together.
That's probably true.
That's a possibility.
That would shatter his worldview.
Yeah, but then I don't know if that fits, because then after now he hates Batman because Batman ruined his time, and then he also
and then Batman takes the cowl off and he's like, I am Bruce Wayne, and then Riddler freaks out.
Part of me wanted that to happen.
Yeah,
it wouldn't, but that would have been awesome.
Yeah, but and so he thinks Batman and him are best friends, just like a YouTuber and his YouTube audience. They're best friends, right? Like they
oh my god, the streaming Riddler does and never gets tracked or followed by cops or.
It's been a little bit of a problem.
Oh yeah,
because he's been doing it for months.
Oh yeah. Yeah, give me that sweet plot.
He's got 500 followers.
That's like nothing, though.
That's huge.
I said
nothing.
Months. I guess it has been months because this whole movie takes place in a week.
Yeah.
And if the mayor or the
he's been planning for months, though.
Yeah, I assume he got the followers before he actually enacted the plan.
Yeah. I will say after the tearing of the carpet and all that, the lights flickering on the ground, the explosion of the car, I thought that was a great transition. Spencer, you said to speed this on, so I'm trying to get the points.
I was gonna just do a quick summary first and then have us go through it, but whatever.
Okay, then go.
Yeah, so last this is 30 minutes, and we're gonna go through it in about 5. So we're gonna go through the summary in about 5. So.
Right. So you want us to hold any popcorn till after?
Just quick, just really quick. I'll be as loose as I'll be as blank as I'll be as general as possible.
Yeah, you got this.
So he finds out from the Riddler that there's going to be bombs. Well, he doesn't find this out from the Riddler himself. He finds it out from decoding the last post that they couldn't find on his blog or whatever. And there's going to be, was it 5 bombs? 5 vans full of explosives, or 5.
Yeah, 5
several
or 7, something.
Let's
like
say several vans full of explosives all along the seawall of Gotham, which for whatever reason, Gotham is below sea level, and by exploding them, will start flooding Gotham, and the only place that will be safe will be the like Madison, their version of Madison Square Garden or something, where the big political race is over, and they'll be signing in the new mayor, perfect mayor.
Yes.
Now, Batman figures this out. He figures out where the explosives are too late using the Tucker tool, which was used to bash in the original mayor's brains, and finds them underneath the carpet of the Riddler's apartment. I know I said the Joker at one point, but whatever. It's okay. I'm speedrunning this. And so basically, by the time he finds them, they've already exploded, and the flooding has already begun. So it's already over. The town is the city is destroyed, economically and physically.
That's
But-
Gotham.
I don't know how they could recover.
And so, but on top of that, in their version, the Gotham Madison Square Garden, a bunch of his followers all went in there with snipers and dressed in the same outfits and everything. And weirdly, all need to wear glasses and be sharpshooters, which, whatever. And are going to then kill all the important political and high-level people of Gotham, and then anybody else that happened to be there, including innocent civilians, for
Good measure.
whatever reason. Yeah. To prove a point that Gotham is corrupt and needs to be stopped.
yeah. Keep going.
So Batman gets there, frickin' the mayor gets shot in, like, her stomach, I think, or somewhere.
His torso somewhere.
Torso. It starts flooding inside of the center, so it wasn't, like, foolproof anyways. We have Batman coming in, starting to beat the crap out of everybody. Selina's trying to get out of town. She goes there, starts helping out Batman. Commissioner Gordon is there as security, and then he has to go up and run upstairs and help Batman. And the whole time, the place is flooding, and the shit is falling apart with electricals everywhere. And Batman almost breaks his own rule when Selina Kyle gets knocked out, and he has to use his adrenaline and almost punches a guy to death. And then he's told to stop, and he asks him who the guy is because he unmasks him. He's like, "I am vengeance." Or did he say "I am vengeance" or "I am revenge"?
I am vengeance.
Vengeance.
I am vengeance. Okay, just had to make sure that it was quoted.
Yes.
And then so electrical wires are falling, and there's a big jumbotron that's about to fall into the water, and it's swinging, and it's electrified, and somehow it doesn't act on the water even by being that close to it. And Batman, because he's Batman, he has to cut the electrical cord, but instead he climbs down it and cuts above where he's at because he's sacrificing himself, even though he doesn't have to. I don't know. I'm sure we're all going to have something to talk about that. And falls to his death. And he doesn't die. And then he proceeds to use a flare and get everybody to follow him. And it's like a classic Renaissance painting with the shadows and the flare and all these people trailing behind him as he brings them to safety. And so now they're getting evacuated on the roof. We have a little epilogue. He has a narration where he's talking about how the city has become flooded. It'll take years for repairs to mitigate the damage. Crime is running rampant. They're worse than they were before. You see Oswald looking out the window while Batman says, and the people that are going to take the power are in the prime position to take it. Meaning that Penguin's going to become the new kingpin of his own type. And then I think, and Selena Kyle says, I don't want to, I want to go somewhere but with you, but I won't, and then he doesn't go, and so they break up. It's really sad.
Not a relationship.
Yeah, and then we have the Riddler in the Arkham freaking out because his whole plan, even though he basically succeeded other than killing all the people in the Madison Square Garden, has failed. Freaking out because Batman ruined his time and he thought he was his friend, his best buddy. And we get a cameo by possible, but definitely Joker, who is going to be his friend. And we get the best riddle, which is when you have many of them. Does anyone remember the riddle?
I didn't have it written
I'm not going to get it. Never mind then. Anyways, it's a riddle about friends. But anyways, the more of them you have, the less, or the less of them you have, the more one is. What am I?
The less of them you have, the more valuable
they are.
Yeah.
Something
that
more value they have. Yeah. So, and he's like, so it's going to be a Riddler and Joker team up, and somehow in all of this like bad shit going down, where Batman basically failed, right? I mean, is anybody going to fight me on that he failed mostly and succeeded only slightly?
He
No.
succeeded in his mission to catch the bad guy, but failed the city as a hero.
Somehow I was like, I guess I have an impact. I guess I just because a bunch of like criminals wanted to be like him, and so he's going to change his ways, I guess, for the next. So yeah, that was the. How did everybody feel about that last 30 minutes or so?
Ooh, who wants to go first?
I'm cycling through screenshots, so I'm not going right now.
Okay. The worst part of the movie for me.
I would agree.
Yeah, the bombs were just thrown in last minute. There was no build up towards it. The Riddler himself was like, "You didn't figure it out? You must not be as smart as I thought." And then I've seen it twice, and we're talking about it. I still don't know if there are any clues leading to that. His motive doesn't add up.
It was just the carpet, pretty much, which he couldn't have found until like afterwards.
Yeah, his motive was to shine a light on the corruption of Gotham, so I don't know why killing everybody would solve that problem.
Well, his goal was to shine a light, but then like he said, that wasn't enough. You have to end the corruption. Which, how do you end it? By killing everybody, including the perfect mayor.
Yeah, the perfect candidate. Turn into the perfect mayor. Either way, the perfect mayor did survive a gunshot from a sniper in the torso, while also getting the entire place filled with water with a bunch of open wires everywhere.
Yep.
So, freaking crazy plot armor for the new mayor. And I could talk more, but I'll let you guys cover things I haven't. So
yeah, I'm gonna go last because technically I summaried the whole thing, so give everybody else a chance.
All right, in that regard, I'll go. Oh boy, as I said, the transition of the lights on the ground to the car I thought was really cool. I don't understand how the Riddler's army did not get spotted and was able to get in there unnoticed. At all, because they were all in outfits. And all having weaponry, so that was weird. Batman makes a incredibly overused explosion entrance that was not needed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that glass killed civilians.
Yeah, blowing up the whole roof to get in there. That was crazy. First time watching this, I thought he was using Bane venom to put into his leg because it was green, which was weird, but it's just adrenaline. Man, if you didn't think the movie was red before, they surely amp it up by giving you more red from the flare. And cop car lights in the water, and just It's a lot of red. And then in my notes I have it's the boy. The boy's back.
Yeah, the boy. He
His
saved
hand from the
survived.
shadows. It's the
He
boy. I'm
saved
like,
the
where's your
boy and
parents?
his mom again.
Yeah. So the boy disappears. Batman finally, during like everyone being like saved, kind of at the end, Batman finally has something on his face. It's finally like dirty
Yeah.
in some aspect. Riddler has his talk with I wrote it down. I looked it up in credits and wrote it down. He has his talk with unseen Arkham prisoner.
I wonder who it is.
Yeah, who
He
knows?
just starts
Bane.
laughing like a hyena at the
Yeah.
end. Yeah.
And then Catwoman says goodbye, Catwoman. You know, thank goodness you're out of here. Credits
Whoa.
roll, and then, the little secret Riddler URL at the end. Ooh.
Radalata, which we looked up afterwards, and it just goes to this site has been taken down by the GCPD.
That's kind of cool. That's kind of
Yeah.
cool. That's the little Easter egg. I know and for the Sherlock films, Watson actually had an actual blog you can look up
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
for BBC Sherlock. I guess I'll go. Visually, I actually really liked the red flare aesthetic that they go with at the end. I thought it looked really, really cool. I like the connectivity with the boy being back. Like, he's here for that, because that's what kind of matters.
Yeah.
I like that Batman kind of realizes he can't be vengeance by the end. That's pretty much the main point of the whole movie, and I like that theme.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, though, this last 30 minutes is a fucking absolute disaster in writing.
Yeah. That's
Plot
exactly
plot
what we-
armor
what
is
we
thick.
thought.
Plot armor is thick as fuck, where it needs to be, or yeah, it's not. The ending is really kind of a letdown when going to this hoping for the best kind of noir level thing. And I'm fine with action sequences, but this was
Yeah.
over the top, unfortunately.
I mean, I just felt like it just didn't fit.
Yeah, it was.
It was
It
just-
didn't fit. It was very. It felt tacked on, and that's the problem.
For how like small scale. I mean, most of like I mean, small scale in the way of like events happening. It was a murder, and then you go having a giant like end of the world like crisis thing happen felt just like tonally out of place. I was just like, okay, this is not what I feel like it's being set up for most of this movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Final thoughts. I'm trying to like think of anything else that we kind of brushed over that I had issue with, because I've been trying to cycle through screenshots while you were speaking, so I didn't even get to go through my notes.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I was trying to.
No, I know, I get it.
fast.
No judgment. I just need to quickly check my notes. So go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I just. This is. I was talking about earlier. I was like, I know of at least like probably definitely 30 minutes that could have gotten cut out in probably this final act. Which, I mean, a movie can have problems, and we can argue about them and whatever, and we do. But usually, as long as it has a good ending, that kind of saves most movies. As long as it ends well. And this movie does not end very well. I just, I was not into it. I
Peters
didn't
out
feel
towards
like
the
it.
end.
Yeah, it just kind of like felt like, okay, we have to have like something big come about, but I just didn't feel like it fit thematically or at all. And I guess it was just kind of like maybe they're just like, well, because there are big stuff that happens in like Batman comics and Batman movies and stuff. I'm not saying, like Scarecrow's fear gas is going to get released to the whole city, or, the Joker is going to take out all of the criminal world and then, all that stuff. But I don't feel like most, like, especially for like something of this nature where it's an early version of Batman, having a whole like citywide disaster thing doesn't really feel like it fits, because and like I said, the ending of this movie, basically the Riddler won, and I'm not saying there's anything bad about that, but like I feel like Batman didn't really do much, and that's really kind of how you should Batman movies. I didn't really feel like Batman could have stopped it or had any power to stop. Like he saved a couple of the richest people in Gotham, and that was about it. But yeah, I liked a lot of the acting scenes between, even though I found a lot of it funny, I liked the interrogation scene with him and Riddler. It was good. I liked Paul Dano as, the Riddler, even when he was out of his mask. But I will say, Crimson said, yeah, I wish he would have kept the mask on. He was really disappointed.
Yeah.
But I was just if it had ended with like Falcone and the taken custody, that wouldn't have been great. It would have been kind of a little too little.
Mm-hmm.
But at least I would have felt like it was organic and that it was setting up for something later on. Because technically, with that, the Riddler would have still won, but it wouldn't have been as over the top.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I guess one of my more positive notes, I do like that Gordon took charge of all the first responders because he walked in to see firemen and police officers arguing, and he walks in.
Somebody's going for a commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like that they've left that there as a detail, so why people would follow him and want him as commissioner. So, let's see. I didn't really take much issue with the Batman cutting the wire thing because I assumed he would have just been electrocuted, shocked, which is why I assumed he fell.
Oh yeah, the use of the Batarang
for not to throw it.
Yeah.
To cut something.
Used twice to cut things, pretty much.
The bat knife.
The bat knife.
Bat knife.
I didn't really take much issue with that because I assumed he got electrocuted, which is why he fell.
No.
But
I think he got electrocuted.
Yeah, I thought he got electrocuted. I didn't. Otherwise I would have agreed with you. Like, he should have hung himself. Like, would have been still cutting. He would have cut the wire beneath his hand. But I assumed he got electrocuted. Yeah.
Yeah, he just cut it above him. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I guess I already did that scene wrong because I don't know. That's what I got out of that.
It's okay. It was a weird scene regardless. So
yeah,
I'm not against having a different view of it.
Yeah. My favorite shot of the whole movie is still here. Or my other favorite shot is when he's leading everyone out by the red flare. Obviously, I don't like what we had to do to get here.
It leads to it. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like still a cool shot. I like it.
Like I said, it was a cool shot. It was like a Renaissance painting or something.
Yeah.
It was a very good shot.
I also want to point out Batman did use a man's rifle to shoot him off the fucking balcony. He was still cabled, but he fucking took a rifle shot to the chest. So.
They were all cabled, which I thought was interesting. I kept thinking that he was like cabling them. Cable.
And then Batman's no gun rules kind of lost there, unfortunately, when he uses that. Granted, it's indirect, like it's in someone else's hand, but he probably had to pull the trigger for it to hit someone. So,
I'm gonna do a nitpick here. One of the shooters had a shotgun.
Yep, I don't know what he was planning to do with.
No one else did.
I have no idea what he was planning to do up there.
I have one reasoning as to why.
Okay.
In the messagings that Batman was reading after that locked video got unlocked, it was talking about like what should we have, and said marksman weapons are the best. I think that was just one guy whose best weapon he could find was a shotgun.
Oh, I'm assuming, yeah. I'm assuming they all weren't like crop as far as intelligent goes.
Yeah.
But
I guess
still kind of funny.
One other Easter egg, I suppose, that's kind of ties the theme of the story together is the guy who says "I am vengeance" is the guy who was talking shit about Bruce Wayne at the funeral, or he was talking shit about the mayor.
True.
That is
true. Yeah.
That is the guy who says "I am vengeance." Yes. Like I said, I think the movie does nail its theme, but that's not writing, unfortunately. Yeah.
I guess another thing, because I hated that the city was below sea level. That was freaking.
The only
stupid.
thing that hinted at the bomb plan beforehand is when we're zooming out from the DA, getting his bomb collar originally. The camera zooms out over the seawall, so we can see that it's below sea level, and I like that because it is like the barest hint of setup that doesn't justify anything, but it's like, all right, the director at least tried to put something here.
Yeah,
And it's
it's
dumb.
just
Also, I don't know. I guess this could be classified as a nitpick, but how did he get those explosives?
He made
We've
'em.
established that he's kind of working at home essentially. He bought his clothes from a store. As far as
Well,
we
you don't
know,
buy
he
your
doesn't
clothes
have
from a
any
store?
military contacts.
Oh, you mean the Riddler?
Yes,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
where he got the explosives to blow up the walls.
He made them, obviously.
I
Right?
mean,
'Cause that's what he was talking about in his last post.
We didn't see any evidence of bomb making in that apartment.
Well, you wouldn't build a bomb where you live.
Well, remember that's the one thing that he was trying to keep hidden. Ultimately, he planned to be caught because the bomb thing was supposed to be a surprise.
Yeah. So you wouldn't keep.
Well,
so
he made the plans within that apartment, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
But they'd have to take up the carpet, and by the time they're actually like, at least because by the timeline we saw, like the day he got caught was also the day the explosives went off. So by the time they figured that out, and they're not going to put like, oh, this points to bomb locations on the seawall, like
Yeah.
and it was all in nondescript vans. So
Again, this is also Riddler's plan falls apart if someone just holds up the carpet tool and asks, "Does anyone know what this is?" Just say,
yeah,
because at least at that point you could have
it's a
there is
blunt object.
yeah.
well, I don't think that it being a carpet tool automatically means let's rip up this carpet. Like if someone's murder weapon was a wrench, they're not just going to be unscrewing pipes to find riddles.
You're in a room full of
think there was
detectives. Someone's going to suggest it. I'm going to throw this out
True.
there. It's not that big of
Yeah.
a leap,
No, he's
especially with how
Okay.
meticulous the Riddler has been up until that point,
with
to everyone else.
With what they've all seen with the Riddler, everything has a purpose. So it's not random.
I find it convenient that the cop's uncle is a
Carpet
person that-
Tucker, yeah.
carpet worker.
Yeah, I'm trying
I
to
would've
find out if
preferred
that
it-
was. Yeah.
I would have preferred it if it was literally just the cop knew what it was and said it was a carpet tool.
Yeah.
The whole thing that it was his uncle does carpets. I'm like, okay, now you've made it specialized.
Yeah.
No,
why'd you do
well,
that?
he was trying to have like a conversation with Batman, and he was
It's a sign that he's warming up to him, so he's trying to,
he's
I
trying to
get
show
the
him a little bit of
purpose
his life.
it, but
Yeah.
I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
I got the purpose of it, but the execution, god awful. My God, go back to acting school, son. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Crimson. We want to do our. Do anybody have anything else, or do you want to just do our ratings and then a good?
I guess one more pass by everyone if they've got anything. Strengths, got anything?
No, I gave my last points.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I got everything out. Like I said, I like the theme of the movie, which is, Batman has to be something more. I like that there is a foundation to work with here going forward, so it's not, it's not horrible. There is something that these creators can do going into the second film. And, they just need to tighten up that script a little bit more. Don't be as self-indulgent with don't be afraid to show off the fat of your film, I guess. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got for that as far as like final thoughts.
All right. Yeah. So do we want to start with, I guess, ratings? Let's go with writer. You first.
Alrighty. I'm gonna give my subjective first because as I've stated before, I do really like this shit. Learn how to speak
look
again.
of this, yeah.
Yeah.
The look of this movie.
Yeah, I really love the look of this movie. The visuals, I think, were enough to warrant some points of it, just because, like I said, it's very inspired. This is the same cinematographer who's done Dune, Rogue One, and honestly, man, at the top of his class, top of his game. But subjectively, I'm going to do my subjective first. I really enjoyed a vast majority of this movie because as I said, I've been waiting for the detective noir thing for them to heavily commit to that for Batman for a long time. And this, I think, is the closest that I've gotten to it. So subjectively, I think I'm gonna give this an 8. I really enjoyed this movie. And as we discussed, it's not perfect. It's got a fair bit amount of problems. Convenience is prevalent throughout the script. From at least the second half of the investigation for sure. I think the characters are all good. Crimson and I have kind of gotten a bit of back and forth into Selina Kyle and Batman's relationship.
Yeah.
I think the character work between them, the chemistry between them is fine. I think they sell the attraction to one another. I don't really buy that they would be in a relationship yet, and I think it was a good choice. They didn't fully commit to that because there is not enough ground to support it. I think Jim Gordon as being Batman's more or less Robin for this movie, his compatriot, his sidekick, his companion. I think they play off each other very well. Their dynamic of being just like a gritty cop who is like at his wit's end, and Batman who's very clearly at his wit's end. I think the characters are good. There is plenty to work with here going forward for them. And I kind of, as I've talked about throughout this, I think that this is, in the way that the Spider-Man Home trilogy is an entire origin story for Spider-Man, I think this potential trilogy could be an origin story for the Batman. I think starting a second year was a very good job, or a very good idea, so we don't have to go through the whole parents getting shot thing again. Kind of treating it like the way the Home trilogy treated Uncle Ben. I think that was a good decision. The plot is heavily reliant again on the convenience of the investigation, which I think is unfortunately some of during the later parts of the film is one of the weaker aspects. I think the world building was great, because the world building was in of itself a character almost. Gotham. This is the most real Gotham has felt, as I've said, since the 80s. And because of that, you get that just by the world building alone, you get the sense of like Batman is fighting an uphill battle, and I think that's very, very integral to his story, at least and especially for this one. So I think objectively, that being said, because this movie's got problems, I am probably gonna drop my original rating from a 6 to about 5.5. So it's right in the center. Because it's got problems, but there is something to work with here. So I'll pass this torch along to you, Crimson.
All right. I will start on my subjective as well. Might as well. So I went into this thinking that it was going to be like upper echelon movie. It was very well liked by the general public that went and actually saw it. A lot of people didn't see this movie for some reason. And I came out of it thinking it was overhyped, as I stated at the beginning. I think we're living in a famine of movies recently.
Famine of good movies, yeah.
Yeah, and this was a spark, but I think it's an average movie. So the spark got turned into an entire lighthouse because it's just so darn dark. And it's, I don't know, it's just incredibly average to me. I didn't come out of it being like, ooh, that's awesome, or like, man, this is my favorite Batman character, actor, and all that stuff. It's just like, it existed. I'm happy I saw it. I can see it again. It wasn't horrible in that regards. So I think a 6 is pretty good. Something I could go back to. Objectively, there were problems here. We've covered a lot of them. I definitely stated I didn't like the Selina stuff. much at all. Wasn't very believable. The CG for specifically the sniper area on the Jumbotron was horrendous. Batman being invincible, I didn't like that. He got shot a lot across this whole movie and in large bursts, not just like, oh, one person shot him, just be chest plate. He got shot with a shotgun from pretty close range, which knocked him over, but it didn't really do any damage to him, as we saw later. He was fine. Just knocked the wind out of him. Gordon was fine. He was okay. Then they had a good relationship between the two, but he didn't really stand out to me either. The final act, horrible, as mentioned. That's going to take a big dip in, for me on the objective scale, because the ending, like Sinister said, is what you want the big takeaway of the movie to be. That could make or break it, and it did not make it for me. So I think an objective... Five and that's pretty close, but I'll say 5. I'll lower it.
Don't want to copycat me again?
I don't want to copycat you. 5 seems fair. I seem to be more critical of it than you in regards to Catwoman, so I think it adds up. All right. That's what I got.
Going in, I liked a lot of things that I'd heard about this film as far as, like, inspiration for it and a lot of the ideas that they had for it. Aesthetically, I like it a lot. I like that serial killer vibe. Devin's one of my favorite movies, and this definitely rips off a lot of it, a lot of aesthetic stuff from that. I kind of feel like in recent years, Batman's become less and less a detective and more of just, a guy with a big computer screen that just, doesn't really do any footwork and just has, cameras up and tracks people or, criminals or whatever, and that's kind of it. But I like the idea of having a detective story in this and trying to solve something. Unfortunately, though, with most, things, unless you have a really, really clear idea of what it's going to be, it's going to have to be customized story at some point to fit the narrative and to keep people from knowing exactly what's going to happen, which is a problem. But for the most part, I like a lot of stuff and a lot of ideas they have. And like, we said at the very beginning, there's a lot of solid early groundwork for this, which is honestly becoming more and more uncommon in big budget movies and movies in general, setting up things that keep happening throughout the story. So I got to give them credit for that and for, being able to do that. And most, if not all, the actors in this do a very good job. Even like the bit characters, do a pretty good job. The character actors and stuff are enjoyable and rememberable. My main problem with it is definitely a lot of the plot conveniences or, little bits here and there. The ending, I think, really does not live up to what the movie is trying to convey in most of the sense, or like the ideas that have been placed into the movie. And I'm hoping if a sequel gets made that they learn from it and they address it. But for right now, I have to judge it basically on its own merits, and I'm going to have to say I'm going to give it a 6 because I think all the pieces are there for the most part, but I think the things that are bad about it can be fixed. If they are, I would change my mind, but until then, I'm going to stick it at a 6.
And I guess that leaves me.
The Bat fan, Bat boy.
Bad boy.
This movie had issues, and this movie had some brilliant things that it did do. As I said from the get-go, I think year 2, and what writer said, I think year 2 really helped cement this, because if it wasn't established and was kind of more like Dark Knight or Keaton, that kind of era, like later Batman.
Yeah, we
I
needed
think
an
this
origin
would've been-
story. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this would have been very bad, or not very bad, just worse. I think it would have been worse. So the timing that it set, I think, was great. I really like this sadistic serial killer type for Riddler. Very different. I think Colin Farrell. I just the characters, I think, did great. Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon was a nice new change and tone. Andy Serkis as Alfred did great. Colin Farrell was Penguin. I think he was phenomenal. The only character I think that was probably weak was Selena Kyle. Her story wasn't the strongest, and when it did get a little stronger, it wasn't until much later in the movie, making the connection. So she was but I can see why she was added, so it wasn't just a lot of... I mean, it definitely would have been a different movie without her, because I think that would have given more Batman detective stuff rather than her being around as a somewhat distraction feel. But it did give a little more edges, a little more bumps to the movie overall, which I don't think was necessarily bad. The cinematography, great. Lighting, great. That, choices like that. The sound, great. But just the thought out plans of like, why is the Riddler as fast as Flash in some scenes, and some zany things that were never discussed. So overall, my objective score, and I have flip flopped it by going back and forth. I'm gonna just give it a 7. Because I think it did a lot of good things, but it definitely gets that -3 for the things that it never answered or didn't do very well, in my eyes. For subjectively, though...
I got a question. You said you flip-flopped it a lot. Did it stay the same, or did it change?
From my original score, it stayed the same, but I did change my score a lot. I went to 7.5. I went to a 6. I was just kind of thinking, but overall, I'm going to go with a 7 because, yes, there were things that I didn't like that, as I said, weren't answered, but then all these other aspects of it was very good. And yes, I will say it again, Michael Giacchino, 1 point for him. When it comes to subjectively, I did really enjoy this take on a Batman story. It was definitely a lot grittier, and the detective part, which I think was needed. There hasn't been much detective work. They could have had more, but I think the tone of the movie really would have changed if it was more detective, because that takes away from like the brawling and the fighting, which I think would have been more jarring if there was more detective in this. And some people might think that it wouldn't be as needed. So I think the balance that they did have was good. Again, the take on the characters I think was good. As Ryder said, Gotham is kind of its own character in this, and I think this version of Gotham was good. The sea level thing is a bit dumb. But other than that, I give my subjective an 8.5.
All right, so you like this more than Lightyear?
Yeah.
Well, it's not as problem ridden as Lightyear.
Well, there's purely subjective scale.
Yeah,
That's going on.
fair enough.
Because Sprinks really likes Toy Story, and he really likes Batman. So seeing,
I think he really likes Batman more than he really likes Toy Story.
he really likes Toy Story
might be
too.
right there. Batman.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's a bit different because Batman does range in kind of all audience scales of like it can be for kids if it's the kid versions of Batman, or teens or adults, and how long you've grown up with it. Toy Story is
Like
kind of
Gotham
set
High?
for an age group. Yeah,
Sorry.
Toy Story is kind of a certain age set group. So
Yeah.
But
yeah.
anywho, that's the ratings.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess
We
that's
made
it.
it.
Yeah.
We made it through.
Wow. Yeah. Just.
And if you made it through, you deserve your own Oscar. So
Yeah,
there you go.
Just barely short on Doctor Strange time with this one.
And probably not going to do a 3-hour movie for a while. So
no, we are
don't be
not
looking for one of those. But
Nolan.
I guess we'll give our goodbyes in order here.
Yeah. Follow us on our socials. We got a podcast up on Spotify and we got a podcast up on Google, and we will. If you're watching this on YouTube, we're here. But go ahead and follow us on our socials, and we'll keep in touch with you. As always, I've been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I've been a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. And if you spread the word with someone, family, friends, coworkers, that lady you see at McDonald's every other day,
We live off word of mouth, so put your words in our mouth, please.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And
in 2022, that's how podcasts live or die. So
yeah, and we will catch you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.